your space host, the George Washington University Milken Institute School of Public Health. Thank you all so much for joining us today. We have a great audience here in DC and a robust audience on the web. They probably double or triple us here in the room, so don't forget that we're being joined from across the country online as well. My name is Brett Cordy. I'm the director of the Associates Department at the Environmental Law Institute. The Associates Department is the branch of ELI that brings you educational programming, membership, and collaborative opportunities. If you don't know anything about ELI, we have some information available at the registration table. And those of you on web, check us out at www.eli.org. A huge thank you to the George Washington Institute School of Public Health for hosting us today. Dean Goldman and her staff, particularly Kat, Leah, and Jill, have been so wonderful in bringing you this program today. I have just a couple announcements before we get started. We're happy to be here in the Public Health School space. It's a beautiful LEED Platinum certified building. We ask that you keep all food and drink out of this auditorium except water. Water is okay. As you saw, we have coffee out and to the right. That's also where we will serve lunch in the middle of the day. The Wi-Fi information is up on the screen right now. You choose to connect. You might need to step out of this room, which has bad cell service, to actually get to that. And then you go to gw.edu and create a guest account, and then you can log on. I'd also like to thank a hearty thank you to our sponsors. The law firm of Bergeson and Campbell, Lynn Bergeson and Heidi Lewis have been instrumental in bringing this program to you today. They really put in a lot of the legwork, figuring out the panels, organizing everyone, and bringing you the content of our program. And also the Environmental Defense Fund. Richard Denison and his organization have been heavily involved in TSCA reform throughout the years, and we really appreciate their sponsorship of today's program. I'd like to introduce you and give a thank you to my team. We have a research associate, John, who you met out at the registration desk. He's put in a lot of work today as well and can help you with anything that you need. Also out there we have our intern, Allison, and a couple interns on loan from Bergeson and Campbell, Emily and Ryan, so we appreciate their help. And the man in the center down front is Colin. He's running all your tech today, so if you have any issues, well, please don't bother him because he's really busy, but we can get to him. It's my honor today to introduce the Dean of the School of Public Health, Dr. Lynn Goldman. Dr. Goldman, I'll start my brief introduction. As you all know, there are biographies available at the front desk, and everyone on the web can find them on the event page. You can click through and read full bios. So we won't do super long introductions today, but briefly, Dr. Goldman was appointed to EPA in 1993 to serve as the Assistant Administrator for Toxic Substances, where she directed OPPT until 1998. She was then a professor at Johns Hopkins University School of Public Health, and her focus throughout her career has been on children's health, environmental health, public health practice, and chemical regulatory policy. Dr. Goldman, thank you so much for hosting us today. I'd like to invite you up to give us some opening remarks, and she will then introduce Representative John Shimkus as well. So thank you so much, Dr. Goldman.
Thank you very much. Thanks so much for that introduction, and good morning, everybody. As you heard, I'm Lynn Goldman. I'm the Michael and Lori Milken Dean of the Milken Institute School of Public Health here at George Washington University, and I am delighted to welcome you here today. I want to give a special welcome to several of our alumni who are here today and on the webcast, but also a very special thanks to the Environmental Law Institute as well as Bergeson and Campbell for all of their work in organizing this event. It truly has come together very nicely. I will say it's very hard for me to believe that it's been almost a year since the passage of the historic Frank Lautenberg Chemical Safety for the 21st Century Act. I was thrilled when we were able to host an event here last September where we discussed the passage of the Act and what we foresaw as opportunities and challenges. We were fortunate at that time to have a number of distinguished speakers with us, including Senator Tom Udall, who will be with us today, and was so vitally instrumental in the passage of this legislation. Before I introduce our keynote speaker today, I want to take a moment to reflect on the history of the Lautenberg Act and to where I see that we've come and where we're going. You know, back in 1976, the Toxic Substances Control Act became law, but it left EPA without the ability to control even the most toxic substances. Chemicals matter. There are health risks, whether cancer risks or reproductive risks or acute health and safety risks from actually handling some of them. But there are also safety hazards. The recent high-rise fire in London had to do with the use of incorrect chemical tiles that included a polymer that's very flammable that would not have been allowed by regulators in the United States or the EU, but were allowed in the UK. We can't take for granted the fact that we are made safe through the regulation of materials of chemicals. There are also risks of contamination to the environment as well as food supplies. Look at what happened in China when melamine was put into infant formula and many, many children died. We have economic risks. The losses to builders in the insurance industry when formaldehyde contaminated wallboard was found to have been used in housing across this country. Belatedly, when we discover these, people have suffered injury, they have suffered economic losses, but we know that we can have a regulatory system that guards against these kinds of hazards, that allows us to take action before there has been harm. When I joined the EPA in 1993 as Assistant Administrator for Toxic Substances, I went on record about the urgent need for reform. But in 1996, when we marked the 20th anniversary of the Toxic Substances Control Act, there was no consensus about that within the community. The responses ranged for anger about chemicals in TSCA from many in the NGO community to absolute denial about the fact that there was any problem from many in the chemical industry who were quite happy with the way TSCA was functioning at that time. Although Congress had very ambitious goals for that legislation in the 70s, they were not recognized. And why? One was that before there was a TSCA, we didn't really understand how many chemicals were actually in commerce. It was a huge surprise when the first chemical reporting came in to find that they had an inventory with 65,000 things in it. And I'm purposely saying things in it because the way that inventory was put together, as many of us in the room knows, was in a sense very haphazard. Whatever was reported went in, and it was very difficult to understand, and it still is today, exactly what is in commerce. We still don't actually know. But the chemical universe continued to expand with the introduction of new chemicals every single year through what EPA calls the PMN process, the pre-manufacturer notices. And at the same time, we had no affirmative findings of safety either for most of the existing chemicals that were in commerce nor the new ones that were being brought forward. We had a lot of information that EPA collected in its confidential business information vault that was not accessible. When I worked for the state of California in environmental health, I had no access to that information. Even if we had a chemical spill and people were exposed, communities were exposed, I couldn't immediately access that information. And EPA had an extremely weak information gathering authority. To get testing, to get evaluation of chemicals on the market was extraordinarily difficult. And of course, many of you, I know, are aware of the problems that EPA had with managing chemicals under so-called Section 6 of TSCA when the asbestos rule was overturned because of what the courts decided was inadequate analysis under a statute that just required an incredible amount of analysis, including that, you know, all possible alternatives would be analyzed very thoroughly, very difficult, and EPA never really recovered from that blow in terms of its ability to manage hazardous chemicals. So you can imagine it's been a lot of fun for me to be on the front row seat here in Washington on a process that played out over a few years to actually reform this law. 40 years after its enactment, the Lautenberg Chemical Safety Act was passed, and I think that there are some important reasons for that we all need to pull back away from what we're looking at today to understand why is it that everybody came together. I already described to you how 20 years ago there was no consensus about what needed to be done. How did we achieve a consensus? How did we achieve a bipartisan bill? I think there were a few things that happened, and one is certainly that state legislatures had begun to regulate chemicals one at a time, and in ways that seemed to be arbitrary, in ways that were hard for others to participate. They would ban a chemical without understanding that the substitute might be something very similar. For example, ban bisphenol A, and then bisphenol S is used in its place. I don't think it takes a chemist or a rocket scientist to imagine that those might be similar chemicals. Sounds kind of similar, but they didn't know about that. Or they would take very targeted actions, take the lead out of children's jewelry. I'm a pediatrician, I'm a mother, I think that's important, but that is not the most important route of exposure to lead across society. It certainly didn't protect the people in Flint, Michigan when states did that. And so many of these actions were certainly well-meaning, but they were not sweeping, they were not comprehensive, they were not the kind of actions that EPA can take. Second, I have to say that there was a lot of effort by groups like the Moms Clean Air Force, the Environmental Working Group, the Environmental Defense Fund, NRDC, and others who began to put pressure on retailers. And retailers responded by developing lists of chemicals that they would not allow on their shelves. And so they were making contracts with their suppliers that had an enormous impact on the chemical industry. Similar to the state actions, were hard to predict. And even worse than the state actions, there was no way to participate in that. There's no notice and comment rulemaking coming from a Walmart that, you can come in and bring your science and get your chemical off of that list. It's just off the list. And why they did that is that, like many in the public, they had ceased to feel that the chemical regulatory system in this country was credible. It lacked credibility, so they had to take action themselves. And last but not least is the progress that was made in Europe under REACH, the fact that Europe has been very aggressively moving forward to manage chemicals in its own way, which I could take a whole other hour to critique, and I'm not going to do that, but which is to say, though, that we had lost our preeminence internationally as the country that had the best and the safest chemicals in the world. We have lost that to Europe, and we needed to regain that. And that has a tremendous implication for us in global commerce, and not just the manufacture of chemicals, but the manufacture of things that contain the chemicals. And so there were many reasons, and I also have to credit the many health and public health groups that came forward, the March of Dimes, the American Academy of Pediatrics, the American Congress of Obstetrics and Gynecology. These are groups that don't normally get involved in environmental regulations, or certainly in issues like chemicals, but they began to weigh in with their very strong concerns that the chemicals needed to be safe for women, safe for children, and that was important. So what is this new law that I'm so excited about? What did it actually do? The first and I think most important thing is creating a new safety standard that's clearly a public health standard, and not a standard of balancing between costs and benefits. But the second is that all new and existing chemicals will be subject to EPA review, while third, EPA will focus on the highest priority chemicals for full assessment. And I do think this is somewhat of a difference between the US approach and the European approach, that I think that we are much more focused on doing the work efficiently and prioritizing. Increased transparency, increased quality of the science, authority for EPA to actually call in data from companies, very important, something that's worked well for pesticides. a mechanism for industry to request review of a chemical to determine that it is a low-risk chemical. A full range of risk management options from labeling to a ban, a full range of tools in EPA's toolbox. Aggressive timelines, actual concrete expectations that this law has laid out for EPA that will and are creating action and movement forward. I would say unprecedented levels of federal and state cooperation in chemicals management, including the ability of EPA to share some of that information that I always wanted when I worked for the states. Protection of vulnerable populations by explicitly requiring that risks are assessed for the infants, children, pregnant women, the elderly, and other vulnerable populations. Making information more available. Reset the chemical inventory, a very important aspect, escapes some people's ability to understand why is it important to understand what's in commerce. If you're regulating what's in commerce, you certainly need to know that. Also, understanding how the chemicals are used so that you can understand about substitutions, sunsetting old confidential business information claims and making it tougher for companies to get it. And, you know, I was the AA at EPA when we discovered a CBI claim on a Xerox of an article from the New York Times. What could be more absurd than that? We just are not going to see that anymore. Now, will there be speed bumps? I'm going to assert that we already have been seeing some speed bumps. First, and I predicted this a year ago, there certainly has been some challenge with implementing the new law, and particularly the evaluation of new chemicals. The PMNs almost immediately became backlogged. And as I told many of you who were here a year ago, if you change the standard overnight and you have a process that's running, that's a 90-day process, that's not going to be very easy for any agency to cope with. Any of us would have some speed bumps in the way from doing that. I think that the backlog actually has been resolved to a great extent, and that EPA is doing a good job with at least moving those through more quickly. I'm sure that some of those earlier decisions will come around again, just of the very nature in a regulatory agency of having to quickly play catch up. But second, and another thing that I think we all recognize, EPA cannot ramp up its actual efforts unless it can ramp up the numbers of staff and the resources that are available to it. And that means that EPA needs to be able to enact the fees regulations, to be able to collect more resources, to be able to do this work, but it also means that the hiring freeze needs to be lifted. Do I need to say that twice? The hiring freeze needs to be lifted. It also means, and this is a different issue, but it's a very important issue, and that is it's not just the number of people who work at EPA, but it's the quality of those people and it's the morale of those people. And so if you take actions that make them feel that it's not good to work there, and then you take another action that says, we'll buy you out to encourage you to leave, I will promise you, because I've run a lot of programs, it is your best people who leave. Why? They're the people who can come and, you know, maybe go work for Lynn Bergeson, or go, you know, work for Richard Denison, or, you know, get a job at my university, maybe teach my students. The people who have no job prospects outside of EPA are very unlikely to take that buyout and leave. And those are not the people who you want to be in charge of regulating the products that are made by, if you are the industry, your industry, or that are made that might be impacting your environment, your health, the health of your children. So morale is very, very important. And I think one important piece of this is who the Pruitt administration appoints to be the assistant administrator for this office. And this is going to sound corny, but to keep the morale up, it needs to be somebody who actually supports the goals of the program, supports the staff, and who wants to make judgments that are fair, that are scientifically defensible, that are legally sound, that will immunize the program from political interference from a lot of small, petty, outside interests who will seek to say, well, this is fine for the country, but I need this little loophole. I need this little decision for me. Because once that starts, the entire thing erodes, and then you don't have a credible program. Note that I'm assuming that there will be such efforts, and the reason why is that I was in that position, and I have experienced it personally. So I think it just goes without saying, there's always a tremendous amount of pressure for that kind of thing, and you need a leader who is able to exercise sound judgment about when it is that you make a compromise and you are able to, kind of make adjustments in an approach because it's the right thing to do for health, the environment, the industry, and when it is that you draw a line in the sand and you say, no, I can't cross that because that is going to undermine the credibility of the program, the legal defensibility of my actions, the scientific integrity of me and my staff. So this is very important, and I'm very hopeful that we'll see the emergence of a fabulous AA. The third speed bump really is the framework rules, not because they were late, but because in many regards they are problematic. I'm not going to go into detail about this because I think all through this day we're going to be talking around and sometimes maybe directly about them. But I will tell you that I personally am having trouble connecting the dots between what's in the final rules and what were in the proposals and the options for the proposals. And if there's one thing I learned when I was at EPA, that good administrative process does require that you can delineate that relationship and that the public actually has a chance to comment about what you're proposing to do. And so I'm looking forward to hearing more about this because I'm still trying to understand these issues better myself. I will say at the end of the day, I remain the optimist because I think that EPA, the industry, public health and environmental advocates, scientists, and yes, environmental attorneys will help to get this program and keep this program on track. This program, began in Congress, and it's now on the shoulders of a very young administration, and it will, in due time, also be in the courts, like all environmental legislation. But I think as drafted, the law is very strong. It lays out clear expectations, and that these expectations will be realized. From my front row seat here at GW, I witnessed firsthand the dedication and commitment and incredibly hard work of many members of both the Senate and the House and their staff. We must give credit where credit is due. We must pause and thank Congress when they deliver on behalf of the public's health and the environment and produce bipartisan legislation that has such a broad base of support. Speaking of which, it's my pleasure to introduce the morning's esteemed keynote speaker, who, by the way, was brought here in a just-in-time delivery. I'm going to introduce you, although everybody knows who you are. The Honorable John Shimkus is a member of the United States House of Representatives for the 15th District of Illinois. Among his duties in Congress, he is a senior member of the House Energy and Commerce Committee. I don't think that means old, sir. I think it means wise. And chairman of its Environment Subcommittee. He also serves on the Energy, Health, and Communications Technology Subcommittees and is a member of Biotech, Wireless, NG 911, Recycling, Coal, Steel, and Baltic Caucasus. In addition to representing the U.S. Congress in the NATO Parliamentary Assembly, Representative Shimkus has been a supporter and champion of chemical reform for many years. In February and April of 2014, he released discussion drafts of the Chemicals and Commerce Act to update TSCA. In April and May of 2015, he released discussion drafts of the TSCA Modernization Act of 2015. And on May 26, 2015, he officially introduced H.R. 2576. Over the years, Representative Shimkus has worked with his colleagues on both sides of the aisle to advance policies that enhance our nation's energy security and public safety. Several of his legislative initiatives have been signed into law by Presidents Bill Clinton, George W. Bush, and Barack Obama. Representative Shimkus received his Bachelor of Science degree in General Engineering from the United States Military Academy at West Point, New York in 1980. He served over 5 years active duty in the Army and then entered the Army Reserves. He retired with the rank of Lieutenant Colonel in 2008, concluding 28 years of military service. In 1996, John won his first United States representative term in what was then Illinois' 20th district. From 2003 to 13, he represented the 19th district, and now he represents the 15th district, and that must be a tale in and of itself. Please join me in representing and welcoming Representative John Shimkus. And I should say, although our voices carry well in this room, that we do have an online audience for the webcast. So we will use the
microphone.
Yeah, and so I think it's very interesting that to have seen how the Lautenberg Chemical Safety Act, after many years without any significant environmental legislation having been passed by Congress, that this is kind of a rare instance of bipartisan cooperation on what was really a very substantive and major piece of environmental legislation. Perhaps you could give us a little bit of background about how you became interested in chemical reform, how you got involved in being such a champion. What was the driving force behind your commitment to this issue?
Thank you, and it's great to be here. So sometimes in the public policy world, it's not what you know in your background, it's where you're put to do a job. So having given the opportunity to be the subcommittee chairman of what was then called the environment and the economy, that's really part of the portfolio. There's a lot of great things, stories you'd like to tell. I think someone in public policy, if they ever wanted to do a case study on how a bill becomes a law, this would be a great one to focus on because it took, as I tell people, it's a major piece of legislation, a lot of stakeholders, took 5.5 years, a lot of different players. So that's kind of the intro into when really the first person who says we need to do something was then Senator D.A.B.T, who came over. He was a Republican from Louisiana. They were in the minority. Senator Lautenberg was the chairman of the whatever the committee is that's kind of equal to our side. And you know, all right, the first 2 years was kind of a face-off. It was Senator Lautenberg had his bill. We had a bill eventually, and it was, you really tell Senator Lautenberg he's going to have to move in our direction if he wants anything to happen. Then the fast forward, go 2 years into the next Congress. Senator Lautenberg started thinking about trying to get to compromise. Almost, I think he, listen, I never really had conversations with him. So some of this is conjecture on my part, but I think he knew that he wanted to have a political legacy of accomplishment. And so he started working with Senator Vitter as we were starting to work with my colleagues on my side of the aisle and on the other side, Diana DeGette, Gene Green, and those, as we started to try to find a compromise. Then kind of fast forward, Senator Lautenberg dies, and you still have Vitter working hard, but then you have, and I think he's come, I don't know if he's coming to speak to you, Senator Udall, who picked up the picked up the cause. Now it'll be good to ask him why, because he caught a lot of grief from his stakeholders. I have said publicly in a lot of forums, he took a lot of arrows trying to move to where we get to a point where let's use science, let's talk to toxicologies, let's get the list of chemicals that should be looked at cleared, and let's develop a Section 5, a new system by which we can hopefully more immediately assess chemicals for placement into in our society and in use and in products, goods, and services. It worked. So, but it was a lot of folks in here, a lot of faces are familiar who have on a lot of the different interest groups. But this is a story of also Senator Udall and I became friends because he was a former House member, and we knew each other, we trusted each other. Our wives know each other, so because of some of the congressional, basically with the NATO Parliamentary Assembly travels that we did together. So that's, you put that all together in 5.5 years, kind of shake it up, get some luck, and this was a major piece of public policy that got signed into law from, and I'm pretty proud to say, President Obama, who I'm not very in sync with very much, or wasn't, but it's one that I think anyone who's been involved in public policy, I think they always hope that they can do something big. Now, this is not big. This is big for all you here, but in Southern Illinois, it's not really that big. Or is it really a big national story? So national stories will always be about our anger, our frustration, our fights, our battles, our disagreements. When we work well together and we accomplish something, it's really not newsworthy. So that's part of the deal. So I think I've answered it.
Well, it's interesting what you said about, when we work well together, it's not newsworthy, because even people in my field, environmental health, they will make statements to me, well, members of Congress just can't work together across two political parties. And certainly, I think this chemicals reform legislation is a clear example of the ability of members of Congress to do just that. And I'm wondering, over time, do you think that this is possibly a glimmer of hope for us, that there might be other areas where this kind of cooperation might be possible?
Well, I think that I know the cosmetic industry is looking at this as a possible way to kind of address some of their concerns. I've got other pieces of bipartisan legislation I'm working on right now. Some are pretty big deals. And I think my process is getting to know people, trusting people, striking the hard bargains, but also understanding you can't have it all. With the diversity and the extremes and both political sides now. And I'm a Republican, so it's easy to quote Ronald Reagan, and usually that was a golden use of a name. But even for our far right, sometimes that name is disparaged every now and then. But he always would say, if I can get 8% of a deal, that's a pretty good deal. And then I can go back and get 20. And I think when public policy people, and maybe hopefully we're starting to get back there, there's no perfection this side of heaven. You just can't get a bill that you like 100%. You have to be able to give and get, and it's compromise. And so I'm working on a few other things that I think it's faith and trust of my colleagues and friends. The other thing is, it's told you really from day one that the only marketable good that a member of Congress has is their word. So your word has to be trusted and valued. if you, in negotiations, aren't true to your word, who's going to trust you to negotiate? So that's it gets developed by working hard and being friendly and agreeing to disagree. And it doesn't mean you don't get mad and angry every now and then. But I think as long as your colleagues know that it is because of a position versus just an emotional discharge, then I think you're okay.
In other words, it helps to be a good sport.
Yeah.
It really does.
Yeah, play nice in the sandbox, right?
Just like kindergarten. But, you know, one thing that I maybe fast forwarding to high school, you know, we learn our basic civics, you know, that we have these 3 branches of government. And so you have helped to birth this wonderful piece of legislation, which is now in the hands of the executive branch of government and of course will also be tinkered with by the judicial branch. This is just the way that the whole thing works. But as you're watching the efforts of EPA to implement, I wonder if you have any thoughts about that. I should say that before you walked in, I shared, you know, a personal concern that I have as the former leader of the office that's implementing this legislation. And we have another one here too, actually, Jim Jones.
Where is he? Oh, there you are. That rascal.
Yeah, he's a good guy. But, you know, as Jim and I both know very well, that it's very challenging to implement a statute like TSCA, whether the old one or the new one, in terms of keeping all of the balance between, you know, the sound science, defensibility from the legal point of view. You don't want to do things that are immediately going to land you in court for no good reason, right? As well as fairness and an even-handedness toward the industry. You want to do things in a way that, you know, that's open and people know what you're doing and they can participate. And I think the law set up those mechanisms very nicely. But I certainly am concerned that we don't yet have a leader, you know, for that office, and about the morale of the employees at EPA in terms of some of the talk about, you know, reductions, the resources that they need, obviously, to be able to implement this law. But, I mean, any comments that you have on that from your perspective or that?
Yeah, no, thanks. And I had to get some talking points because you hit the nail on the head. You know, when we pass a bill and it becomes law and gets signed, then we kind of, you know,
you've done it.
We're done for a while until we start hearing the complaints. And so this is still so early that we're not hearing tons of complaints. I'm glad Jim's here because I think one of I should have added in part of the story was the role of the EPA as far as trying to be, and I would say this respectfully, an honest broker without getting their neck stuck out too far, right? And with the different players, and they'll chuckle and they know what I mean. I mean, you got frenemies kind of on both sides, and it's a tactful dance. So it'll be. I'd like to be a fly in the room to hear some of the stories of how they talk about the members who are involved or the staff members who are involved. But I won't go there. But they were a big part when you have to eventually get implementing language that the agencies can actually decide that they feel like they can use. And how can they give implementing language when they don't really know whose side is on what side? So having said that, let's fast forward now. I mean, the fact that we've got the backlog kind of erased, that's very positive. Now we're looking at new chemicals and what's the turnaround. Remember, this date of enactment is the day signed into law, and so you've got a 6-month period of time. That's part of, but then you have fee collections that have to ramp up while you have an old administration trying to start implementing it, and you have a new administration come on. I'm not defending the new administration and their inability to get people forwarded to the Senate. It's not really the Senate. They're not really delaying things. It's really, but I think what's happened there, because I'm being taped, so I want to be very careful, is that had Hillary Clinton been elected, I think, boom, you would have had a list as long as this of people who were already, had been in public policy, had pretty good credentials, and could fill. This administration really started with nobody.
No binders.
Nobody. I mean, I think it just started with, they knew that, you know, the handful of the senior positions who they liked, and, you know, they got filled, but without really understanding that you have all these second and third tier people are very, very important in all these agencies. And the White House folks in the old executive office, they're just swamped. They're just overwhelmed. So the part is they're starting to move on some of these, but it just shows you the importance of having the second and third tier folks in those positions. So a lesson learned from any of you who want to run for president. Make sure you have your list.
Take notes.
Take notes, right. And then the issue is, I appreciate the staff concerns. Now, a lot of this is fee driven, so we think, I would hope that in this section, you've got some protection and some certainty from those folks who are doing that, and it's a hope that those folks who have had to go through the review process can help. Now, but I know the stats are kind of interesting, and still it's very, very early, but it's still taking a long time. So then you go to the sector, or the chemical industry sector, saying, well, how long is long under the new regime? Is that going to hurt development and jobs, and are we going to be outdone by our European or Chinese competitors because we're taking that process? There will be a time when we'll start having oversight hearings, but you have to have those other positions filled to bring in the next Jim Jones, right? And those folks who are at that level, and they are not there. But I think that's part of our job, is to say 1 year after, what's going on, and that's our role of oversight. The other thing that the House is doing, and we're pretty focused on, is, it's funny, I was driving up here, and you're driving by the State Department, there's this bar right there, and it's got this advertisement, you know, it's about the 28% cut to the State Department and UN, climate, and something else, and it says, need a drink? So it's an ad. It's an ad to go into the bar, you know. And so I understand the EP is probably with those proposed, but you know, the president proposes, Congress disposes. We're fighting on our budgetary debates, and we'll see what happens. I guess I can't. I know that the folks who are career government employees who work very, very hard, this is an uncertain time for them.
Yeah. You know, you mentioned our competitors for our industry in Europe and China, and I feel that fundamentally one of the motivating factors for so much broad-based support for the reform of this law had to do with the need to restore credibility in the process. That, you know, when EPA has touched a chemical, that the world would feel that that is a product that's safe, it's a chemical that's safe, that they can be confident about trading, you know, with us. But how do you measure that? And from the standpoint of where you are in Congress, how do you know, or will you know over time, that the statute is actually working, that it's actually being implemented in a way that's moving us toward that objective? Of course, EPA can't look at everything overnight. We all understand that, but yeah, how do you see that?
Well, the interest groups, many who are here, will come in and say it's working or it's not working. You know, they'll say we're getting trounced by our European competitors because they're going to say you're the EPA and its process is the gold standard, and we see now people purchasing in our markets because of the very reasons you just laid out. It'll be those who have to live with this new law and the implementing guidelines that will be telling us whether they like it or dislike it. And you know, that's part of the benefit of having a reauthorization, again, I was going to talk about this, but the House is really trying to make sure we reauthorize bills. State Department's not been reauthorized. It's an unauthorized federal agency. And so we have to, when you have to reauthorize, you have to look at how things are working, how things aren't working. So that's, no one should be afraid of reauthorization, especially in the House of Representatives, because most of us are authorizers, and then we have appropriators. So the appropriators actually send the money, but they shouldn't do it without it being an authorized program. That's part of that debate. This, I think, helps bring certainty to this part of the EPA because we have authorized language, we've got a funding stream, there should be a lot more certainty in this sector. I'm not saying the EPA overall, but as far as this process, which is something I think to be proud of.
I agree. I think it's just been marvelous, and it is really true what you're saying. When you look at environmental laws, it's been quite some time since most of them were reauthorized by Congress. The Clean Air Act, which seems to people like me to be modern, it's actually 25 years ago, you know, and heavens, Clean Water Act, that's so long ago. I don't, you know, even know where most of the people in the room were when that was enacted, kindergarten or something like that. And it's difficult when we're dealing with extremely complex issues, whether it's around, you know, water, the nation's waters, protection of the waters, whether it's around climate change, using these older statutory frameworks, which sometimes provide very blunt tools, you know, for dealing with problems that need to be dealt with in a much more precise way. There's no doubt of that.
Well, let me just, that reminds me of, so what's working bipartisanly, we're trying to reauthorize the Brownfields Act. That's going to be passed, I think, by voice out of the full committee tomorrow. Brownfields reauthorization. We were going to move Safe Drinking Water Act, comes out of my subcommittee. We've postponed that twice positively because we're in negotiations with our Democrat friends to try to get a bipartisan bill that we can move in that way. Not everything's hunky-dory. We're gonna shove through an ozone bill. They're not very happy about that, and we're working on nuclear waste. So, and we're close to some agreement there. You know, these aren't sexy issues that give you. Actually, I don't want to be on Fox. I don't want to be in CNN. I'm one of these public policy guys that want to do my work, and I'm concerned about, you know, my folks in my district knowing that I'm working. But I really have no desire to be a national poster boy, good or bad. And there are many members who like to do that. There's a lot of members who like to be on the national media. You know them because you see them, you recognize them. But the vast majority of us are just trying to do our job, and I think that helps also in the bipartisan negotiations because my colleagues know I'm not trying to do that for national attention. It's just these issues that's in my jurisdiction, as we call it, of things that haven't been reauthorized or problems that haven't been solved, so we might as well go about doing the work to try to solve those.
I'm tempted, and maybe I just will fall into it, the most difficult of issues right now, which is climate. And I know that you and many others worked on that a number of years back. When will we ever get back to a climate politically where it's okay for people to work on that issue across the aisle? Because we've never seen progress on any environmental issue without that. I don't need to tell you that.
Right. You know, I would probably initially say never, at least in the near future. But you do have, you know, Bob Inglis, former Republican member from South Carolina, who is trying to provide a market-driven approach to address some of these concerns. You did have some of the major oil companies come out on a carbon tax. So I think there are people talking. Republicans are always somewhat skeptical of a political dictated solution, especially from the international community. So I think this will have to well up from our own ranks, from our own citizens, and from you'll have to have some bipartisan, courageous leaders that on this, I'm probably not one of those. So go look for someone else.
No, actually, I mean, I think we're seeing a lot going on in cities and states,
Yeah.
and maybe that's a way that things will begin to move, from the grassroots up,
Mhm.
rather than from the top down, in terms of Congress being able to engage the issue. That's
Right.
my guess. So you have a takeaway message for everybody here today. Many of these people are working on implementation. Some of them are working for NGOs that are trying to do their own form of oversight. Some of them are working for companies, helping companies bring products through EPA with the new system. But what would be your takeaway message for all of them in terms of implementation of the Act?
Well, I think that take notes about the good and the bad and the ugly of the law and its implementation, and be prepared to come and testify, or at least submit concerns for the record as we start our oversight process. That would be in both chambers. That's the next step. There'll litigation and out-of-court settlements. They were the process du jour for a while. It would be my personal hope that those go away. I think that's kind of outside of the legislative process and its intent. And who knows? It may flip on you, no matter the group that does litigation and try to find the settlement offers. I would try regular order first, and then, if you're representing groups, you're representing a group. You're going to have to carry their water. But I think that's why I enjoy being a member of Congress. Is I only work for, in this case, I work for the people of the 15th District of Illinois, but then when you become a chairman, you really are representing the whole country. And if you notice, I don't expect anybody to follow me closely. There have been times when I'm a committee member, I can get pretty riled up, pretty emotional. But that's when I'm a regular committee member. When I'm the chair of the committee, I have a different job. My job is to make sure the guys who are going crazy don't get crazy, right? My job is to make sure those who want to be heard are heard, and that we have the proper debate, and then we have a resolution by votes. That's a different role than being just a bomb thrower. So but the focus on when you're representing your district, and in this case the country, then you can say, okay, how do we get there? The driving force behind this rewrite of the law was that all the stakeholders believed that the law was not allowing us to adequately identify chemicals in our markets. So when you start from a major problem and all the stakeholders say, we need to fix this, there's a process to move. So I think that would be my leaving message.
But thank you so much, for your public service over a lifetime, but also for sitting here and speaking so directly and honestly to us. I know why people like to work with you now, because I didn't hear a single talking point, and you obviously care enough to really understand what you're legislating on, and that is extremely valuable to all of us. Thank you so much.
Well, thank you. Come see me.
And I'd like to welcome you all once again, and thank Dean Goldman for her outstanding introductory remarks, and Mr. Shimkus's remarks. They were excellent. On behalf of both the Environmental Law Institute, Milken Institute School of Public Health, and EDF, and Bergeson and Campbell, your hosts and sponsors respectively, really thank you very much for being here to honor the TSCA Reform one-year anniversary. Those of you organizing this program, we chiefly sought an opportunity really to celebrate TSCA and TSCA reform, and to not let the day go by to honor and appreciate what a monumental feat it was to get this legislation over the hump. We also wanted an opportunity to think about how we're doing on implementing it, reflect on where we've been over the past 12 months and where we may be headed. An awful lot has happened over the past 12 months, including changes in the administration that this time last year, not all of us, I think, fully anticipated. And while much has changed in the past 12 months, I think everyone here, or I speak for everyone here, that we remain resolute in ensuring that TSCA is implemented in a way that is most protective of human health and in the environment. We intend to explore today TSCA reform implementation through 3 panel discussions, punctuated by 3 keynote presentations, one of which you've already heard. We'll be hearing also later on this afternoon from Bonnie Lautenberg and Senator Udall, and we'll have closing remarks from ELI President Scott Fulton. What I would like to do now is introduce you to our first of the substantive panel discussions today, this being our plenary session. It includes rock stars from TSCA, implementation and reform. I think no one at this dais needs an introduction at all.
I must be the roadie.
But I am going to take the liberty of doing so just to make sure that we all recognize, appreciate, and thank our speakers for being here. To my immediate right is Wendy Cleland-Hamnett, Acting Assistant Administrator for EPA's Office of Chemical Safety and Pollution Prevention. Wendy has held many leadership positions at EPA, has worked extensively on TSCA reform, and of course is leading EPA's efforts right now on TSCA reform implementation. Next we will hear from Jim Jones, past Assistant Administrator of the Office of Chemical Safety and Pollution Prevention under the Obama administration. Jim, of course, was AA while TSCA was being crafted on Capitol Hill. He has served in a wide variety of leadership positions at EPA, and thank you, Jim, for your service. Upon leaving EPA, Jim has been consulting and will be assuming a position on July 5th as Executive Vice President of Strategic Alliances and Industry Relations for the Consumer Specialty Products Association. Congratulations on that, Jim. Next, we will hear from Dimitri Karakitsos, who is now a partner with Holland and Knight here in Washington, D.C. Many of you know Dimitri and worked with him extensively, both in dealing with TSCA reform and negotiating it. And Dimitri, we greatly appreciate your being here, and let's look forward to your insights on how we got to where we're at. Dimitri worked then and now on a whole host of other legislative initiatives involving energy, fracking, drink water, among other environmental topics. Finally, we're going to hear from Ernie Rosenberg, a former CEO of the American Cleaning Institute, where he served in that capacity for 18 years. Ernie began his career, as he reminded me this morning, in the Office of Pollution Prevention and Toxics, and actually served as the first acting director of the Chemical Control Division. So your familiarity with PMN notifications, Ernie, and everything that has gone on over the past 40-some years, we'll look forward to hearing from that. Now, in terms of format, I think what we're going to do here and in connection with the other 2 substantive panel discussions today, I'm going to ask each of the panelists to give some opening remarks. I've urged Wendy to spend as much time as she would like, recognizing that we had a bolus dose of rulemakings issued last week, and although not everyone in the room probably spent the weekend, as some of us did, reading the Federal Register until we were slightly blurry-eyed, but I think because of the momentous nature of these important framework rules, Wendy will spend some time maybe giving some highlights of those rules. And then we will proceed with Richard, Dimitri, Jim, and Ernie with opening statements. And I'm going to ask some questions, engage in a discussion, and then open it up to our in-person and electronic audience to ask questions toward the tail end of the hour and a half that we have. So with that, I will turn it over to Wendy.
Great. Well, thank you, Lynn, and thanks, Dr. Goldman and ELI, for inviting me to be here this morning. I really appreciate the opportunity to talk to all of you and to celebrate what happened a year ago and all of the work that many, many people at EPA have been doing for the last year to get the implementation of this law off on the best foot that we possibly could. So thinking about the topic of this panel, implementation, where are we? I have to start with sort of where we've been. I think there'll be a little bit of that throughout the day too, sort of why this law passed, how we got there. The past 10 days at EPA haven't provided me with a lot of time to do quiet reflection on this. But I have found myself thinking back a lot to the many, many years of work that went into working on TSCA reform before we got to the breakthrough and kind of the sprint to the finish that got us the law about a year ago. There was a lot of dogged, maybe not that glamorous work, lots of people spending, evenings and weekends as well as long work days working on the issues and trying to craft solutions to different problems. In the end, I think Mr. Shimkus talked about this, and we'll probably hear about it from some of the other panelists at this panel and later. There was a bipartisan goodwill. At the signing celebrations last year, I think it was remarkable how people felt good about what we'd done, people from all across the spectrum of stakeholders and on the Hill and so forth, that we had done something very important and that we had done it well despite the fact that there were many, many different priorities about what the new law should do and what it shouldn't do and so forth. And it's incredibly important to keep remembering that, I think, as we go further into implementation, that I think everyone involved thought the law was very, very necessary, important, and I think everyone understood that they weren't going to get everything that they wanted, that everyone had to compromise to some extent while still making sure that we did the basic things that we all thought were really required to make a chemical safety program work well. And I think even at the time that we were working on developing the law, everyone understood that an awful lot would hinge on implementation of the law. Many hours were spent arguing over phrases, if not words, to use in different parts of the law. But in the end, implementation is going to tell us how well this law works. So it's, I think at EPA we feel it's a great opportunity and a great responsibility. And we felt that as we were developing the framework rules, the scope documents for the first 10 risk assessments, the guidelines for external party risk evaluations, and the other things that we've been doing, the other deadlines we've met over the last year. It's always, what are the key things that we need to make sure are part of this implementation plan to make this law work the way we all wanted it to work when it was passed a year ago. So we met all of our first year deadlines. Yay, hooray for the EPA staff. And again, not everybody got what they wanted, either inside the agency or I think in the stakeholder community. There were compromises, but I feel that we have created a framework that will allow us to do the work that we need to do to implement this law. Many of you in this room or on the webinar and lots of other people engaged with us in public meetings we've had over the past year, provided comments on the rules and various other issues, and that was all very, very helpful to us in figuring out where to go with the framework rules and other work that we'll be doing over the next year and beyond. So I will talk a little bit about some of the major changes in each of the rules from proposed to final. The prioritization rule is a rule that sets out a process and a criteria for identifying either high priority chemicals that'll get a risk evaluation or low priority chemicals where we can make a finding that risk evaluation isn't warranted. The major changes that we made in response to public comment, in the proposed rule, we had proposed a phase of the process that we called pre-prioritization because as we studied the statute, we could see that prioritization has a strict timeline, not to be less than 9 months, not to be more than 12 months, and several opportunities for public comment, which is very important. But at the end of that process, if we identify something as a high priority, we then automatically, right away, go into the risk evaluation stage, which also has pretty strict deadlines. So putting something into the prioritization process, either for high priority, low priority, is a very key step. And I think everyone would probably agree there's a lot of important work that needs to go into identifying the relatively small number of chemicals at any given time that will go into that process. Well, so we proposed a pre-prioritization process. We got a lot of reaction to that. Not all of it good. No, some of it good, some of it not. A lot of, we don't really understand what this is. It might be good, it might not be, but we're not clear on what it is. So after a lot of discussion inside the agency, we decided to not finalize that aspect of the proposal and to commit to further engagement with all of you, with all the stakeholders on what should that process prior to the formal prioritization process look like? What should its goals be? What kind of information should be considered and so forth? So we are planning major efforts this fall to have those discussions about how do we tee chemicals up for prioritization. Fortunately, we have some time to do that because we have started work on the first 10 chemicals, and there will be a period of time before we finish the first of those 10 and have to prioritize additional chemicals. So we're hoping we can use the time well to try to refine that process some more. We also, both in the prioritization rule and the risk evaluation rule, I'll talk a little bit more about, but did address some of the science issues that come up in Section 26 of the law. We got a lot of comment, public comment in this area as well. And there was a lot of concern, both inside the agency and out, that we not tie our hands unnecessarily in terms of how we defined best available science and some of the other terms that are in the law, but people were also asking for some clarity. What does EPA think this means? So again, we took an approach in the final rule, and I think Dr. Beck will be talking about this more this afternoon, that basically we only addressed the statutory terms, the terms that were in the law, and used agency material as much as possible to say this is how EPA thinks of these concepts. So I know, but again, it is not what some people were looking for, which were very clear steps about we're going to use this particular methodology or this particular model to do systematic review or whatever it might be. That we thought was tying our hands too much, but trying to give a little bit more meat on the bones in terms of what we think these concepts mean. We also got a lot of comment about what about low priority. There's a lot of discussion in the rule about how we intend to identify high priority chemicals for risk evaluation. And got a lot of comment about, well, the statute only requires you to identify 20 low priority chemicals, and you don't have to ever identify any after that. What's EPA's intent there? So we were clear in the rule that we think it is appropriate to go beyond 20 low priority chemicals. So that commitment is in there, and I think a little more discussion about how we might go about that. For the risk evaluation rule, again, in the risk evaluation rule, we addressed some of the science terms in more depth than in the prioritization rule. But again, it was the same, trying to find the same kind of balance about providing some more clarity while not tying our hands to very specific methods that either when we actually start the real work of doing these risk evaluations don't turn out to be useful or useful for all kinds of chemicals and risk scenarios, or that become outdated over time. Conditions of use was a huge area of public interest and comment on the risk evaluation rule. Prioritization too. In prioritization, we basically said we're prioritizing a chemical. So essentially, if any of the uses of a chemical look as if they may present a risk, which is the standard for high priority, that chemical might be prioritized. In risk evaluation, I think, again, we're trying to balance. There were fears on, one end of the spectrum that EPA would go crazy. And, not only if somebody, commented on a website on the internet that, hey, this product is great for, whatever, shampooing your dog or something, that we would do a full risk assessment on that. Or just, make up possible scenarios that that we might assess. And I think fears on the other end of the spectrum that we would just eliminate major uses of chemicals and not look at them for whatever reason, because we didn't think they were important or whatever that might be. I think the reality is that we know to implement this law effectively, to meet the deadlines, to move through chemicals, I think the way the law anticipates, we need to be pragmatic about how we define uses. So that can be, things like how we decide to group uses for purposes of exposure assessment and risk evaluation. We could have a whole bunch of different uses but have similar exposure scenarios. We may decide to group those together. We may decide that some uses can be evaluated more quickly than others because perhaps the exposure scenarios are less complicated. So we also gave ourselves the ability in the rule to complete assessment for some uses of chemicals earlier than others. All the chemical would be evaluated within the 3-year period envisioned by the law, but particular uses might sort of be off-ramped from the evaluation prior to that. We do know, however, that we have to follow all of the requirements for every use, all the requirements of the law for every use that we're evaluating, including those that we committed to in the rule, like peer review for every risk evaluation. So if something is completed early, it's going to have a peer review, the appropriate kind of peer review. That there have to be draft risk assessments, public comment periods, and so forth. And I think this is an area where it's most important to understand that we're going to figure out how to do this as we actually start evaluating chemicals on the ground. It's going to be a learning process and an evolving process, how to scope uses for a chemical, how to review the data that we have and decide what the most appropriate data are to use, how to weigh various kinds of information. And it's incredibly important that stakeholders such as yourselves are engaged with us in that process, bringing information to our attention, telling us if you think what we're doing is on target, telling us if you think it's not on target. If we haven't provided an adequate rationale for what we're doing, tell us that. It's got to be a group process here. EPA is ultimately responsible, but I think this law is structured in a way, and certainly we've structured the framework rules in a way to make that very, very important. Another big component of the risk evaluation rule that got a lot of comment is the provision that implements the law's requirements that manufacturers be able to request a risk evaluation. In the proposal, we proposed that manufacturers basically, if they requested an evaluation, it had to be for all the uses of the chemical, and they needed to be able to provide the information that would support the evaluation of all of those uses. We got a lot of comment on that to the effect that people can't know people who are manufacturing chemicals, perhaps for more limited uses, can't have all of the information that EPA would need to have to do an evaluation of all of those uses. So we heard that. We also heard a lot of concern, well, if a manufacturer can request only a very targeted use for a chemical, what happens to all of those other uses? If it's not a priority for EPA, do they just sit out there unevaluated, which isn't a very good outcome either. So we came up with a compromise approach that basically allows manufacturers to request an evaluation for the uses that they're responsible for, that they can provide all of the information for in order to enable EPA to do a risk evaluation, but that EPA will then do its own work to evaluate the other uses of that chemical, so that in the end we are evaluating the chemical and the uses of the chemical. That's a clear area where we tried to find a workable path to implement the law that met the goal of evaluating the uses of a chemical when it went through the process and determining whether it does or does not present an unreasonable risk, but also being realistic about what the manufacturers and the industry could provide to support an evaluation that they requested. And the third framework rule is the inventory rule that will allow us to designate chemicals on the TSCA inventory as either active or inactive. We got a lot of comment on this rule too. I don't think it had as much philosophical debate as the other two rules had, but we did hear a lot of comments about the need to streamline reporting requirements for this rule. So we did take some actions to do that. We eliminated some of the requirements, things like tell us exactly which dates the first day you manufactured the chemical. The law says if it was manufactured in the last 10 years. So we're going to take that. We included some exemptions and exclusions. If you reported under TSCA's chemical data reporting rule for the last 2 reporting cycles, you don't have to, it's assumed to be active. You don't have to report those. Some of the chemicals that are otherwise exempt from some of the provisions of TSCA would be exempt from reporting. And we also heard a lot of comments from people who process chemicals that they would like the ability to see what manufacturers were reporting before they had deadlines to report. So we've put that into the final rule as well. Manufacturers have a reporting period. Processors can report during that period if they want to. But then EPA will publish a draft active-inactive list, and processors will then have another period of time to respond to that. And then we'll publish our active-inactive list, and by then I'm sure we'll be heavy into prioritizing additional chemicals. So,
Hope springs eternal.
yeah. So I can say the EPA staff is as tired as they are after the last year have already been gearing up for the next year to dive into implementation of the law. Folks are already working very hard on risk evaluations for the first 10 chemicals. Folks are starting to gear up for the discussions around prioritization, getting ready to actually start getting the reports for the active-inactive inventory reporting, continuing to work on the new chemicals process to get finish off the backlog, the glut of chemicals we had created a year ago when the law was passed, and to keep working on improvements to the new chemicals program. So that work is all going on. We'll propose a fees rule later this summer to help fund some of this work. So we want this law to work. We want it to work for the next year. We want it to work over the long haul. I think all of the stakeholders want the same thing. We might not have exactly the same definition of what a well-working TSCA looks like, but I think we can have those conversations, and I would urge you to engage with EPA on the broader issues, but also on the specifics, on the specific evaluations, and on the prioritization work and new chemicals and so forth. Of course, you should talk to your members of Congress, as Mr. Shimkus mentioned, but talk to us too. If you think something could be done better than the way we're doing it. If, you think we're interpreting something incorrectly. We don't understand, if you're on the industry side, we don't understand something about the way your industry works or your process works. Tell us about it, because we can't take that into consideration unless you engage with us. So that's where we are on TSCA implementation.
Thank you, Wendy. That was an outstanding summary of the heroic work you and your team have been doing over the last year. And I think we are all really just give EPA a big round of applause. This has been a big deal. Jim, since Wendy just completed what you began, maybe you can give us some thoughts on what started this when you took over after the law was passed a year ago.
Sure, I'd be happy to. And thanks very much to George Washington University, Lynn, and your team, and ELI, and Lynn Bergeson for your co-hosting of this event. It's exciting to be here a year in to this momentous statute. I would first just like to say what I've heard a number of other speakers say, is this is a very well-written law, which is incredibly important. Although I would agree that implementation will ultimately define success, it is a law that's so well written that I think implementation will be somewhat constrained because the law is so clear in so many different respects. Although there will be judgment by the agency, there always is. But it's not so loosely written that you can do whatever you want, and which is, I think, was part of Congress's design. So I'm really pleased. A year later, in the moment, the heat of the battle, you can kind of delude yourself about how good your work is or how good the work is that you're associating yourself with. With a year behind us, I feel as good about how well this law is written as I did the day that it passed and was signed by President Obama. Ultimately, it is the judgment society will bring about the law is, do we have confidence in chemical safety in the United States? And that is a judgment that will play out over many years. And many individuals and private sector and NGOs and others, governmental sectors, will actually weigh in on that. And as Congressman Shimkus said, ultimately they'll hear. What they're hearing today is not necessarily what they hear 3 years from now, 5 years from now, 7 years from now. It will take a while before we all know whether or not it has achieved its desired result. I would also like to associate myself with Congressman Shimkus' remarks about the role that EPA played in the development of the statute. I think it was remarkable. Many of the people who did that are here today, not the least of which Wendy, but Brian Grant from OGC and Ryan Schmidt from what was my office, and Sven Eric Kaiser, and Kevin McLean's not here, and some of my political colleagues, in particular Laura Vaught and Nicole DeStefano, were also incredibly helpful. I'll do a little bit of something I did not do while I was in the administration, or since, only with my wife because nobody else really wanted to hear. I mean, she's really didn't want to hear any more about this, so I'll tell you guys now. But people who were on the inside, people like yourselves, would routinely ask me over the 3 years that this law was under heavy sort of negotiation. Why isn't EPA more visible? Why isn't EPA more visible? And it was a very conscious, tactical choice. I wish I could say it was my brilliant idea, but it wasn't. It was actually it was the advice of Laura Vaught and then Nicole DeStefano. The politics at the time were incredibly dicey for EPA on both sides of the aisle. So you had, on the Democratic side, then she was the chairman of the SCPW. It actually wasn't Senator Lautenberg, it was a different senator, who really wasn't so keen on this law being changed. And this also happened to be a senator who was probably the biggest defender of the Environmental Protection Agency during a very difficult time. And so we were very conscious of that. And so for that reason, there was an interest in, let's keep our head down on this. Let's be active, be in the room, be engaging, but let's not be running around town talking about how we're participating in this. And equally as important, on the Republican side, the idea that Republicans might be voting for a law that gave EPA a whole bunch more authority, and EPA was running around town telling everybody that was probably not going to be too much in the interests of making progress. So those two political phenomena reinforced this, which doesn't always happen. Often they go in different. They both reinforce the same concept, which is EPA, keep your head down on this. And we did. And so for 3 years, we toiled away with the likes of Dimitri and Jonathan and Richard and others who are in this room from other stakeholder groups to try to ensure that there was a bill written that could be effectively implemented. And I appreciate Congressman Shimkus recognizing that. I thought the EPA team did a really remarkable job. The last 6 months of the Obama administration, we knew we could read a calendar. We knew we weren't going to be there for the bulk of the implementation. We knew we weren't going to be there for the first regulatory deadlines. The one deadline that felt squarely, well, there were two. One felt squarely within our responsibility, and that was the identification of the first 10 chemicals for risk evaluation, and then new chemicals. There was no way there weren't going to be deadlines coming up in new chemicals during the Obama administration because of the 90-day clock. But we also recognized, and I believe that it was at a ABA forum. Lynn, you were hosting that one as well, Larry Colleen, where it was like 2 weeks after the law had passed, and I was very clear that this to us was a matter of good government, that we were going to do everything in our power to ensure that whoever succeeded us would have a chance to meet these deadlines, and there was no way they could meet the one-year deadlines if we did not get proposals out the door before we left. There's just no way you could practically pull off finalizing regs that had not been proposed by the end of the Obama administration. You would have come in when you got the seat, as has been recognized. There isn't somebody in my old position right now yet. In the Senate confirmed, Wendy's in the acting role. You're getting up to speed, deciding how you want to propose, and then you'd have to propose and take on. And so we hit the ground running, and we're able to get out the door before the administration ended. 3 proposals that were just finalized last week by EPA. We were able to identify the first 10 chemicals for risk evaluation, which was due 6 months after the law passed. And we began from day one focusing on new chemicals, which we knew was going to be a challenge just because there was no window. It was one of the technical pieces of technical assistance that we gave Congress that wasn't accepted. And actually, I think that fell apart on the House, not in the Senate, which was we said, you really ought to give us a little bit of time before the new chemicals, the new standard comes into place for new chemicals. And this I will say was not the best technical advice, although it was ignored anyway. Give us a month. And we didn't get a month. We got nothing. But I think people were just ready to let's get this thing passed. The agency probably could have used about 6 months. But I at another ABA forum right after the end of the administration, I believe what I said at that, Lynn, you were hosting that one too. It's a common theme here. Was that I could see from the inside the amount of progress the agency was making on new chemicals. It wasn't yet evident on the outside because it wasn't all yet being posted. But you give the agency 6 months, they're going to have this under control. And to credit to the new administration, they have put energy into that, and it looks like they are going to have that backlog in new chemicals pretty well taken care of, which is quite remarkable a year within a law passing. I completely get if you are going through that process, how painful and difficult that may be for you. But it's a pretty remarkable thing within a year in a program that gets about 1,000 of these submissions a year with a standard changes to be able to be that close to hitting the equilibrium point. I make a couple of points on because I'm not going to spend much time on critiquing the final rules that came out of my successors at the EPA. But the couple issues that I want to point out because I think that they're things that are going to be important for all of us to be watching throughout implementation. And one of them actually, we began to recognize in the pre-prioritization process before I had left, this is going to have to be addressed in some way. It was clear when we wrote it. It is clear today. I think it was actually clear in the way the agency talked about it in the final rule. Whether the statute talked about this step or not, EPA is going to have to do something, because if the EPA starts identifying as high priority or candidates for prioritization chemicals that don't have enough data for a risk evaluation, the agency is somewhat screwing itself because it'll never meet the deadlines. If you've got to spend the 3 years, 3.5 years you have to do a risk evaluation in a data gathering phase, you will not meet the deadlines. And so the agency will have to do something, which is what we were reflecting in that step But I completely get that because that step was something that before then hadn't been discussed at all, that people somewhat got freaked out about that. But make no mistake, the agency is going to have to do something that is the functional equivalent of pre-prioritization, so it doesn't pick things to initiate in prioritization that it then can't complete, which is in no one's interest. I think the other issue, and it's probably the one that will get the most energy today, I'm guessing it relates to conditions of use, which I totally understand the idea. You do not want the agency chasing things that don't matter. That absolutely. Nobody wants the agency chasing things that don't matter, sort of the fumes in the system. At the same time, you don't want the agency not including things that, had they been included, would have changed your answer. In particular, if the agency does not look at something, a condition of use, decides it's not a condition of use, that takes a chemical from being meeting the safety standard to not meeting the safety standard, that's the kind of error that I think that people in the NGO community, at least, and as a private citizen, I don't think would be a good public policy outcome. And figuring out how to walk that balance where you're not chasing things that don't matter, but you're not leaving things out that do matter. When I say do matter, it means you would have a different answer. Is going to be the thing to keep an eye on, and it won't take us long because the scopes will begin to flesh that out. And so for folks who are worried about conditions of use, that's where you want to sort of make sure that the agency is including things into risk evaluations that could matter in terms of its ultimate judgment about safety, which is tricky to do because you don't necessarily know whether it's going to matter until you've evaluated, which is why it's going to be so hard. But it's also something that is incredibly important to make sure that the agency gets that right. The other one, it gets to the resource issue because I don't have like a philosophical issue with respect to industry being able to request a narrow subset of uses because they're the ones that they manufacture. I completely understand that. What you'll want to keep an eye on, and we'll see it in the fees rule, is so you don't want a scenario where a manufacturer is able to ask for just 2 or 3 uses out of 100 being reviewed, EPA having to review for good public policy reasons all of the 100 uses, and the company only had to pay about 2% of the cost. Because what will happen then is EPA will not have the resources to do the priority chemicals that have been identified as high priorities. So, because it only charges a very small fraction for the whole kit and caboodle, and the whole kit and caboodle is very expensive, what you will see is the priority work, which this bill was all really fundamentally about, priority chemicals, and having priority chemicals being evaluated in priority order, that all being siphoned away because of the way in which the agency charged for this category. It's going to be hard to do. It's not obvious what the answer is going to be, but that's what you'll want to keep an eye on so that you don't end up in a scenario where the important work isn't getting done because of the resources all went to the company's specific work. Again, philosophically, the idea completely makes sense as long as it doesn't undermine the financial integrity to do the priority work. So those to me are the things to keep an eye on. They're implementation issues. One of them we'll get an insight when the fees rule comes out because I assume it'll speak to that issue. And the other one we'll get an insight into rather quickly, as apparently the scoping documents that came out last week, and the couple I looked at actually were all-encompassing of conditions of use that I could tell, not that I know everything about all these chemicals, but apparently there's going to be a subsequent, from what I'm hearing, a subsequent document that will definitively say whether a use is in or a use is out. So in relatively short order, we'll be able to be able to evaluate just how where EPA really is falling on the conditions of use issue. I mean, the rule itself, they literally defined conditions of use as the statutory definition. So I think in the implementation there will be where we see just how that issue plays out. So as I said, I really at the beginning I think this law is really well written. I think it has some very good safeguards in it. The mandatory duties, the safety standard is very solid one. It gives you some discretion, but not wide open discretion. And I think that ultimately the judge will be does the system have confidence in chemical safety? I will just for the agency's, to the agency's credit, the first way that you develop confidence is meeting your deadlines. And it's an incredibly important thing to do. It's something that I have understood for much of my career. It's incredibly important that EPA met these deadlines. It may not seem like a very big deal, but it really is. It's part of how you build confidence in a system, and so hats off to Wendy, you and your team. Thanks.
Thank you, Jim. Dimitri, no truer words. Oh, what a difference a year makes. Given that this time last year you were the go-to guy in the Senate on all things Republican with respect to this bill, and now you are in the private sector speaking from a slightly different perch. Interested in your views on how we got here.
Right. Well, thank you for having me, Lynn and Dr. Goldman. And I think this is a great kind of event. These events, I think, are invaluable to have now and going forward, because as Richard and Jim and Wendy and Ernie and a lot of other folks can tell you, you can write a sentence, you can read that sentence over 1,000 times, and somebody will find a new way of interpreting it or a new problem with it or something like that. So continuing to talk through these issues and have a good kind of dialogue and discussion, I think, helps flush out a lot of problems and hopefully helps kind of achieve the ultimate goal of Congress and of EPA and others of having a good, credible chemical regulatory system in this country. You know, having spent about 8 years with the Senate Environment and Public Works Committee, I don't want to repeat the things that Chairman Shimkus said while he was here and how we got there and things like that. But you know, I really had the luck or not, depending on how you look at it, of being with this process from start to finish in a bipartisan way. And I think, you know, if I had to point to one thing that really got us over the edge and got us to where we are today, it's really kind of the courage and the leadership and the desire to get something done of the members of Congress who fought for this. Both Chairman Shimkus, Senator Udall, who will be speaking later today, of course, my boss is Senator Inhofe and Senator Vitter. You know, some of those folks, as Mr. Shimkus mentioned, doesn't have a lot of chemical industry in Southern Illinois in his district. Certainly my boss, Senator Inhofe, didn't either. But it was really kind of a desire to fix a problem, to find compromise, to make something work that was broken, and to do it in ways that you knew was going to upset a lot of people, some of them your friends. It was going to be very difficult. It started certainly a lot of fights, and I'll leave that to Senator Udall whether he wants to discuss those things or not. And then folks at the table, you know, of course, you know, Richard took a tremendous leap of faith in, I think, working with folks who a lot of people in the environmental community view as enemy number one. You know, he took a lot of heat, I think, from some of his colleagues. You know, I certainly had secret basement meetings with Jim and others at EPA at certain times, and when we pass each other in the hallway, I have to pretend like we didn't know who the other one was. But, you know, it's the desire to get something done and to work forward that really got us there. And I think that TSCA had a very unique aspect to it that we don't always have in other areas, and I think in part it was how we looked at it. I mean, one, there was an agreed upon problem. Everybody, industry, environmentalists, public health advocates, I mean, you name it, they said TSCA didn't work and it was broken. The problems were kind of readily understandable and available. And so, you know, instead of focusing on, well, here's our solution for it, and then butting heads and fighting that your solution is wrong, my solution is better, and getting nowhere, you know, it was really a focus on, well, what's wrong and how do we fix it? You know, I had the pleasure of being there when Senator Lautenberg, who had a bill for a very long time, came into Senator Inhofe's office and said, I just can't get anybody to work with me, and I can't figure out what I need to do on the right to get this, you know, some traction. And Senator Inhofe agreed to try to mend that, you know, relationship and get that going, and it was really out of a desire, I think they would both tell you, you know, for their families. Senator Lautenberg gave the speech many, many times at committee about how important it is to protect his grandchildren. Senator Inhofe, many may not know this about him, but pretty much everywhere he goes carries a picture in his pocket of his 20 kids and grandkids. So the idea that you're going to change a policy and protect the American public in a better way was a really admirable goal, I think, that both of those guys took on. You know, that led to a long dialogue. You'll have my colleague now at the firm, Ben Dunham, later today, and he was Lautenberg's longtime staffer on this issue, and you know, we kind of kicked it off. But again, it was as Mr. Shimkus said, you know, Senator Udall then stepping in when Senator Lautenberg passed away, and it was kind of the courage then of every next step. You had Republicans coming on board and working with an EPA that they didn't particularly like or trust. You had, you know, folks like Senator Inhofe and Senator Vitter fighting for more regulatory ability from an agency. Certainly, I can tell you I had a lot of meetings with Oklahomans in my 8 years in the Senate, and not one was asking for more EPA regulation. So it was something that he was doing, you know, for other reasons, and he felt very strongly that it was a good thing to do. You know, I think just to echo what folks up here have said, EPA deserves huge kudos. I couldn't agree more with what Jim said, that the way of bringing credibility to the new law, I mean, step one is meeting your deadlines, and Congress certainly gave a lot of pretty aggressive deadlines, and to mix that into a interesting, to say the least, you know, presidential election and changes in administrations and things like that to continue the work. You know, whatever folks may think of the new administration and the new leadership, you know, they have made this a priority, and with budget cuts and things everywhere else, this has been a focus of theirs, and increasing funding and making sure that this process works. You know, again, working for a member from the state of Oklahoma, we engaged now Administrator Pruitt very early in the process and told him what we were working on, and the importance of it, not only for protecting human health and the environment, but also for the regulated community and for industry, and making sure that we had a system that worked in this country, and frankly that could be a model for other systems across the world. So I think working along those lines and getting these rules out and things out, you know, the first 10 chemicals, the scopes, and all those things is a huge deal. Yeah, I think one thing that I've certainly spoke on many, many times is the necessary flexibility that was built into the law. That was never something, again, that Republicans were very confident on and happy with, giving EPA the ability to kind of make different decisions at different times and look at things differently. But I think there was a recognition that this is not a one-size-fits-all approach. You can't review every chemical the same. They're very different uses. They're very different, you know, hazards and exposures and all sorts of different things. So that was always built in there. We always knew that a lot of it was going to come in the interpretation after the law's passage and the implementation. And you know, you've seen, I think, a very, very small percentage of where we will go in the future in that space. Just getting the rules out is a big first procedural step. And from my view, I know some, you know, well, I'm sure we'll have a debate about some of these things, or a good discussion at least. But, you know, a lot of the rule aimed to protect that flexibility and not lock the agency into a system where every time they had to do the same thing. Or, again, to what Jim said, you know, waste time and resources. But, you know, again, to another point of Jim's, it's got to be credible. It's got to be comprehensive. And I think that there's some language in there. And I think the hope is for sure that it gets interpreted in a way that incorporates the right conditions of use, and that goes through a system that's credible, and that folks, you know, I have a sense that when scoping documents come out in the future, the left will pick 5 of the 10 and say didn't include enough uses, and the right will pick 5 of the 10 or more and say that included too many uses. So it's going to be tough, and it's going to upset people, but again, I think having that dialogue is good, and I think preserving some of that flexibility that Congress built in in places is not a bad thing either. I mean, at the end of the day, I think what we all wanted, what the members of Congress wanted, is a law that worked. We had decades of a law that did nothing. Obviously, asbestos is the poster child. Obviously, that's now one of the first 10 chemicals. So after 26, 27 years of no action in the TSCA space, that's changing. We've kickstarted a process, and there are 10 chemicals in review. And more importantly than just the review, EPA now has the ability to do something about it at the end of that review process if they find that there is an unreasonable risk and that they need to take an action. It needs to be credible. It needs to regulate in some instances. It needs to give a clean bill of health in other instances, and that's going to be kind of the measure of the law, and it's going to take years to figure out how well it works. When Jim talks about how well it was written and things like that, I often stay up at night wondering if in 1976 there was meetings just like this where people thought how great the law was. And no, okay, that's good to know. Sometimes I wonder how much I want myself associated with it. But I think, again, the true test is really where we're going to be in 10 years, in 15 years, in 20 years. How many chemicals have we managed to review? And again, it's about reviewing the chemicals. It's about doing an in-depth scientific study. It's not only a measure of regulation, because there are uses in chemicals that are going to be found safe. There are certainly uses in chemicals that should be and will be regulated at the end of the process. But I think it's such a big undertaking and process that it'll really be, decades until we figure out where we are. So with that.
Great, thank you, Dimitri. There's got to be a Netflix series or a book deal in there somewhere. I'm convinced of it.
It would probably end up in the fiction section because nobody would believe it was real.
Well, we will turn the microphone over to Richard for your insights.
Thank you. I spent nearly every waking hour since last Thursday on these new rules. And I can tell you, I would not recommend it as a way to spend a nice weekend. But right now, I actually want to do something different. I want to put those and the other TSCA implementation activities underway into the context of our current situation. The common ground that allowed the passage of this law a year ago has already been mentioned. Everybody agreed the old law was not working, and that a stronger federal chemical management system was necessary to restore confidence in the marketplace and among the public over the safety of chemicals. Those facts are as true today as they were over the last years that led to the passage of the law a year ago. This past year started, I think, on a good track. Very good prospects for strong implementation of the law. EPA hit the ground running. Based on numerous stakeholder meetings, it has managed to get these 3 major framework rules out. The first 10 chemicals got identified, and as people have said, despite absolutely no phase-in and no new resources, EPA implemented the major changes made to the new chemicals provisions of the law, and has steadily reduced the backlog that temporarily developed, despite some stakeholders' lack of patience with what EPA needed to do to implement the new law. But this situation has quickly changed with a new administration and with one-party control of Congress, with many now in power intent on implementing the most anti-environmental and anti-regulatory climate and agenda that we've witnessed in modern times. While my remarks on this and my second panel this afternoon are going to be critical in a number of ways, I want to emphasize right up front that they are not meant to disparage in any way the dedicated EPA staff who have worked tirelessly to ensure strong health protective implementation of this law. But we cannot view TSCA reform in isolation. The administration's agenda threatens it, not to mention public health and environmental protections more generally. Among these threats, a whole slew of executive orders and legislation that would grind the regulatory process to a halt. Some, like the Regulatory Accountability Act, would impose requirements across the entire federal government that TSCA reform just eliminated. A proposed EPA budget that would dramatically slash resources and staffing across the agency, including in areas and core functions that are vital to the effective implementation of this new law. Legislation that seeks to limit what scientific information EPA can utilize and what advice it can receive on science issues. Initial indications that EPA intends to alter the composition of long-standing science panels, including the new TSCA one, in order to deselect independent scientists and allow industry scientists with conflicts of interest to serve. And the recent appointment of officials at EPA that come directly from the chemical industry and have had a heavy hand in rewriting the rules that were issued just last week. Many of these actions have had the strong support of the chemical industry. Now, there have been certainly some symbolic efforts to try to preserve TSCA reform within this maelstrom, including an effort to preserve the budget of the TSCA office. But it is very hard to see how these are going to help, taking place in the eye of the hurricane that all of these other forces have unleashed. Then there are the rules themselves. They have changed dramatically, with many, in fact, the vast majority of changes reflecting those that the industry requested in its comments. Many of those changes will reduce public health protection. Some are contrary to law or counter to the scientific evidence. To provide one critical example, in the risk evaluation rule, in its preamble, EPA expressly states that it will not examine certain conditions of use and may not examine other conditions of use even where they can clearly present risks to health or the environment. These rules need to be examined in two ways. First is what the rules say, and second, what they say about how they will be implemented by this EPA, which is really important to consider under the kind of climate that I've described that we're living under. While the rules themselves do not always foreclose EPA doing the right thing, language in their preamble signals trouble ahead that we will likely first see in action in how EPA approaches those first 10 chemicals. Last week's documents already reveal some dangerous signs. If EPA fails to examine real-world public health risks in the evaluations of these first 10 chemicals, it may fatally undermine confidence in the new law, and that's in no one's interest. Let me close by saying something that I would have thought would have been obvious, but apparently is not. Industry does not get what it needs, restoring confidence, if this law is implemented in a manner that destroys the careful balance that allowed its passage in the first place. And the things will just go right back to the situation that we faced that drove the industry finally to the table to support reform in the first place. So at this one-year mark, while EDF remains confident that the law is strong and can and will ultimately deliver on its promises, its effective implementation in the near term is severely threatened, and EDF intends to remain ever watchful. Thank you.
Thank you, Richard. I knew you would have a few things to say about the final rules, and we appreciate your candor. We really do. Ernie, you want to close out the opening remarks?
Yeah. First, I'd like to say I noted that Richard's glass was half empty. That does kind of capture.
Less.
The other thing I'd mention is that I insist that the uses that I looked at make sure that shampoos are safe for dogs. So since I care for them more than a lot of people that I've been working with. I'm happy that ELI is looking at chemicals, which has not been a core area of their activity. They've looked at climate and wetlands. But what they have looked at eliminated the interest of a large part of the business community. And building more support for ELI as a convener, as an honest broker, I think is really important. I've been involved with them for many years. I was very disappointed when corrosion-proof fittings shot down the asbestos rule. My father died of mesothelioma, so I had a personal stake in that. And of course, it faded into history after a while, but that was the kind of failure that I really hoped that this law would address, and I think it does. In fact, I think the United States now has the strongest chemical control law in the world. You can look at some of the other laws like REACH in Europe, but the distance between what the law says and implementation is much greater in Europe than will ever be in the United States, in part because NGOs have the ability to challenge failures, and in part because they never really intended to have a law that would impose significant pain on business in the European Union. Everybody has to submit a registration. Only 13% were going to be looked at. And there wasn't an alternative mechanism for forcing review of the others. So I think we should keep in mind that are there deficiencies in this from the NGO side, from the business side? Absolutely. We have the best law in the world. I have reservations about one particular section, which you might guess, because I used to manage the PMN program. But it's a product regulation law. It's not like the Clean Air Act, Clean Water Act, RCRA, so forth. What does that mean? It means it's much harder to evaluate the compromises. Most of that will evolve as we see the rules being carried out. But it's not like NGOs want 90% control, industry wants 3%, and you come to a compromise someplace in the middle. There's no clear target of control for TSCA, and there couldn't be. So the measure will be, how is EPA doing? Getting the rules out on time was incredibly critical to credibility. And I know for my former members when I was with the cleaning products industry, our key concern was a credible law. And we swallowed some, or my members swallowed a lot of pain in order to get that. In some cases, I wish they hadn't, because ultimately the choices that were faced by everybody was, do you come to the table and come to agreement, or do you end up with the old law forever, or for all intents and purposes forever? If this had failed, I don't see this Congress or the next Congress picking it up again. So it was very, very important that everybody look at, what's my alternative here? And from the industry side, the alternative was a patchwork of poorly thought out, scientifically incompetent state and retailer rules that would make it very difficult to market national products, and it would inhibit innovation that actually in many cases is positive from an environmental health and safety standpoint. Environmental health and safety is driving a lot of the innovation in the chemical industry. And if you inhibit that, you inhibit some potentially very valuable improvements. Cold water detergent was held up for quite a while because the what used to be called the Safer Choice Program didn't like one of the amines, as if there was a large delta in toxicity between that amine and any other amine that could have been used in the products. In the meantime, savings of an incredible amount of energy and water were foregone. while everybody screwed around with something that wasn't going to make a difference from a risk standpoint. So we can't quantify the compromise. I would really be remiss in not mentioning the role that EDF played in this. As you might have guessed, Richard and I don't agree on a lot of things here, but he took an incredible amount of abuse, and EDF took a lot of risks with their constituencies to hang in there with this. Risks that other environmental groups weren't willing to take and would have ultimately left us with the old law. And I really think we should acknowledge the fact that if there is one group that could have killed this dead, it was EDF or the NGO community. So it was critical to have somebody in the NGO community who was willing to learn how this worked and defend the improvements that were being made. And I know Richard isn't happy with some elements of that and personnel decision, whatever. We are going to have a much stronger law. The one thing that I think threatens innovation more than anything else is the deletion of Section 112G, which is Section 5G, excuse me, I'm back in the Clean Air Act. Section 5G. Section 5G said that EPA gets 90 days to review a pre-manufacture notice. It has some options for extending that. EPA has been very successful in getting PMN submitters to voluntarily stop the clock and give EPA the information it felt it needed, or taking the option of simply withdrawing their PMN. The law as it was amended required an affirmative determination of safety on EPA's part. That meant that the 90-day period meant nothing. That deadline means nothing, except for the good faith of the EPA staff actually trying to meet it. But in terms of having any legal defense out of that, there was none. And the whole balance that was struck in the past in the new chemical program has been severely compromised. If EPA takes a measured approach to the use of significant new use rules, to demands for additional data, and to its findings in the determination process, then my concerns could go away. EPA could implement this in a way that doesn't hurt innovation excessively. And I think we're incredibly lucky that somebody like Wendy has hung in there. I don't know that I would, well, I didn't, I actually left. Has hung in there, and you know, her experience goes back to the first days of the PMN program. I'm sorry to point that out, but and that kind of context, that kind of perspective is going to be absolutely critical, has already been absolutely critical, and I really congratulate Wendy and the staff at EPA, and Jones if I have to. He's now working for industry, so no, but seriously, Wendy and Richard and the people like Dimitri and a few others I could mention who stayed at the table and worked on this even when it looked like it wasn't going to happen and they were going to take abuse no matter which way they went, made this possible, and I really congratulate them.
Thank you all for those remarks. Let me just spend a few minutes on some questions that I had previewed with the panel already, and I'm not going to do the easy ones up front in the interest of time. Rather, I would like to focus for just a minute on some remarks that Dean Goldman mentioned, and also I think that's on everyone's mind, and that is resourcing for the agency. Administrator Pruitt is on the Hill as we speak, defending the budget right now. And I think for those of us in the private sector, we recognize that the agency is very, very busy. And we really do worry a little bit about whether the resourcing, the capacity, the bandwidth is there and will be there for years to come, particularly given the proposed budget. Now, I know, Wendy, you probably can't speak, significantly and deeply on that topic, but I would be interested in the panelists and Wendy, your views in particular regarding how the agency is preparing itself for a potentially diminished budget, and also speak to the issue of some of the morale issues that we've seen. I think Dean Goldman's remarks were pertinent to, we applaud EPA's efforts. We recognize the commitment. We see that Brian Grant's in the audience and a lot of other EPAers that have worked tirelessly on a very, very complicated law. We just want to make sure that you have the support and the resources you need to implement it in a way that Congress intended. And on a slimmed down budget and with people looking at some 1,228 potential buyout offers in the making, how do you square that in a way that will give the American public comfort that it's getting done?
So I will say, in the President's 2018 budget, the chemicals program does not take a reduction, and in fact we take a increase. There is, but fees remain very, very important as part of that budget, both for the chemicals program and for the pesticides program. So there's some uncertainty there. One, when will we have a final fees rule in place, and will that adequately fund what it needs to fund? I think Jim brought up some issues in relation to the fees rule. So that's a question that's out there. And then in terms of what happens in the budget elsewhere in EPA and how that affects us, we have been working very closely with colleagues across the agency on different issues, obviously with Office of Research and Development on risk evaluation, as well as development of alternative testing methods and so forth. So we're hoping that we will be able to continue to work closely with them, and that over time we get even more aligned in terms of where their research is focused and what we need in terms of that kind of support. But also with colleagues in the Air Office, some of the first 10 chemicals are also of interest to the Air Office, the Water Office, the Land and Emergency Management Program, and so forth. So, it's important that we be able to continue to work with those programs, but they are not being eliminated. So we're, I think we'll be able to continue that work across the agency. I think it is difficult for staff, certainly across the agency, just the uncertainty of all of this. There's the usual uncertainty that you get with a political transition, a presidential transition of any kind, and then the uncertainty about the budget. What we have been talking to staff about is the fact that the president proposes the budget. I think Chairman Shimkus said this, Congress disposes, so we don't know what the final EPA budget is going to look like. Certainly, those of us who've been senior managers in the agency for many years are looking at ways to make sure that staff who don't want to leave the agency won't be leaving the agency, and there are different ways we're looking at doing that. In terms of the buyouts, I can say that each program had the opportunity to look at how to structure that buyout, and very, I can say for the chemicals and the pesticides program, our number one goal was not doing a buyout that would damage our ability to carry out either TSCA or the pesticides laws. So I think we have structured a buyout that will do that. I think that's true for my colleagues in other parts of the agency as well. But, it is a time of uncertainty. It's hard for staff, particularly junior staff, who haven't been through these transitions before, and who, if there were involuntary reductions in force, would be, first in line in some cases. So it's another challenge that we face in getting this work done. But I think the fact that we went from proposed to final rules, got all these scope documents out, many staff were involved in those, shows that people know they're working on something important and they can focus on it. And I will say the administration has been very clear from the get-go that implementation of TSCA is a very high priority. I've been asked many, many times, do you have what you need to get the job done? What can we do to help you get what you need to get the job done? So that focus is definitely there. So that's a very frank,
No, it's excellent. And your leadership, Wendy, obviously is reflected in the timeliness and depth of the rules that came out. Richard, Jim, any comments on budget, staffing, and morale?
Well, I'll just add one thing to what I said already on this, and that is the cuts that are being proposed to the research side of the agency. And research is sort of a broad term there. It provides numerous functions that support the TSCA work. 5 of the first 10 chemicals that are slated for risk evaluations have hazard characterizations that were done by the IRIS program, for example. The computational toxicology and development of new testing methods. These are things that are being proposed to be cut to the bone. 50% cut in ORD's budget is what's proposed. The budget eliminates the STAR research program entirely. And that is a program that the National Academy just last week issued a report about that said it was working, it was doing incredible research, it was helping to reduce the costs of regulations as well as public health protections. Proposal is to zero it out. So, I totally appreciate that EPA is trying to do the best it can, but when you start eliminating enforcement, information management resources in the agency, there's simply no way to pretend like we can sort of cordon off this one little part of the agency and have it function.
I would agree with much of what Richard said. I think that people often don't understand how much of what the Office of Research and Development does. It's actually very operational in its nature. We had umpteen meetings with them before picking asbestos as a first-time chemical because our scientists in OCSPP said that's where the expertise lies, the hazard expertise. And so they wanted to ensure that if I was going to put that on the list, that I had ORD's commitment that they were going to do the science to support it. And we went all the way up the chain, and we had, from the junior levels to the then AA, and if there's not going to be much of an ORD, it's hard to see how they're going to support the asbestos work. And that's just one example of the degree to which they support the chemicals program. That's true for pesticides as well. The computational toxicology issue is another one where it was always obvious to me that the development of that science is what was going to allow EPA in the future to have throughput that would be well beyond what is the minimum in the statute. I think everybody would like to see that, but in the absence of that science existing, it's hard to see how that will ever be we will ever be able to grab that opportunity. And it's unfortunate. As anyone who's ever been in a car knows, no enforcement, no law. And that is going to hurt industry more as much as it will people who are harmed by these compounds, because you get this companies who are, they follow the law, that's part of their culture, and then you get some who don't, and then the ones who follow are the ones who are harmed by the ones who don't.
Just to quickly kind of put it into perspective, though, I mean, the operative word in what we're talking about is proposed, and it's not the president's budget that sets these levels, it's Congress. President Obama had budgets that he put forward that I believe in my time there got 0 votes in the United States Senate for certain years, that cut programs that were very supported bipartisan, like the state revolving fund at EPA. So, I know it's not what folks like to see in an administration that doesn't share kind of their priorities and their principles, but, the idea that we're going to have this level of cuts, I think Senator Udall will probably speak to this afternoon and raise some serious doubt over the success of those ideas.
Understood. I guess just the cuts need to be viewed in the broader context of, as Richard said, broader assault on environmental regulation generally. So I wouldn't.
That's not how I would probably characterize it.
Very quickly, I think industry needs to be very measured in how it responds to the assessment of fees, to budget requests from EPA for this program in particular. And one thing we have, the watch out is this. It's been up here in the policy world, when you start talking about dollars and cents, middle managers get involved that have not been involved in any of the discussions of the trade-offs. Small companies, many of whom have not been really focused on this, are going to be involved. And I guess I'm still in industry, we in industry need to work with EPA. First of all, we need to be careful about not being overly critical of what EPA does to get resources. But we also need to work with EPA to reach out to the elements in the business community that won't automatically accept our judgments of the importance of this being a fully funded program.
I have about 15 more questions, and I'm obviously not going to have time, but I also want to give the audience an opportunity to raise questions with our distinguished panel here before I proceed.
Just remind the webinar folks to type.
And if there are folks on our extended audience that would like to raise a question, let us know. Michael?
Thanks, Lynn. Ernie alluded to one of the factors that really got industry to the table in this process was in the absence of effective chemical regulation under the old TSCA, the private sector was increasingly acting. Walmart, Target really became the chemical regulatory entities in the U.S. economy. And as Ernie also alluded, not always particularly rigorous process, more you show up on 16 sin lists, you must be bad, therefore don't put it in the products. Bit of a chaotic way to try to manage a complex value chain. That's going to change, and I think one of the things we're going to see as the agency begins to move through priority chemicals, that the private sector will still probably lead some of the agency actions. When these risk assessments start to come out and cast doubt on chemicals and certain uses, I think the private sector will move faster in many cases than the agency will to complete the sort of get them out of the market piece. For that to work effectively in terms of overall benefits to human health and the environment, there have to be good alternatives, good substitutes available so that these new substitutes are in fact demonstrably better than the old. And as someone who spent 30 years in a major chemical company, I know that making these changes is incredibly difficult. I think people fail to appreciate how hard it is to make even a single chemical substitution. And so those substitutes have to lead the ban in order for any of this to work. Long wind up. So the pitch is, how confident are the panelists that under the new TSCA, the agency really is going to be able to do the work it needs to do to help ensure a steady stream of these better alternatives into the market at a pace and at a time to facilitate the other desired goal, which is to get stuff out that really should no longer be in use in certain applications.
Wendy, does it have your name on it?
Sure, I'll take a crack at it. I'm sure others have used too. It's obviously a very challenging issue. We've seen it with the assessments we did prior to the new law being passed for the work plan chemicals and the proposed rules that we've put out there for those. And I'd say over the last year, we've had quite a few companies representing different industries come in and talk to us about the importance of understanding their supply chains, their product development schedules and processes and so forth, because of the concern about lead time to be able to switch to either alternative chemicals or alternative processes, that sort of thing. So I think as we look to the process of evaluating existing chemicals, even as we're, I think an interesting part of the discussion that we'll have this coming fall on prioritization will be what role, if any, does the availability of alternatives for different uses play into the prioritization process? That's one conversation to have. And then when does EPA start looking at that in the risk evaluation process? Do you sort of prejudge the outcome of certain uses for chemicals by starting to look at alternatives or not? And and obviously it plays a huge role in how any risk mitigation gets structured and the timing of that and so forth. So it's going to be challenging. The range of uses of chemicals that we look at under TSCA is huge. And, so many different uses, particularly you look at the first 10 chemicals, there are a lot of solvents in there. Huge range of uses there. So it's a challenge, and I think we're going to be looking to work with, all of the stakeholders and kind of figuring out how to address that. And then obviously the new chemicals program plays a role in that as well. What can we do to, both encourage the development of better alternatives and vet them appropriately? So, and that vetting process takes place in the new chemicals program. It can take place in voluntary activities like Safer Choice. So,
do others on the panel have a response? Because I know, Michael, to some extent, your question seemed to go to perhaps comment from the panel on whether the flip as to 10% of chemicals used to be regulated under old TSCA and upwards now of 80 to 90% are coming out of the new chemicals process with some degree of regulation as I think non-5E snurs will be reintroduced and significant new use rules are coming out in greater regularity. One of my questions goes to, was that an intended, did we all see that coming as part of new TSCA, the revisions to Section 5? Because I didn't see that coming when I looked at the law when it first came out, last June. But any thoughts on that, Jim, Dimitri? Strangely quiet.
No, I don't think that we had flagged specifically the non-5E snur before the law passed. I think it was once we began to figure out, okay, now it's in front of us, and then you look at, well, that's really not an option there. And but we did not dwell. It may have been, again, it may have been flagged by somebody within the organization, but it was certainly not getting a lot of senior level attention until the law passed.
I can certainly say that from our perspective, one of the major flaws in the old system was that it had a system in which chemical went through a fairly cursory review. Unless EPA had enough information to make a may present finding, that chemical went on the market and anybody could use it for anything without even telling EPA they were doing that. So a major objective was for EPA to have to look at the potential for that chemical to be used in ways beyond those that were intended by the PMN submitter. We're going to have a lot more debate and discussion over how that problem gets solved, given what we think is a clear mandate in the law for EPA to do that when it's reviewing a PMN. And that is, stay tuned.
There will be much more discussion on that topic later on this afternoon, because we absolutely don't share your view, Richard, that under the old chemical program, chemicals were reviewed at a cursory level. But in any event, reasonable people can disagree on that. Do we have other questions from the audience or any? Yes? Oh, right. Larry. Emily, if you would give Larry the microphone.
Oh, hi. Thank you. I have a question that may be too complicated to answer quickly given the time, but I'm curious, given the amount of time that was spent in the debate on preemption, particularly during the developmental phases of the final language, are you expecting anything to occur in light of the recent issuance of the scoping documents or other kind of behaviors? And if so, are you likely to be pleased with the outcomes given the language that ultimately expanded greatly that at least passage in the statute?
Are you asking what are the effects with regard to state preemption of the decisions made on these first 10 chemicals?
Look at the scoping documents and anticipate. I mean, more in light of what you now know and a year later, do you think the objectives were obtained with regard to the great deal of time that was spent in the debate and lead up to tweaking the language on preemption? And will, both the regulated community and other groups be pleased with the outcomes?
It's not a preemption issue per se, but indirectly it gets to it. I think that I've heard some buzz in the state community that if EPA doesn't do anything to finalize the 3 proposed restrictions that the Obama administration did, that a state may decide, perhaps they will, to try to spur activity. That's the only thing I've heard that sort of falls somewhat in that. And that's just sort of people talking about, what are creative ways to use the law as it's written now to sort of move things.
I think it goes back to what I think everybody up here said at one point or another. It's just a little bit too early to tell. A lot of the first 10 chemicals are not chemicals that, we don't see, asbestos has been out there for a long time. California is not rushing to implement new regulations on asbestos that the scoping or the labeling at high priority is going to prevent. Even to some extent, the first, tens, dozens of chemicals that we're going to be dealing with are on the work plan that states have probably targeted already, the ones that are going to do something. So I think a lot of it's going to kick in a little bit further down the road, and it's probably going to take, I think the more immediate preemptive effect is probably going to be the EPA final rules rather than the pause preemption that was, a very hotly debated topic.
Any other burning question we need to deal with now? Yes. Emily, right up here in the front.
Thank you. Should be a relatively brief question. First of all, thank you all for coming. Really appreciate your time. Within the realm of computational toxicology, do we expect moving forward to see any reform with regard to sort of our computation using no observed effect concentrations and lowest observed effect concentrations? A lot of studies which are done in controlled animal populations. Do we expect to see any reform with regard to measures that could more accurately predict the effect on human populations? Not suggesting human testing, but thank you.
Ernie, it looks like you want to, or Richard?
Well,
Quickly, yeah.
we've given ACI, my former home, has given a lot of thought to this. We've done some papers that showed that computational toxicology has saved and will save tens of millions of dollars, not to mention hundreds of thousands or more animals, something which is important to me. Obviously, human health comes first, but if you can avoid animal testing, it's something that should be a high priority, and computational toxicology is the only way to get there. There's going to be evolution in that area. That's the one area that I'm most concerned about, the cuts to R&D, because that's where these innovations will come from, or that's where industry's innovations, suggested innovations, will get validated. So it's really critical. It's going to be forced. It's going to be too expensive to implement this law just by killing a lot of rats, mice, dogs, chickens, whatever, fish.
Richard? Okay. Wendy, did you? Okay. I think in the interest of time, what I would suggest doing, holding your questions as they relate to any of these issues, because we have a science panel and a regulatory panel following our luncheon addresses by Bonnie Lautenberg and Senator Udall later on. So please, right now, before you all adjourn for lunch, please give a big round of applause for our panelists. You all did an outstanding job. Great questions, and if you have questions for any of our speakers, I think several of them will be around for a little bit over the lunch hour. Thank you.
Thanks, everyone. Lunch is available behind where the coffee was this morning. We will be back in the room at promptly 1 o'clock for a virtual address by Bonnie Lautenberg. I got a preview of it last week. It's fantastic. You don't want to miss it. Thanks. Good afternoon, everyone. Thanks for coming back. A big thank you again to our sponsors, Bergeson and Campbell and the Environmental Defense Fund, for lunch today. They helped us provide that. One thing we haven't mentioned all day is that this is available to those of you here and online for free. And that is a function of ELI having such great partners in GW Public Health School here, and our law firm and NGO and corporate members as well. So another shout out to our sponsors. To kick off the afternoon sessions, we have a very special presentation. I have the distinct pleasure of introducing Bonnie Englebardt Lautenberg. Bonnie is an acclaimed photographer, writer, and philanthropist. Her photographs are included in both private and public museum collections. But pertinent to today's discussion, as the widow of the late Senator Frank R. Lautenberg, Bonnie continues their shared commitment to chemical safety and making the world a better, safer, and more sustainable place. And as you'll hear, she had a very important role in getting the Lautenberg Act through Congress and onto President Obama's desk. Bonnie is joining us today from beautiful Aspen, Colorado. We very much appreciate your time today, Bonnie, and thanks so much for joining us. You're on the big screen, and the floor is yours.
Thank you, Brett, and good afternoon, everybody in Washington and all those participating via this nationally webcast video stream. This is a first for me, so I hope my remarks come across clearly on this computer-generated screen. I am reading my remarks, so it'll be a little awkward with me looking into the camera and trying to read my remarks. So, as Brett said, I am in Aspen, and I was really thrilled that I was invited to speak today, and sorry I couldn't be there in person. I want to thank ELI and Dr. Lynn Goldman of the George Washington University Milken Institute School of Public Health for hosting this forum and celebrating the one-year anniversary of the passage of the Frank R. Lautenberg Chemical Safety for the 21st Century Act. Before I get into my remarks, I just wanted to say something about President Trump's implementation of this law. This law was written to make our country a safer place for all of us, our children and grandchildren. This was Frank's guiding principle when he began his fight more than a decade ago, and it was Senator Udall's guiding principle when he took over after Frank's death. But you can't protect our health and our children's health if you don't follow the law and the science. I am not a scientist, but like many of you, I read Richard Denison's blog and heard Richard this morning. Richard is a scientist, so when he raises concerns about EPA's new TSCA rules, I worry that President Trump's appointees are ignoring the clear intent of the great men and women who wrote it. I heard Dimitri speaking this morning, and I too was thinking about the congressional budget, and I hope if the congressional budget is the budget that counts, that they will not cut the EPA budget to properly implement TSCA. Today, I'd like to share with you all my experience as a first-hand witness to the events that led to the law, from Frank's initial work to raise awareness of the issue to President Obama's signing a year ago. Many of us were in that South Court auditorium within the Eisenhower Executive Office building at the White House last June 22nd for this event, which was so exciting to finally have a president sign this bill, which took 10 years of excruciating work by so many people. I was so honored to be on that stage with President Obama, Senators Vitter and Tom Udall, and all the other members of the House and Senate who worked so hard to get this bill passed, and with Gina McCarthy, the head of EPA. I was so grateful to Richard Denison, Lisa Huguenin, Cal Dooley, Jim Jones, Trevor Schaefer, Moms Clean Air Force, and so many other people who made this happen. While up there, I was thinking about the people who will benefit by this change in this new law and how moms can finally shop for cleaning products that they'll use in their kids' rooms without everybody worrying about the toxic effects on their children. This was an enormous moment in all of our lives. It was a change that took 10 years in the making, but 40 years from the time that pathetic 1976 TSCA bill was first passed. I stood on that stage looking into the audience and saw so many of you who were of great help to me the last 3 years and other extraordinary people I met while working on this bill. I saw my children, grandchildren, the Lautenberg siblings, their children, all beaming with pride. It was a happy day, but a sad day, because the bill's namesake, my late husband, Senator Frank Lautenberg, was not there to witness the culmination of the work he had started and worked on for the last 7 years of his life. Frank was so passionate about this bill. He told me many times, this bill was even more important than his legacy piece of legislation, no smoking in airplanes. He could not understand why it was so tough to get Republicans to understand how important this bill was. Didn't they see what he saw? Didn't they know what he and his Democratic colleagues knew? Maybe they didn't have a father who worked in the silk mills of Paterson, New Jersey, and in an environment that was dirty, polluted, and unhealthy. When Frank was 11 years old, his father took him to work and took him over to the machine he worked on, took Frank's little hand and swiped it across the machine, showing him all the dust and dirt that came from working in that silk mill. It was an environmental hazard that eventually took Sam Lautenberg's life from cancer when Frank was just 18 years old. Frank Lautenberg understood from that young age the effect of a dangerous working environment, the effects of chemicals on manufacturing, the effects that chemicals had on our lives. Frank Lautenberg spent his career fighting the underdog. His guiding principles in his 28 years in the Senate was about saving lives and making our environment better for everyone's children and grandchildren. When he worked on his no smoking bill, he had to fight his own Democratic colleagues who were the Southern senators from the tobacco states at that time. But he did and got that bill passed. When he wrote the law stopping domestic abusers from possessing guns, he figured out how to get that law passed. He banned ocean dumping after dirty needles were washing up in the New Jersey beaches. He wrote the Right to Know law, which gave communities the right to know about toxic releases spewing out of the chimneys of their industrial buildings so they could organize and do something about it. So it shouldn't surprise any of you that in 2005, with a small number of environmental groups and Democratic senators, that Frank Lautenberg began introducing legislation to reform TSCA. In 2009, he became chairman of the subcommittee with jurisdiction over TSCA and began holding hearings. He called Lisa Jackson, EPA head at that time, legal experts, scientists, companies that wanted more federal regulation in order to give their customers assurances that products were safe, and most importantly, people whose lives were affected by diseases linked to environmental exposure. Frank always wanted to hear the voices of the people on the ground. He began building support for the Safe Chemicals Act, his aggressive bill to overhaul TSCA. Hundreds of NGOs endorsed it, and 36 Democrats co-sponsored it. But it got no support from major companies and no support from Republicans, despite the fact that Frank sat down one-on-one with a dozen Republicans and asked them to negotiate. The bill passed the Environment and Public Works Committee on a party line vote, but Senate leadership refused to schedule a floor vote. We had 0 Republican votes and even some Democrats in opposition. Soon after the failure to get a floor vote, David Vitter became the Republican on the committee, the top Republican on the committee. Senator Vitter had been working on his own TSCA bill for 3 years and was now asking moderate Democrats to work with him on the bill. Vitter asked Senator Joe Manchin of West Virginia to be the lead Democrat, but Manchin refused, saying Frank Lautenberg came down here to Washington, as sick as he was, to vote on both their gun legislation, and he would never do that to him. He said to David Vitter, "You must work with Frank Lautenberg." After 6 weeks of secret negotiations, they announced a bill that was co-sponsored by 12 Republicans and 12 Democrats and endorsed by the editorial boards of the New York Times and the Washington Post. The day of the announcement was the last day Frank Lautenberg would ever be in his Senate office. He died on June 3rd, 3 weeks later. At the same time, opposition to his deal with Vitter was mobilizing. The main issue was taking away the ability of states to act on chemicals, but a number of other details came under attack. With Frank, the bill's Democratic champion, gone, it seemed certain that the bill would die. Frank had a grand funeral where 140 people came up from Washington, including Senator Vitter. I greeted each person who came up and spoke to Tom Udall, saying he had to step in and take Frank's place. There was also a phone call afterwards. From my point of view, Tom Udall was the natural person to take over Frank's role. He too was a great environmentalist, and a champion on these issues. Tom met with David Vitter over a dinner and committed to working together on this bill. They had never worked on anything before together. Tom Udall worked tirelessly for more than 3 years and faced many vicious, unfair, and untrue attacks, even from fellow senators, but he never took the bait. He remained thoughtful, cheerful, and kind no matter what was thrown at him. It was the best kind of toughness. He overcame negativity with positivity. He overcame dirty tricks by focusing on the substance and playing fair with all his colleagues. Tom Udall embodies all that is good in Washington, and stories like his should get many more headlines. The one terrible story I heard that day was the current chairperson of the Environment and Public Works was bad-mouthing Frank's bill on the airplane flying up to his funeral. It was the ultimate in bad manners and bad taste. Shortly after Frank's funeral, I received a call from two very special people from Frank's staff, Dan Katz and Ben Dunham, Frank's chief of staff and chief counsel. They asked me to come down to meet with the people from the Environmental Defense Fund. I met with Richard Denison, Jack Pratt, and Sarah Vogel. They wanted my help in continuing Frank's work on TSCA. Somehow, this morphed into a letter I wrote that Tom Udall read during a hearing, and then asked me to work on this TSCA bill with his office. I had no idea how I could help, but I was committed to doing whatever I could to continue working on this bill. I must say Dan Katz and Ben Dunham were totally involved in this entire process. They were enormously supportive of this bill and me all the way. They were a huge help in advising me, teaching me, and helping me navigate the process. At the suggestion of Senator Udall's office, I made several phone calls to the senators to garner their support to co-sponsor the bill. The first call was the hardest, and I can't remember who I reached first because I called so many and left so many messages. But the response was amazing, and the appreciation for my call was warm and welcoming, which gave me the confidence to keep calling both Democratic and Republican senators. My call to Senator Coons was wonderful, as I got to know a lot about him as the only scientist in the Senate who was very interested in supporting this bill. Senator Inhofe was amazing to me, too. His comment to me was, Bonnie, because you called me, I am going to co-sponsor this bill. That gave me so much confidence to call all these other senators I did not know. I got to know about each senator and created a relationship of some sort just by those short phone calls. Jonathan Black was my contact in Senator Udall's office, and he was just as intelligent, supportive, and helpful as Dan and Ben in my husband's office. Senator Udall invited me to speak at a hearing of the Environment and Public Works Committee, where I got to see firsthand the opposition on this bill. On the day of the EPA hearing, I went to a small anteroom to wait for the hearing to start. In the room waiting for me was Congressman John Shimkus. I was so surprised. He wanted to let me know how supportive he was of this bill and wanted to be helpful to me. It was a lovely, grand gesture that I so appreciated. I was too preoccupied by my speech I was about to give to understand the effort that the day that he made to come and meet me. Thank you, Congressman Shimkus, for all you did when it came to supporting TSCA. I heard you this morning. So now it's time for the hearing, and I'm very nervous. I'm sitting at a table next to Tom Udall, who is no longer on the EPA committee because he changed committee assignments after the recent election. We are facing the senators. Senator Inhofe was now committee chair, and Boxer was ranking. It was amazing to finally have a supportive committee chair to help this bill pass. Senator Inhofe was fantastic, and I am forever grateful. I can't help but think that the former chair must be sorry she fought the bill for so long and wasted so much time instead of stepping up to the plate earlier to help implement states have certain rights that were in this final bill. Now, Senator Cory Booker had the job of welcoming me to the hearing. I was so nervous and such a neophyte in this process, I didn't even have the grace to thank Senator Cory Booker after he gave me the most elegant, over-the-top welcome to this hearing, and I have been mortified ever since. So thank you, Senator Booker, if there's any chance you or anybody on your staff is watching this hearing today. Senator Udall and Vitter kept working on this bill. I would check in from time to time and see how things were going. Sometimes things were at a standstill, the frustration hardly bearable. I would call Senator Udall and say, what can I do? Who can I call? He never gave up and always appreciated my wanting to do more. Then Senator Udall invited me to speak at a press conference outside the Senate. That was an amazing experience. To hear Senator Booker, who I didn't even thank at the hearing, call me the 101st senator on this bill, and Senator Carper called me the wind beneath their wings. Every senator kissed me and thanked me. It was all of them and their staffs who did all the work, and they were thanking me. I didn't tell you about the day Senator Udall called to tell me that the bill would be in Frank's honor, and they were calling it the Frank R. Lautenberg Chemical Safety for the 21st Century Act. That was so special, I wanted to cry. I was wishing Frank was on the phone with me, but maybe the souls live on and he knew everything that was going on. In October of 2015, we had another situation that caused huge delays in getting TSCA to the floor. Senator Burr and Senator Lee had differences on their Land and Water Conservation Fund, which had expired and needed to be reauthorized. Senator Burr and I attached their bill to our TSCA bill, and we could not have a vote on both bills together as it would never have passed. More delays, more negotiations, more work for all. I went to speak to Neil Chatterjee, the top environmental advisor to Senator McConnell. He could not have been nicer. He was doing all he could to try to move the Land and Water Conservation Fund bill somewhere else, but he was having a hard time figuring out how to do it so we could bring TSCA to the Senate floor. He was really trying to be helpful. I now had a relationship with all these wonderful staffers. They were extraordinary. Senator Udall and Vitter again tried to bring TSCA to the floor, but Senator Burr objected. Senator Udall was a huge supporter of the Land and Water Conservation Fund bill, but connecting the two bills was a disaster for us. Senator Udall asked the Land and Water Conservation asked to add the Land and Water Conservation bill as an amendment to the cybersecurity bill that was currently on the floor. This went on and on until Senator Udall was totally frustrated. I was totally furious with Senator Ayotte, as she was a mother with children, and she is holding up passing our chemical safety bill. Somehow, Neil Chatterjee and Majority Leader McConnell found a solution. We were almost at the home stretch. The House had voted for the bill, and the Senate would be next. We were hoping for a vote that day, but Senator Rand Paul would not allow the vote because he didn't have a chance to read the House bill. We were desperate for this vote. It had been 3 years since Frank died, and we were still working on this TSCA bill. We were all trying to get Senator Paul to change his mind. I went to the Capitol and waited for Senator McConnell to come out of the Senate chamber and asked him if he could do anything to get Senator Paul to change his mind and allow the vote. He said, it's not Senator Paul who's holding up the vote, it's Bernie Sanders. Bernie Sanders? I run to Senator Reid's office. I'm waiting outside his office when I see him coming down the hall. Hi, Bonnie. Come see me anytime, he said. I said, I need to speak to you right now. Is Bernie Sanders holding up this vote? No, he said. Now I call Senator Rand Paul's office. He is not in, but his assistant called back. By that time, I knew we would not have a vote that day. It was terribly disappointing because I was in Washington and wanted desperately to see a roll call vote on this bill, but it was not to be. It would happen several days later when Senator John McCain had the floor tied up, but allowed Senator Inhofe, chairman of the EPW committee, to take a few moments and have a voice vote on TSCA. Senator Vitter had no idea there would be a vote and left the Capitol to go home. Jonathan Black texts me text me to put the TV on. There was going to be a voice vote any second. Luckily, I saw the text, and sure enough, got to watch the voice vote on TV between Senator Inhofe and Senator Udall. They were very happy and even said, I know Bonnie Lautenberg's home watching this on TV right now. This was a surreal moment for me in my life to have two United States senators talk about me just as a bill passed on TV as I am watching this happen. So now the bill passed. It was a little anticlimactic, but having a roll call vote, but a little anticlimactic not having a roll call vote, but we were all euphoric that after 10 years and so much work to get it done, it had passed. What a life-changing experience for me personally, to see and learn how our legislative branch of government can work so beautifully when we have bipartisan cooperation and both parties truly work together on to get an important bill passed. It was a great honor and an enormous personal experience to be a very small part of this entire process. Chairman Inhofe was extraordinary, helping to get this bill passed. Thank you, Chairman Inhofe. It is crucial to have a chairman who supports your bill as opposed to one who fought the bill for many years, then realized for her own long-term reputation as an environmentalist, she had better come on board and try to help the process rather than kill it. The final step, a White House signing. Jonathan Black calls me. Please call Vice President Biden's office to make sure we get a really good signing ceremony. I cannot believe this, that Senator Udall's office is calling me to get a White House signing ceremony. Shocking. I did call and have no idea if my call helped in any way. We finally did have that great signing of the Frank Lautenberg Chemical Safety for the 21st Century Act 1 year ago on June 22nd, and Vice President Biden's office called me the day before to make sure everything was going well and asked if I was well taken care of. That was amazing. I also had another inside track. I found out that one of Frank Lautenberg's former drivers in his Senate office, Mark Antonovitz, was now working in the White House on environmental issues, and he was in charge of the signing ceremony. So we were as good as gold. Mark Antonovitz was in charge. We had seats for all the family. I was to be on the podium with all the senators and House members who worked on the bill, along with EPA's Gina McCarthy. President Obama never mentioned one person on that podium by name other than Gina McCarthy, me, and my late husband. It was a mortifying moment. Senators Udall and Bitter and Congressman Shimkus should have been mentioned, but it was Senator Lautenberg's driver who was running the show, and only Gina McCarthy, Senator Lautenberg, and I were mentioned by name by the president. So there really is a moral to this story. Always be kind to the person driving you in Washington, because you never know where who's going to end up next. Thank you all.
Bonnie, thank you so very much for joining us today. Like I said, I got to hear a preview, and this was even better the second time, Bonnie. I'm so glad everyone else got to hear that. Thank you so much for joining us. Please enjoy lovely Colorado. I hope you're spending some time outside. Please stay tuned and feel free to chime in through the webinar if you have anything to add in our later discussions. Thanks again, Bonnie, and it's just been a pleasure working with you on this.
Thanks.
We just have a quick transition to our next panel, if you'll bear with us. Lynn, can the first panel come down and we'll get your seats set up?
We're very pleased this afternoon to be able to kick off our next section one, I think, with, I just want to say, I kind of want to dedicate actually this session to Bonnie Lautenberg, who really is an extraordinary person, and the way that she took up the mantle of chemicals reform after Frank Lautenberg's passage was remarkable. There were people who were calling her the 101st senator, and she put so much energy into going around and visiting people in their offices and everything else. And of course, people would take her call. So what a wonderful kind of magic weapon she was, in that process. But for this session, we're going to begin a conversation about some of the science policy issues that are inherent in this. And for, those of you who are truly embedded into TSCA and have been for a number of years, you know that over the years that the EPA has done a remarkable job in developing tools that have allowed it to do assessments of chemical risk. And if you may, in a crude way, but nonetheless a way that's been very effective to rank and prioritize risks. And in fact, they have been so good at that that many people haven't even been aware that EPA conducts those assessments at all. If you start talking about SAR, if you were the people whose eyes glaze over when you hear SAR, well, you're going to start learning about that, structure activity relationships. And of course, all of that has been going through a remarkable evolution because of the fact that EPA has been embracing modern toxicology, and that has included the development of new systems for assessing how biological systems respond to chemicals, and whether that's through using single-cell systems that can be very rapidly screen chemicals, or even beginning to incorporate knowledge that's been generated through the use of genomics and other omics to be able to understand at a very fundamental level what chemicals are doing to you. But as good as EPA has been at developing these methods, EPA is completely challenged in a number of ways with the passage of this law. And one significant challenge is simply one of volume, the expectation of turning up the volume and doing far more assessments in a far shorter time frame than EPA has ever done before. And which is not true for the whole agency. The pesticide program has handled quite a bit of volume, but to remember that, there are thousands of things registered as pesticides, and there are tens of thousands of things classified as chemicals and that are actually in the market, and that in one way or another are going to need to be touched by the agency. So just being able to deal with throughput. But the other thing that's been certainly a challenge, and I alluded to that at the beginning of the day, is that Congress very specifically said that certain things needed to be considered, such as risks to susceptible populations. Well, susceptibility is in itself an issue that involves a lot of biology, it involves behavior, it involves genetics, genetic differences, differences between sexes, differences between all of us at different stages, ages and stages of life. And there's a lot of science involved in that. How will EPA do that? And it also involves exposure. EPA has, again, the chemicals program, far more than people are aware, has a very strong base of science when it comes to exposure, both human exposure and environmental exposure. But again, under the pressure of the deadlines in this law, there will be far more of that. And as people were already discussing, how do you look at exposure to a chemical that's never been on the market, a new chemical? How do you think about the exposure questions? Many of those are policy issues, many of those are science issues, and so it all comes together in this thing that we call science policy, which is a little bit of both. So we are very, very lucky today to have a wonderful panel to be able to lay out some of these issues. And if you may have thought about, kind of an order that we can go, beginning with Nancy Beck. I'm not giving long introductions of these folks, but we have wonderful bios in the biographies that are in the front. If you didn't get one, you can certainly look at that. But she is, at this point in time, the highest level political person in the chemicals office, which is a huge responsibility, and has a wonderful background in terms of doing not only being trained as an environmental science, but doing science in a regulatory context in OMB OIRA, as well as for the ACC. and a very unusual background, actually. Because I think, Nancy, before you had that job in OIRA, there was no such job at OIRA. You may have been the very first person to do that. We also have with us today Jacqueline Patterson, who is a senior research scientist with the Risk Science Center at University of Cincinnati, and I believe also has worked with Tara, has done a lot of consulting toxicology and risk science work, and brings a unique set of perspectives around the very practical aspects of doing that kind of work. And then we have Bob Diedrich. Bob, I'm going to let you come up third, who is head of the Division of Environment, Health, and Safety at the OECD, which is very, very involved with the whole process of bringing people together internationally to develop more harmonized approaches to evaluation of chemicals, sharing of data, sharing of resources, spreading the capacity that governments, that countries need to have to be able to handle chemicals in commerce. And last but certainly not least, Richard Denison, who is a real expert in chemicals, risk science and policy at the Environmental Defense Fund. So starting with Nancy. Oh, and then I should say, after they've each spoken, we will have a bit of a discussion in the front among them, and then, you know, we will try to have some time for questions and interaction with the audience. So take it, Nancy.
Thank you, Lynn, and thanks to you and ELI and Lynn Bergeson for organizing the session, having three of us from EPA, one on each of the panels today. I really appreciate that. I'm here today mostly because of the hard work that was done over the past year by all the EPA staff. I only joined them in the last 2 months. And I can tell you that there were many, many conversations sitting around the offices on the 3rd floor in 1201 Constitution talking about many of these difficult, tricky issues. And I think a lot of thoughtfulness went into these final rules, and I'll talk a little bit about the science policy aspects in those rules and maybe set the stage for some further discussion. Last week, I think it was on the 22nd, Senator Udall had a blog, and it was about new chemicals, but he called it Prioritizing Health. And I think, you know, June 22nd, 2016, when the Lautenberg Act was passed, you know, the Senate, the House, we prioritized health. Sorry, can you not hear me?
I'm concerned about people outside of this room.
And I believe, and I think EPA believes, that on June 22nd, 2017, we prioritized health once again, right? And we did this by putting in place final rules that are workable, that are practical, and that are achievable. And I think that's the most important thing. So it's really nice to have pie in the sky ideals, but if you can't figure out a way to implement them, that's not prioritizing health, right? If you want to cover, you know, look at a ginormous universe of things such that you can't complete anything in a timely manner, that is not prioritizing health. So what I think you'll see in the 3 rules is that we have prioritized health by making these rules workable, practical, achievable, and implementable. That was really the overarching goal. I think if you look at the package of rules through prioritization to risk evaluation, inventory reset, together these package helps us to prioritize and focus our energies on where we think the greatest potential risks may exist. The statute provides us with appropriate discretion to do this. We don't take this discretion lightly, but we will use this discretion to make sure we are appropriately prioritizing. And there are many opportunities throughout the process for the public to engage with us, to tell us when they think our priorities are off, and to help get us back on track. So we think this is workable. The rules lay out our intents and our plans. So I think since this is a science policy section, I have a couple of definitions that I think are important to go through so people can really understand what we've done. I'm just going to move over here, otherwise I can't see them. So. Thanks. So Lynn, just cut me off. Does this work?
It does.
Okay, so you can hear me okay? So Lynn, just cut me off when you guys get bored of too much detail. So I just want to focus on the definitions that we put in the rule, definitions that we read a lot of public comments about, and these definitions that I think were of concern to stakeholders. So the first one is best available science. Section 26 tells us to use best available science. In the proposed rule, we took a lot of comment on it. I think most people thought that we should have a definition. Many people thought we should not codify that definition, that that definition belonged in guidance. And many people were concerned that we would have a definition that would somehow inhibit the agency from using newer technologies. So we took all that information up into account. We recognize the importance of strong scientific standards. So we have codified our commitment to use best available science. And here's the definition up here. It's a two-part definition. The first part comes from the Safe Drinking Water Act, which is language that EPA and all other agencies have already adopted in their information quality guidelines. So this language, this approach, this standard is not new to the agency at all. It basically says that we're going to use science that is reliable and unbiased. I mean, as a scientist, this is apple pie. It means that we're going to use supporting studies that are conducted in accordance with sound and objective science practices, and when available are peer-reviewed, and have supporting studies and data collected by accepted methods or best available methods. And we're going to look at the reliability of those methods. So I don't think there's anything in there that stifles the advancement of new technologies and the incorporation into really any risk assessment. The second part of the definition is taken directly from what's already in the statute. So again, it's nothing new. We're just codifying what's already in the statute, because most people, when they read a regulation, they probably don't go back to the statute. So we're like, well, let's just take what's in the statute and put it in the regulation. So this has a couple of considerations that EPA needs to take into account. One is the extent to which all the information is reasonable and consistent for the intended use of the information. Again, that sounds like apple pie. The extent to which the information is relevant. You can have a lot of high quality information, but if it's not relevant to the decision that you're making, that's not very good. We're going to look at the clarity and the completeness of the information. We're going to look at the variability and the uncertainty of the information, right? And we're going to look at the extent of peer review, which was mentioned before. So that's our best available science definition that has been codified in the rule. The other thing that we had a lot of definition that there was a lot of comments about was using weight of the scientific evidence. The statute clearly tells us to do this in section 26. The statute did not define it. However, if you look at the congressional history and the congressional record, both the House, members of the House and members of the Senate use the same definition. And this is the definition that we've codified. So the definition basically says that a weight of the evidence method means that you have a systematic review that's applied in a manner suited to the nature or the evidence of the decision, right? It's got to be fit for purpose. You don't want to spin your wheels if you don't have to. You want to spend resources that are not commensurate with the importance of the decision, right? So we're going to use a pre-established protocol to transparently, objectively, consistently, comprehensively identify and evaluate each stream of evidence, including the strengths and limitations and the relevance of that information, and integrate it as appropriate, based essentially on the strengths, limitations, and the relevance. So to me as a scientist, this is standard practice. It's like, you know, apple pie again, right? So this is what EPA is committing to doing. I'll just point out that in the definition of weight of the scientific evidence, which we've codified, there is that little phrase systematic review. And I think a lot of people were concerned about what systematic review means. So I think it's important to discuss that. So the Institute of Medicine has defined systematic review as a scientific investigation that focuses on a specific question, uses explicit pre-specified scientific methods to identify, select, assess, and summarize findings. And then the goal of systematic review is to ensure that the review is complete, unbiased, reproducible, and transparent. So I think we can all agree that we want all these TSCA risk evaluations to be complete, unbiased, reproducible, and transparent. So we talk about this definition in the preamble. We have not codified this definition, and this is because while systematic review has been around for many, many years, the application of systematic review to environmental decision-making is relatively new. So this is something that might change and might evolve. However, there are some parts of a systematic review that I think are what make a systematic review. We discuss all these elements in the preamble, and EPA is going to strive to conduct systematic reviews that are consistent with all these pieces. So this means you define your question, you have a clear set of objectives, you develop a protocol which describes the criteria and approaches that are going to be used throughout the process. So this is like the recipe book, right? You have a recipe book, you share it with the public before you do your cooking. We're going to apply that search strategy that we discussed in the protocol. We're going to select the studies using predefined criteria so that it's very transparent. Everyone knows what we're doing. We're going to have criteria by which to evaluate the strengths and weaknesses of those studies. We're going to use those to assess the quality. And then we're going to tell you how we're going to analyze our data, and then we're going to analyze it following those methods. So the thing about systematic review, it's a very iterative and transparent process. If we find out somewhere along the way that we need to change our method or approach, systematic review allows you to do that. You just need to transparently document all your changes. So again, it's all about transparency and objectivity, and that's what we're going to strive for. Another definition that was, I think, of concern to some of the stakeholders is what is meant by reasonably available information. So in the past, we had talked about prioritizing chemicals and doing risk evaluations. This was in the proposal, using reasonably available information that meant information that already existed. In talking to a lot of folks and digesting the public comments and considering all the new high throughput tools that are now available, there are ways to get information in a pretty short period of time. So in between the process of prioritizing a chemical where we have 9 to 12 months, there are some high throughput screening tests or other evaluations that could be done to get data. And we didn't want to preclude the use of those data. So the definition that we finalized means that the agency can possess or reasonably generate, obtain, and synthesize information considering the deadlines that we're given. So if you give us a critical piece of information the night before the prioritization clock ends, it might be a little bit too late to consider. If you give us information, after risk evaluation is complete, well, maybe we can have the peer reviewers consider that information as well. The key is that the information needs to come to us in a timely manner so that it doesn't impede us meeting our statutory deadlines, because as you all know, we are committed to those deadlines. A couple of other definitions that we finalized that there were a lot of public comments on. These are pretty straightforward. Aggregate is a standard definition that EPA has always used. It's the combined exposure to an individual from a single chemical substance across multiple routes and across multiple pathways. And then sentinel exposure was another one where we had to make some tweaks to address all the public comments. In the proposed rule, we had talked about the maximum exposure. Some commenters had interpreted that to be like, the 99.9 percentile. We know that it's not always scientifically sound to use that percentile because it's often unstable in small data sets, which are often what we have. So we have clarified that when we talk about sentinel exposures, we're talking about the plausible upper bound. We're also thinking about sentinel exposures in the same way that they're thought about in Canada and in the European Union. So that is that if you, and I'm not going to read the definition, but let's say you have an assembly line and you have 20 people doing 20 different tasks. The person with the highest exposure, right, we would call that the sentinel exposure. And if we evaluate that sentinel exposure, we can say that all those other 19 tasks have an exposure less than that sentinel exposure, right? And we can do the same type of analysis for groups of products or product categories. That's how we'll intend to use the sentinel exposure definition. Finally, risk characterization. This is where it all comes together. So this is the part where EPA needs to be very transparent about what we're doing. This risk characterization has 3 parts. The first part shown here comes directly from Section 6 of the statute, and it talks about what EPA needs to do in a risk characterization. So the first part of it is that we need to integrate the hazard and exposure assessments in a quantitative or qualitative estimate of risk for the identified populations. And very importantly, this needs to include the potentially exposed or susceptible populations. We're also going to look at ecological risks as well. We're required by the statute to describe whether aggregate or sentinel exposures were considered and the basis for that consideration. We are not allowed to consider costs or other non-risk factors. We don't intend to consider costs or non-risk factors. We need to take into account the duration, intensity, frequency, and numbers of exposures. And we need to describe the weight of the scientific evidence. So we're going to use a weight of the evidence approach, and then we're going to describe transparently, clearly, objectively, how we've done that weight of the evidence evaluation. The second part of the risk characterization section comes directly from 26H, and we've codified this as well because it's in the statute. We need to consider uncertainty and variability. We need to consider the quality of data, which we'll already have done through our systematic review approach. We need to consider alternative interpretations, and we need to have considerations for environmental risk evaluations. And then finally, we want to ensure that all our risk characterizations are consistent with the Information Quality Act guidelines. So we discuss in our preamble the elements that are required under the Information Quality Act that EPA has adopted. So we're going to identify the population and the risk estimate associated with that population. We're going to tell you the expected risk or the central estimate of risk for the potentially exposed or susceptible population. We're going to present the appropriate upper and lower bounds of that risk. We're going to identify the uncertainties, right, and provide you with information about how we may all work together as a community to resolve those uncertainties. And then we're going to talk about the peer-reviewed studies that support and don't support the evidence that we've provided. So that's another important element. Two or three, I think I have two or three other slides that I think are important. One, we try and make clear in the rule that we have a preference for high quality data, and I think that this is really important. It doesn't serve anyone to get to risk management and find that you have an assessment that was driven completely by assumptions, uncertainties, and defaults. So we're going to prefer to use high quality data when it's available, and we're going to continue to be committed to using the best available science and the weight of the scientific evidence. Regarding the use of guidance, we plan to use guidance when applicable, when it represents the best available science. We received a lot of public comments that talked about, not all guidance is equal. Some guidance is 25, 30 years old and may be outdated. So we're going to have to look at each of the guidance documents that we rely on and that information within the guidance documents to make sure that it represents the best available science. In the proposed rule, we had used a term that referred to generally accepted science policies. This was confusing to a lot of stakeholders. If you look at an NAS report, which may often, like Science and Decisions, have a minority report in the appendix, it's very hard to figure out what the generally accepted science policy is. So we're going to try and be very clear about our defaults, our assumptions, and approaches. And then finally, this sort of came up tangentially before. We have an obligation under the statute to reduce the use of non-vertebrate animals. And this applies to Section 4, Section 5, and Section 6. So to the extent practicable, we're going to work to strive and get information that uses non-vertebrate approaches. And we're going to strive for, when we ask for the generation of data, to have that not rely on vertebrate animals. The statute requires us to have a strategic plan in place by June 2018, and that's already in the works, and we'll be able to hopefully share that with you maybe before June 2018, but that's a lot. You can find more information on our website where you can find all the rules. And then the only other science policy thing I want to mention is that we also, it hasn't gotten much attention, it's a much shorter document, but we also released on the 22nd of June guidance for external parties that want to submit risk evaluations to the agencies. So that external party can be anyone. This guidance was required by the statute for us to talk about what our expectations would be for that. And essentially that very short guidance document says, we are holding ourselves to high quality standards. If you want to submit something to us, it will be a lot more useful if you hold yourself to those same high quality standards. So we want to level the playing field for all the scientific information that we're considering. So that's the overview. I'm sure there's key things I've left out, but I think those are the highlights or lowlights depending on how you think about it.
Really a great overview, and thank you so much, Nancy. Jackie, you want to go next? Or Jackie or Jacqueline?
Jacqueline. Thank you. And I want to thank our sponsors and those who put this program together. It's been a remarkable morning, and the afternoon holds a lot of promise. It's just, I feel like honored and privileged to be able to hear from the folks who brought this legislation and to fruition.
You bring the mic in a little closer for the people online.
Okay.
Thank you.
A little better. So TSCA is a remarkable bipartisan piece of legislation, and it came about through the collaboration of lots of different parties who were diverse and had differences of opinion, but found a way to come together and put together something really good. And as such, it represents the aspirations and desires of many and often conflicting groups. The final rule for procedures for risk evaluation shows that EPA carefully considered the many conflicting comments and recommendations. As EPA moves forward, they should consider working collaboratively with outside scientific groups to bring about improvements in the best possible hazard identification, dose response, exposure, and risk characterizations for the chemicals of interest. And this morning, Wendy mentioned that there'll be stakeholder meetings on prioritization. And I just want to encourage lots of collaboration, particularly with the potential for reduced resources. This is an opportunity to leverage what others are doing outside in academia, industry, and elsewhere, and bring their information and talents into this arena. The Federal Technology Transfer Act might be one way to do this. Collaborative work, they can utilize outside expertise and resources to address the risk evaluations, but particularly maybe the underlying methods and guidance to conduct the risk evaluations. We've heard about the Federal Register notice and rule lays out a lot of the procedures, but there's a lot that still needs to be done to develop the methods for systematic review and the other key methods for doing dose response and understanding health hazards. Some of the things that have already been mentioned that EPA will want to consider, particularly in reducing and minimizing the use of animals, are alternative methods, and these are still being developed. The high throughput and omics, et cetera, is very helpful in identifying hazard identification and characterization, but we're still struggling to figure out how we can best use these data to talk about risk assessment and critical effect and within the whole system. Another area that I hope will be considered is while the risk evaluations aren't allowed to consider costs or other non-risk factors, it's really important to consider the risk from alternative actions. For example, if you limit the consumption of fish due to contaminants, you're also can have the unintended consequence of reducing intake from an otherwise excellent source of protein. And is this really in the best interests of public health or personal health? The risk trade-offs, especially in potentially exposed or susceptible populations, needs to be considered somehow. Nancy mentioned the guidance for external parties or individuals who are interested in submitting risk evaluations. And this is a great opportunity for external parties to step up and produce risk evaluations. And the agency has set a high bar for that, insisting that these be at the same quality, level of quality as what the agency is putting together. And that's where it should be. There's a lot that goes into these, and but there's a lot of insights, expertise, and knowledge that's out in the larger community that can be brought to bear, and this can leverage expertise. By involving manufacturers and their consultants, the agency could benefit from the wealth of their chemical-specific knowledge and also risk assessment expertise from these sectors. It may be able to increase the number of chemicals addressed and perhaps shorten the length of time to get these evaluations put together. Sharing the burden of these risk evaluations and analyses with outside experts can also further advance risk assessment by sharing the insights from the outside parties, but also by, it goes in both directions. The insights and experiences from EPA, those who are on the outside can benefit by looking at how they're evaluating and addressing some of these issues and learn from them. So this would allow for greater learning and experience between parties and benefits there. One last thing I wanted to mention is peer review. So there's a lot of talk in the rule about peer review and EPA using peer review to make sure that the evaluations are of high quality and really support the risk determinations. Independent risk peer review and consultation can help vet external risk evaluations as well. And EPA did indicate that they would consider the results from those peer reviews along with the submission. So taking it a little bit further, there might be consideration for setting up a system for independent peer review of the externally produced evaluations to address the quality of these. This was done in about a decade or so ago with the Voluntary Children's Chemical Evaluation Program, and it was an example of a good process for vetting industry-developed assessments and providing EPA with additional information and judgments about those. But when you do a peer review, it's only as good as the group of peers who are sitting around the table. A peer review needs to have a balance of experts who collectively have the sufficient knowledge and experience regarding the chemical and risk assessment methods. The critical toxicity endpoints have to be considered, conditions and use of exposure, and very importantly, having risk assessment methods expertise on the panel. This includes mode of action, dose response, and exposure. Without the risk assessment experts, the chemical and endpoint experts won't have the context or the experience to make informed risk conclusions. We need all of those parties to be involved there. And of course, addressing conflict of interest and accounting for biases is also very important. But without the right types of experts, one can't have a useful peer review. So I just want to encourage EPA to consider engaging with outside experts for the mutual benefit of all, and these include experts from NGOs, from industry, from academia, all different parties. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Turning now to Bob Diedrich, and I guess we could enlarge his picture on the screen, but Bob, why don't you go ahead and...
Okay, thank you very much. Can everybody hear me?
We see you and hear you very well. Hi.
Perfect. Well, first of all, thank you very much for inviting me to this panel. I wanted to bring a little bit of an international flavor to discussion. Those are interesting times to work on chemical safety in an international setting. The EU chemical safety legislation REACH is only 10 years old. Korea implemented their new legislation a few years ago. Turkey has a new legislation almost adopted. Australia has theirs in front of their parliament. Brazil the same, and New Zealand has just started looking into overhauling their chemical safety legislation. So those are interesting times, and with the new TSCA, it brings new impetus to international cooperation on chemical safety. Because all countries, of course, have the same challenges. They have the same policy objectives regarding chemical safety. And they all have the same challenges because they have tens of thousands of chemicals on their markets, and about 1,000 new chemicals coming on the market every year. So looking for ways to share the burden between countries to address all of those chemicals makes perfect sense. And so OECD is one place where countries come together to look for ways to gain efficiencies, reduce the costs for governments and industry for implementing their chemical safety legislation, while still maintaining the safety objectives that their legislations are mandating. And so over the years, this has led to a gradual alignment of the methodologies and tools used for risk assessment, with the objective, of course, that work done in one country can be reused in another country and thereby reduce costs for all stakeholders involved. There's one area where we have achieved, where countries have achieved full harmonization, and that is regarding testing methods through an OECD system called mutual acceptance of data, which says that if a company tests a chemical according to OECD test guidelines and OECD principles of good laboratory practice, then this test result is accepted in all countries that have adhered to the system, and not only OECD countries have adhered to the system. We have estimated that this system saves governments in the industry about 150 million euros every year. So that the collaboration between countries for harmonization purposes really pays off. And in the context of testing of chemicals, and this was mentioned a few times already, one of the big challenges that all countries are facing, and the same in the US, is how to move away from very costly animal tests towards more rapid alternative non-animal test methods. And the biggest progress so far has been made in computational toxicology. I think Ernie Rosenberg mentioned this morning. He mentioned studies by the American Cleaning Institute that shows how those methods have saved millions of dollars in avoiding testing and in avoiding use of laboratory animals. And the area where we've made most progress is in grouping of chemicals in categories and in using read-across to fill data gaps. But that still relies on the availability of good results from laboratory animals testing methods for some substances. And if we want to expand the use of those methodologies, it still means that a number of chemicals will need to be tested using animal tests. And those type of computational methods are well established across the world. The US has been one of the leaders in that area, and these methodologies are now used quite extensively around the world. Where we haven't made much progress is in the use of high throughput in vitro test methods. That's where there's a lot of gaps in terms of actually regulatory use, despite real progress on the scientific side. The reasons for that are very understandable, and I think Jacqueline mentioned a few of them right now. It's not always clear what adverse effects in humans or wildlife these methods can predict, and why. And also the level of standardization of these methods and especially the reproducibility is not always clear. And those are just examples of some of the hurdles that we have today for an increased use of those methods. And so at the international arena, countries have launched a number of activities to gradually increase the use of those methods. We have launched activities to increase the scientific understanding, the mechanism of action of chemicals that these type of methods can very accurately predict. And if you know the mechanism of action of a chemical, you can it's more easy to predict the adverse outcome. And countries also have launched a case study program where they showcase examples of how they are using those methods, and then discuss the potential for regulatory applications in other countries. And as EPA is developing its strategy towards using non-animal test methods, it's very important that we keep the international community involved there, because we don't want to lose the resource efficiencies that we have gained over the years. The situation we don't want to end up in with is that the US is using those methods for regulatory decision makings, and other countries are not, and are requesting the animal tests anyway, in which case the benefits for your chemical companies is going to be nil. And that's not something we want to do. And even worse, if the animal test is being done and the result is different from what the in vitro study said, EPA might have to reopen their risk assessment. And that's definitely not something we want to do. But because of the new TSCA, I mentioned there's a lot of opportunities for international cooperation, and the new TSCA provides further impetus. And I'll just mention a couple of areas of collaborative work. Exposure assessment was mentioned. One of the big challenges that all countries are facing is estimating exposure to chemicals in articles. Our legislations address information requests from producers of chemical substances and producers of chemical preparations, but they don't request information from importers of articles, so we don't always know what is on our market, and so capturing or being sure that our risk assessments capture those chemicals is quite a challenge. And one of the things that we will need to achieve at international level over the next 10 years is how to improve the traceability of chemicals in articles through the value chain, so that we actually know what chemicals are in our articles. And also the following off from that is area where we need to improve our risk assessment methodologies is about estimating exposure to chemicals from those articles. For example, one area of work where there's currently international collaboration going on is how to estimate exposure to children from mouthing of objects. That's one area where we're addressing both the vulnerable population and the issue of chemicals in articles. Countries have also been, at least in the past, working on developing test guidelines for determining the leaching of chemicals from articles. We've done so on wood preservatives, for example. And I understand that under the new TSCA, EPA may wish to request also exposure testing, and so harmonization and standardization of those test methods might be a good idea. Just in addition to that, a few months ago, OECD countries agreed on a set of harmonized use descriptors. I mean, getting the use pattern for a chemical right is one of the challenges that all countries are facing. And having a set of harmonized use descriptors makes it much easier for countries to exchange information on how chemicals are used. And it's one step in making sure that we're addressing the right uses in our risk assessments. And then I'll just mention priority setting. This has been talked about quite a bit. This is not an area where countries necessarily want to move towards harmonization, because it's very often too much linked to legislative mandates. But there's a lot of opportunities for collaboration and exchange of experience. And I'll just give two examples. Canada is currently reviewing the efficiency of their priority setting mechanism, and especially in terms of predictivity of risk. How has their priority setting mechanism been successful in predicting chemicals, risk of chemicals? And so the lessons learned from that review will certainly be relevant for the priority setting activities under TSCA. Another example is that the EU has just identified about 3,000 chemicals that have been registered under REACH, but where priority setting is not possible due to lack of data. So working together to get these chemicals to a level of knowledge where they can be subject to priority setting would be quite mutually beneficial. I'll stop here just to conclude that the EPA has been one of the real drivers of international harmonization in the past, and the new TSCA opens up many new opportunities for sharing the burden with other countries. Thank you.
Thank you very much. For our last overview, Richard Denison.
Thank you very much. I don't know anybody who opposes EPA using the best science it can and considering all of the evidence it has available to it in making decisions. So why is this science stuff so controversial? It's been a long battleground across just about everything EPA does, not to mention other parts of the federal government. And the debate over TSCA reform was no exception. And I have little doubt that it will continue unabated during TSCA implementation. These issues are among the most cultish of any that I've ever dealt with in the science policy arena. Different camps have formed. Each has its own belief system. It sees a right way and a wrong way to do science. And each is highly suspicious of the others, including what they mean by each and every word. I'll mention two examples that Nancy brought up, the terms reliable and reproducible. If you look them up in the dictionary, I would agree they're quite apple pie. Who wouldn't want information that's reliable or reproducible? But if you dig a little deeper, you find that cults have formed around those two words. Reliable for many means reliance solely on industry studies that are conducted through the GLP and test guidelines that Bob just mentioned. And those guidelines are there for a reason. They're there to prevent the kind of fraud that occurred in the 1970s and 80s when companies cooked the books on studies. So those guidelines came in to make sure that honest studies were being done. But those guideline studies are often being called reliable to disparage studies that are done in the academic world that are high quality, peer-reviewed, but do not use a guideline study because those guidelines are not applicable to scientific research. So that's a great example of how that term is very loaded and how it will be interpreted when EPA's now put it into the rules for TSCA is $1 million question. Similarly, reproducible. Reproducibility is certainly a good thing. You want to be making sure that if you have a result, that if you did the exact same thing again, you'd find the same result. But that term too is loaded. There's legislation that is moving in Congress right now that seeks to limit EPA's ability to use any information that is not reproducible. And many have raised concerns about this because the approach being taken would preclude EPA from using or require EPA to spend inordinate amounts of money on every study that it relies on to ensure it's reproducible. And one example of the kinds of information that EPA might not be able to use because it would not be reproducible under certain definitions of that term is a longitudinal epidemiological study that has followed a cohort of people over, let's say, 20 or 25 years to examine the impacts of air pollution on those people. They may start with people that are just barely born and then follow them into young adulthood, for example. So again, a term like that sounds great, but it is fraught with debate, scientific debate, and unfortunately these days, political debate. I want to, at the risk of appearing a bit cultish myself, I want to talk a little bit about some of my concerns in the new rules, about they relate to these terms that Nancy had a number of slides on, best available science, weight of the scientific evidence. These are two terms that are in the law. Section 26H and 26I invoke those terms. And those provisions provide requirements to EPA to do certain things around those terms. Indeed, those things are required by the statute. So they were not required to be codified into the rules in order to be mandatory requirements that EPA must meet. And yet, these terms are very important to certain people involved in drafting these rules. And let me give you an example. Care to guess how many times these terms appear in the final risk evaluation rule? A dozen? 2 dozen? 3 dozen? 37 references to best available science and 45 references to weight of scientific evidence. That compares to only 4 mentions and 10 mentions, respectively, in the proposed rules last January. So somebody really likes those terms, and they got them into the rules along with their definitions. Okay. My complaint is that some of the core features of these rules move us away from meaningful realization of what these terms are intended to bring about. First, a major criticism of risk assessment for as long as I've been in this field has been its failure to adequately account for the real world. Multiple sources of exposure to chemicals, potentially affecting multiple subpopulations that may have different sensitivities or different background exposures to those chemicals. I thought we had finally made progress toward this under TSCA reform. The law requires, and the proposed rule sought to codify the requirement that EPA must conduct broad reviews of chemicals, including known, intended, and reasonably foreseen uses. Yet the final rules represent a renewed effort to move us squarely away from that by allowing, and in some cases even facilitating, EPA to examine only certain uses of chemicals and exposures to chemicals. How is that best available science? And let me use as an example Nancy's assembly line case. Let's suppose that we can figure out that the highest exposed worker among those 20 on the assembly line does not have unreasonable risk from that exposure. And I don't disagree that in that context you might want to assume that the other 19 are okay as well. But what happens if that worker goes home and carries some of that chemical on his or her clothing, or is exposed to that chemical through other uses of that chemical at home? Maybe it's in consumer products that are under the sink. Maybe that chemical is is fine for an adult who's exposed, but it poses significant risk to a developing young child, or it might have developmental effects if a woman who is pregnant is exposed to it. The reason that Congress mandated broad reviews was to ensure that chemicals were looked at comprehensively. Now, I'm not saying that that means chasing down every single last molecule of every single chemical. And I don't disagree with the need for practicality in this area, and the comments we submitted on these rules acknowledge that. But to say that we are going to have a system where EPA doesn't have to look at everything, and the criteria that they're going to use to lop off certain uses simply isn't explained in the rule is a real problem. Second, perhaps my longest running battle with the chemical industry in this area of chemicals has been trying to ensure that there's adequate information on chemicals in order to determine their safety. TSCA's own preamble set as national policy in 1976 the view that chemicals should have adequate information to assess their health and environmental risks, and that the responsibility for generating that information lay squarely with the producers and users of those chemicals. Starting with a report that EDF did back in 1997 called Toxic Ignorance, we have drawn attention repeatedly to how little information there is, even on chemicals in wide use. And while there's been limited progress made since then, the basic situation remains. The great majority of chemicals in the market today lack adequate information to do a basic risk evaluation on exposure and on hazard. Why is that? Well, the chemical industry has always wanted it both ways on this one. They seek to set an ever higher bar for EPA that has to be met in order for action to be taken to regulate a chemical. And they challenge the science and the information that EPA relies on as being insufficient. But they then turn around and fight every effort to require them to provide the information that the agency needs. Again, I thought we were making some progress on this in TSCA reform. It addressed the widespread recognition that EPA lacked adequate authority to require testing of chemicals, and the proposed rule itself sought to ensure that EPA could develop that information where it was needed far enough in advance of getting into this very closely timed pipeline of prioritization and risk evaluation, so that it would have the information it needed to get through that pipeline and meet the deadlines. Yet the final rules seem intent on undermining this. They seek to cut off the early information development that was laid out in the proposed rule, and then they argue that there isn't time to do anything other than very short-term testing. They define longer-term testing as not reasonably available. They would require EPA always to first request voluntary submissions, despite multiple past failures of such voluntary approaches, and only then could EPA potentially use its testing authorities. Authorities that Congress expanded under the reforms made to this law in recognition that it was simply too hard for EPA to require testing over the last 40 years. How is that best available science? A third area. There is a fundamental difference between finding a chemical is a low priority or a high priority, or finding a chemical doesn't present unreasonable risk versus finding that it does. The law, in our view, establishes a clear requirement that in order to find something is low priority, you need to really examine the full range of uses of that chemical and determine that none of them qualify as high priority. But to find something high priority, it could be that a single use might very well be sufficient to do that, because other uses that you haven't yet looked at are not going to make it not a high priority, and they're all going to get a good look in the risk evaluation step that comes next for that chemical, whereas a low priority designation is a final action. Now, I think the final rule kind of got that right. But then you look at the risk evaluation rule where the exact same logic applies, and EPA, through what we think is a pretty torturous approach, seems to argue that you can now declare individual uses of chemicals to be not presenting an unreasonable risk in isolation from each other, with no mechanism at the end of the process to ask the question, what happens if 3 different risks that are each individually perhaps okay may actually expose the same subpopulation and result in a risk that is in fact unreasonable. The rule doesn't even contemplate that, that concept that one would come back and look in any combination of exposures. Now, I don't think there are things that always preclude these things from happening under the rules, but there's a clear indication of how EPA intends to go about implementing that, at least over the next years, from the kinds of examples that have been given. So I'm going to stop there because we've got plenty to talk about, but those are some of the concerns that I see in these rules.
So we have a lot to talk about, but we just have a few minutes, and I'm very acutely aware that at some point in time, the senator may arrive, unlike the congressman this morning, may not arrive right at the precise moment that we're hoping for. So we're just going to keep going, I think, until that point. So, you know, I found this discussion to be fascinating, and, you know, one thing that certainly, I think all of us in the room are probably aware of this, and that is that there is no way that test guidelines are the best science. They're certainly available science, but we all know that the test guidelines take years and years and years to develop, and even more years to achieve consensus. And by the time all of that's done, they are many years out of date in terms of the best science. So by their very nature, they're never the best. And of course, unlike actual science where you're doing research, they aren't designed from the standpoint of investigating something. You know, I mean, research involves hot pursuit, and you see a lead and you follow that lead and you try to figure out its detection, what's going on. And the test guidelines are performed the same way every time consistently, which is why you can have then the mutual acceptance that you have, you know, through the OECD. And the fact is that when agencies require tests, it does make sense to have something that is consistent. Although, you know, in my heart of hearts, I've always wished we could update them more frequently, because it's a little bit frustrating how long it takes to do that. That being said, you know, then, you know, it does then bring you back to the question, how do we make sure that, you know, not just EPA, but industry, but also those who are users of the chemicals, that, you know, all involved in the decision makers have the best science that they can, and how do we make sure that that's incorporated? So I hear that our guest is the next speakers here, but I would like to just hear kind of a lightning round from each one of you, you know, in terms of this issue, you know, your thoughts about how, you know, whether it's, you know, support the research or better ways of incorporating science, and perhaps starting with Nancy again.
Thanks, Lynn. Full disclosure, I played badminton at a varsity level in high school. So tells you I was not a popular girl. So the fact that I am not part of any of the cults that Richard refers to should not be as a surprise. I spent most of my career working at state government, federal government. Everyone knows most recently I came from the American Chemistry Council. I don't know anyone that says that the only high quality data is a GLP study. I don't know that cult. I think, and I believe EPA feels, data should be reviewed on its quality. You have to look at each study as based on its quality. Mutual acceptance of data, agreeing on test methods, standardized protocols. Those are all great, and those are all helpful. But there are many academics that are doing great studies. And to the extent that those can be transparently presented to the agency and evaluated, I think they will be evaluated as great studies. The studies that fall short will be evaluated as having perhaps lesser quality. So I think you just have to be clear about what your criteria are for evaluating studies, and systematic review will hopefully get us there in a transparent manner. So then we can actually be arguing about, you know, what we've evaluated and what we've done, but hopefully that will all be clear. So, sorry, Jack.
I'll just add really quickly that those good studies will demonstrate and explain enough about the methodologies and how the studies were conducted so that they can be evaluated well.
Thank you.
Yeah, just very quickly. I mean, the two things. First of all, the OECD did get their act together, and we do manage better now to keep our test guidelines up to the latest scientific standards. especially if there is a regulatory need and if countries are engaged, then things can happen very fast. And also to confirm what Nancy just said, I mean, the OECD test guidelines and good laboratory practice were never developed to preclude the use of any other academic data. I was a risk assessor before for 10 years before I joined the OECD. And as a risk assessor, your job is to make sense of all of the data that you can find, and put it all together and come to a conclusion, and not get rid of this or that data. I mean, but you have to acknowledge there is a temptation if you have 10,000 studies out there for a chemical, and you have to clean them up and make sense of all of them. There is a temptation to fall back to the OECD test guideline and GLP studies. I cannot ignore that, but I don't think that is a good risk assessment practice.
Richard.
So I agree about the all of the above approach, that all of these data need to be considered. They have strengths and weaknesses and different aspects of their quality. I will say that Nancy's former employer is one of those cults and has pushed a definition and a methodology for reliability that relies solely on something that is called a Clemish code, which an industry that does a study assigns to its study. It's a 1, 2, 3, 4 scale about the reliability of that study. And that, under their scheme, is the primary driver of what constitutes reliability. So that is the kind of concern I'm talking about with regard to how we will implement these terms.
Thank you, Richard. I can tell that Nancy wants to lob that back to you, but as a badminton player. But I really want you all to join me in thanking the panel.
We are so lucky to have another member of Congress here today that was very involved in the passage of the Lautenberg Act. You've heard a lot about him today, but I'm going to give an introduction and then invite Senator Udall up to give some remarks. And then we'll hit on a few of those same questions that you heard Representative Shimkus answer this morning. The Honorable Tom Udall began his legal career serving as a clerk to Chief Justice Oliver Seth of the U.S. 10th Circuit Court of Appeals. He became a federal prosecutor in the U.S. Attorney's Criminal Division, chief counsel to the New Mexico Department of Health and Environment, and from 1991 to 1999, he was Attorney General for New Mexico. In 1998, Senator Udall was elected to represent the 3rd Congressional District of New Mexico in the U.S. House of Representatives. And in 2009, Tom Udall began serving as United States Senator. In 2014, he was reelected and is now New Mexico's senior senator. Senator Udall serves on 5 committees: Appropriations, Foreign Relations, Commerce, Indian Affairs, and Rules and Administration. In the Senate, Senator Udall has been a champion of chemical reform. In 2013, he sponsored the Chemical Safety Improvement Act, CSIA. In 2014, he released a new discussion draft of CSIA, and on March 10th, 2015, he introduced, as you heard from Bonnie's story earlier, along with Senator David Vitter of Louisiana, the new and final version of CSIA, which would become the Senate version of the Frank R. Lautenberg Chemical Safety for the 21st Century Act. Senator Udall, it is fantastic to have you here today. I'd welcome your opening remarks. As Bonnie said earlier, and I'm paraphrasing here, he's one of the best in Washington, and we are so honored to have you. Please come on up and address the audience.
Brett, thank you very much for that very kind and generous introduction. And you know, it's after you have an introduction like that, the thing to do is just sit down and not talk anymore. But Richard, I see you up there, and Lynn Goldman out here, the dean's here, and I'm sure there may Jim Jones I see over there, but many, many friends here. So thank you to all of the the institutions here that invited me. I want to thank the Environmental Law Institute. For many years I served on their board. Other sponsors, the G.W. Milken School of Public Health, the Environmental Defense Fund, the Bergeson and Campbell for putting on today's conference. And I think this is really the time to do the kind of analysis that you all are talking about here of looking at implementation and what implementation's all about. The Lautenberg Chemical Safety Law is still in its infancy. This is the most important time to keep a close eye on its implementation, which you're obviously doing. We must ensure it becomes the strong tool for public health and safety that Congress intended. And this forum, I think, is a great opportunity for everyone to come together, to analyze and discuss the progress that has been made in the first year and talk about future efforts. I'm happy to hear that Bonnie spoke to you about her very key roles. She had more drive and determination to make TSCA reform a reality and to protect public health and the environment than all of us put together. And you probably saw that over the webcast. And Bonnie, I know she also said something about Jonathan Black. I would just want to introduce Jonathan, the secret folks to be. Jonathan, give him a round of applause. Jonathan, the secret, I always tell people in my office, the secret to being a good senator is have a great staff. Because they really work hard. They read everything. They study this stuff, and then they help me write a really good speech here too. That's always, and he makes sure. And I always ask him out afterward, how did I screw up? What did I say that I shouldn't have said? And he's pretty good at pointing it out. But anyway, thanks to Bonnie, and we're always grateful to her and to Frank's leadership on this issue. TSCA reforms was decades overdue. Rachel Carson laid the groundwork when she published Silent Spring in 1962. My father played a big role in the 1960s when he helped pass all this is Stuart Udall, all the foundation environmental laws that you know of in the 60s, and he did a lot of at Interior on chemicals and worked with Rachel Carson and was kind of a mentor to her in terms of getting out the word. So when all of that happened, then eventually what we all saw is that TSCA was passed in 1976 after all that foundational work. We knew many chemicals hurt human health and the environment, but the federal government was essentially powerless to protect the public because the courts in 1991 had eviscerated the federal law. And so you had the law passed. They did the banning of chemicals came to 5, and then it came to abrupt halt with asbestos. But it's important to understand that history in terms of where we are today. And it took a lot of hard work and negotiating to convince all stakeholders to strengthen a major environmental law. And what we really did is really stand up a new environmental law, I believe. We succeeded because industry saw that reform was in its best interest. Environmental and public health advocates rolled up their sleeves, and both sides of the aisle in Congress wanted it done. Everyone had to compromise, and that's how we got it done. We all came together. And I want to emphasize to all of you, compromise is not a dirty word. If you get serious people with serious interest at the table, compromise can be a very, very good thing. Congress gave the administration, talking a little bit about the law now, Congress gave the administration clear direction in the Lautenberg Act to make sure chemicals in commerce are safe, and I underline safe. The law requires for the first time that EPA assess the safety of all new chemicals before they go on the market and to review all chemicals currently on the market. We directed the EPA to start with new high-risk chemicals, and the EPA is specifically directed to determine the impact on vulnerable populations, pregnant women, infants, the elderly, and chemical workers. These are the folks where they're the most vulnerable. As it performs risk assessments, the EPA is also directed to consider only the impact of the chemical on human health and the environment, not costs to industry. This provision purposely overturned the 1991 Fifth Circuit Court of Appeals case that blocked the EPA from regulating asbestos, a known carcinogen. And this is a signature provision of the Act. It was non-negotiable during the legislative negotiations, and I want to repeat that and emphasize that. This is a signature provision of the Act. It was non-negotiable during the legislative negotiations, and it was really the heart of a lot of what we did. The Act also set very aggressive deadlines for EPA implementation. The question we're here to consider is, how is the implementation going? The EPA met all its first-year deadlines, including identifying the first 10 high-priority chemicals. And I congratulate the EPA and the career staff for meeting all of its deadlines so far. It's an enormous feat. And for those of you, there are a lot of experienced people here, but for those of you, when I talk about career staff, all of these federal agencies with these scientists and others in there, they are really, really serving the public. I mean, it's tremendous where they dedicate their lifetime to do that. And so this is so important to recognize and to tell them to hang in there, you know, regardless of whatever they see on the horizon, to stay in there and to keep doing their job. And of course, that's not to say that the rules are perfect and that I support all of them. My staff and I are still reviewing them with an eagle eye to ensure that EPA is complying with Congress's emphasis on health and safety. This is a critical moment for EPA and the country. Now, proposals to slash the EPA's budget, deny basic science, politicize the EPA's scientific advisory process, and prioritize business interest over health. These are all insidious steps that not only cut the legs out from under the agency now, they threaten to weaken the agency for years to come. These actions fuel distrust between environmental and health advocates and industry groups. They also are devastating for morale and a huge barrier to recruiting new talent at a time when EPA needs to hire scientists and others to ramp up the testing and implement other sections of the law. We must not erode any provisions guaranteeing Americans protections from dangerous chemicals. And I will be fighting hard as the ranking member of the Senate Appropriations Subcommittee overseeing the EPA's budget to ensure we preserve the EPA's budget, protect it from staff cuts, and ensure this and other essential environmental safety programs are not harmed. Congress worked hard to get this bill passed, and I want to see the congressional direction followed. So I will fight tooth and nail to prevent the Lautenberg Act from going the way of the original TSCA. We do not want to go back to a lack of confidence in our federal program, with the burden falling on states to regulate chemicals of concern, and with consumers unsure whether the products they purchase are safe. But that is a real risk. Industry in particular must avoid the temptation to overstep just because of a new favorable political climate. I've already seen some in industry arguing that reforms to the new chemicals program are being misinterpreted by the EPA. Any claims that the new chemicals provision was merely intended to enhance efficiency and promote speed by which a new chemical is approved are false. Congress's intent was to prioritize health and safety and to ensure that EPA reviews the relevant information about intended and reasonably foreseen uses of a chemical before it is allowed on the market. And I know that EPA struggled with this change and industry grew impatient with the pace, but EPA has added extra staff and engaged stakeholders to help them through this new process. I'm also concerned about how the EPA will handle its review of existing chemicals. My initial review of the final rules makes me concerned that this EPA will try to use the program to prioritize safeguarding industry rather than the public. For example, the EPA should not open the door to conducting very narrow assessments of chemicals, some at industry's behest, when Congress intended that EPA do broad assessments. But it appears that may be the direction EPA is headed in. And the EPA and industry must not wield the Lautenberg Act solely to protect chemical manufacturers from federal or state regulations on certain uses of their chemicals. It must broadly evaluate chemicals to determine which uses are safe and which are not. And it must regulate uses that are unsafe. We have been operating for far too long as if people are exposed only to one chemical at a time, and that they use that chemical for only one reason at a time. The best available science tells us the opposite is true. We are exposed to many chemicals, and a given chemical may be released from many sources in the environment, used in many different products, lead to exposures in our homes, workplaces, and schools, come to us through various sources, air, water, food, and enter our bodies through inhalation, ingestion, or even our skin. Congress envisioned that TSCA would take into account and control chemical exposures across the full cycle of chemicals and across different sources and different uses. That promise was never realized, and that's why one of the reasons I worked so hard to reform the law. After the Lautenberg Act was enacted a year ago, I had high hopes we could once again realize that vision. The framework rules proposed in January set us on that course. So I'm disappointed to see that the final rules not only significantly weaken those proposals, but seek to return us to the old days and old ways of piecemeal chemical evaluations that don't reflect anything we know about the real world. Contrary to the clear intent of the law, these final rules allow the EPA to focus only on a subset of uses rather than conducting comprehensive reviews. Broad use exclusions can be set up front, and the EPA is given authority to exclude yet more uses of a chemical on a case-by-case basis. This will allow companies to ask the EPA to review whatever uses of a chemical they want in order to get a stamp of approval or leg up on their competition. And if the EPA believes a broader review is needed, the EPA bears the burden to show why. Private interests will be allowed to trump public ones, a theme of this administration. No pun intended there, Jonathan, is it? Huh? We only have to look at how the EPA has handled its decision on a related matter, whether to reverse a proposed ban of the pesticide chlorpyrifos. Years of data and science show clearly that this pesticide should be banned. It has already been removed from household use because of safety concerns, but the EPA is bucking its decision until 2022 to allow for more study. I don't know what more studies need to be done. The only remaining studies are to watch the harm it's doing to our children, and that obviously is clearly unacceptable. So in conclusion, I recently underwent, and some of you may be interested in this, a lot of people don't want to know this information, but I thought since I got into this, I should know it. I recently underwent some personal studies to look at my own chemical exposures. And for one, I used a new monitoring device, a simple silicone wristband that I wore over the course of several weeks. I wore one in New Mexico, one here in Washington, and I'll be sharing my results in more detail soon. But here's a preview of some of the results. They are directly relevant to the topics being discussed today. Here's what those wristbands detected. 5 of the chemicals listed as being on the TSCA work plan in 2014. Those were in my on my wristband, and I was being exposed to them. Several so-called legacy chemicals no longer made in the U.S., including several flame retardants and PCBs, and several chemicals that are supposedly used only as chemical intermediates at industrial facilities. If I'm exposed to such chemicals, I have no doubt many millions of Americans are too. We must be vigilant so we can ensure a credible chemical safety system. My colleagues and I will be carefully watching the EPA, and we will cry foul whenever there is reason for concern. We must ensure this law protects the public's health and safety, especially that of our most vulnerable populations. So with that, Brett, I'm happy to answer a few questions here. I don't know how we're doing on time. I know you're trying to keep this on schedule, but please go ahead and fire away here.
Thank you so much, Senator. That was a wonderful introduction. We really appreciate all the work that you did on TSCA reform, and clearly the example of testing yourself for exposures is a sign of your continued commitment to this cause.
You should also know, I did the wristbands, but Lynn and I did our blood, which we sent down. I just went down to Atlanta, she said, and I sat down with two scientists in Atlanta and went through. We spent an hour and a half going through, and I have, about 60 industrial chemicals in my blood. Fortunately, they're not at too high levels, but a couple of them, like 10, I don't know where I got that, and arsenic, so anyway, just gives you an example what's out there. And I think of myself, folks, as a pretty healthy person. I mean, I try to eat right. I've had points in my life where I maybe didn't, but for the most part, for my years, I've done that. And so I thought I would do this because then the information gets out there and people realize what a problem this is. But I know how some people feel about it. I was with two nurses the other day before I went to do this, Lynn, and I said to them, I'm going to go get my blood tested. They're going to, like, you test my blood here. I'm going to test for all the industrial chemicals, several hundred industrial chemicals. I said, would you like to do that? And they both looked down and said, I don't think I want to do it. So, that's the way I know some people feel. But anyway, go ahead.
So we heard from multiple people today, including Bonnie Lautenberg, who I believe is probably still listening in, about how you came to be working on the Lautenberg Act. But she kind of talks about how she was encouraged to talk to you. But could you talk about how you decided to pick up the torch from Senator Lautenberg?
You bet. Well, first of all, the key committee in the Congress and the Senate is the Environment and Public Works Committee, and then the subcommittee on toxics, which Frank Lautenberg was the chairman of for a long time. And he championed, this is kind of a really interesting story about it, he championed some of the strongest chemical safety legislation in the Congress. And it several times got it out of committee, but it couldn't go any further because only Democrats were on the legislation. And so he had hit a wall. I had supported this legislation, and he decided, I'm going to try to see if there's a compromise and we can't move things along. And so I was working with Frank very closely, and then he got an illness and died. And so at that point, Frank had left the committee. He was working from the outside with Senator David Vitter. And so I was the toxics chair. And so I picked up the bill, picked up the baton and said, let's move forward on it. And when you talk about, and I was so inspired by him. I always thought, and I talked to Bonnie about this, and we just decided to do it. We're going to name the law after him because this is something that he had always cared so much about. But the driving force in one way was, and I mentioned it a little bit here in the speech, was it's in the Udall DNA. I mean, you don't grow up as the son of Stuart Udall with him, talking about Rachel Carson and talking about the damage it can do to the environment and all of the things that he was doing in the Department of Interior. And so that was kind of part of me. And the other thing that was kind of burning that I couldn't believe, the more Jonathan brought this to me, and I met Lynn and met others and Richard and others, and I said, I couldn't believe that we had this law on the books that the courts had basically gutted, and people out there thought we had this strong chemical law, and it was completely broken. And people didn't seem to know it, and there seemed to be a lot of trust in terms of people thinking, oh, the government's doing something about this. And so I just thought, as I learned that, I said, something needs to be done to make sure that we put a strong law in its place, stand up this new law, which is what we did. And I guess the final part of your question there is the bipartisan nature of the process. I just wanted to mention that. I mean, Senator Vitter and I had a dinner after Frank died, and we went to New York and had the funeral. I came back. We had this very just one-on-one dinner at the Monocle up there on the hill. And we both just sat down. We said, we can get this done if we work with each other. We decided on a process, and this is what's really, I think, important to all of you in terms of the future, and this is a model, is that we would try to keep recruiting one Democrat, one Republican, and we wouldn't let it get too lopsided. One of the things that happens in the Senate, if you get 25 Democrats and one Republican, then the Republican feels, whoa, this is a little much. And there are other Republican colleges that say, what are you doing with all those guys? So we just kept building it, and eventually when we made it through the Senate, we had 30 Republicans and 30 Democrats. And so we used that kind of dynamic and leverage. And we kept, this is so important, and Lynn and Richard and Jim know this, we kept everybody at the table. I mean, this is crucial to how you do things in the future. Industry, public health, environment, physicians, and then EPA was a crucial advisor in terms of we didn't want to do anything that wasn't going to work under they knew how this regimen should work. And Jim and the whole crew there, the lawyers, everybody helped us out. And so industry stayed all the way through. And I can tell you one of the things that happened was that when there were first people at the table and meeting, and some of it you kind of had to have Henry Kissinger type, not really at the table, but you'd carry ideas back and forth. But eventually, as people were more and more at the table, the distrust that was there in the beginning, believe me, there was a lot of distrust because there was a lot of fighting going on for about 10 or 15 years. And then what happened was that you'd start building trust, and you could break through, and people then trusted each other, and as you started working on proposals. So this is a good model. It's a very good model. Get everyone to the table, build trust, and then compromise. But everybody doesn't get everything. And compromise now, said that earlier, sometimes thought of as a dirty word, but especially important. Go ahead, Brett, if I haven't ruined your time.
No, we're a little over, but that's fine. We love to hear from you. And I learned next time I won't share the questions with Jonathan ahead of time because you covered a lot of them in the speech. And Lynn's already promised cake, so I'm just going to do one more here.
Okay. Well, I know it's not. It's important that you get substance. And so when you ask me a question, if you're getting me off the top of the head, you're just getting me. But when you give me the question in advance, you're getting real serious study of the issue. You're getting somebody who's really thought about it. And then there's the tension between us. I'm always pushing, well, okay, Jonathan, can we say this? He said, well, you can't quite say that. And I said, well, you sure? Somebody else said it, but but anyway, but I appreciate you sharing them. I want people to know they were shared because I think it really helps me in terms of honing down into what needs to be out there in the public for you all that are very involved in this issue. So, it wasn't a secret. Everyone knows that Representative Shimkus had the questions this morning too, and I think they will make a nice side-by-side eventually. But for the final question, what is your takeaway message for everyone here today? You've noticed a lot of people who you worked with in this process. We have EPA staff all the way from political appointees to interns here. We have interest groups, industry, NGOs, and public health officials and public health academics here today. What's your takeaway message for everyone as we move into implementation of TSCA and perhaps a little bit broader on the outlook for environmental and public health protection in the day and age that we're in? Okay. A couple of takeaways here. The first one would be try to retain the cooperative balance that we achieved in the legislative process. I mean, that's something that I think is tremendously important. You know, any one EPA can do something, and then a subsequent one can change it. So you can have one administration come in and based on the science and the evidence do one thing, but then as the science and evidence changes, the next EPA can come back and say, you know, we're going to approach that a little differently and do something. So when we use the word balance, I want to make sure that we don't try to swing too much in one direction too aggressively. And whenever we do that, when you swing too aggressively in one direction, you're going to get yourself in litigation, which always happens in this area anyway. But that's number one, you know, on balance. Number two is follow the science and the evidence. I mean, Lynn has taught me this, Jim's taught me this, Richard. Follow the science and the evidence. The stronger that gets, the harder all of us, I think, need to push. And we should expect, as that evidence and science gets stronger, that EPA is out there in front pushing too and making the right things happen. And the third takeaway would be for all of you in the various places you are, if you really care about this, be vigilant, fight for what you believe. I will be shoulder to shoulder with you to do that. And I want this new TSCA to be a strong and effective law. And then my final comment would just be a tribute, as you mentioned, Brett, to all of the people and many of them are here that I haven't even recognized, but all of the people that worked with me on this, worked with the committee, that worked with the House. I mean, we had this very delicate process. It was really a wonderful thing to see. It was a wonderful pageantry. And it's not to say, boy, there weren't really tough times. I mean, there were times when Jonathan never gets down. He's just always really up. And there were times where when I saw him down, I thought, boy, we're in trouble. You know? and he's known on the Hill when real things really hit the bottom, the thing that he would fall back on is get everybody together to visit and to have a beer and to relax a little bit and just kind of chill out and then come back the next day and start again. And so it's a real tribute to all of you that are here that were a part of that process. And so I thank you for doing that, because I think our country is a lot better place. I think our agencies are a lot stronger. We know the law is a lot stronger, and I think that this is really going to benefit future generations. So let's keep that in mind. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator.
Larry, how are you? Watching on and off.
So this is the last of the panels for today on TSCA reform. This is looking at regulatory and policy issues, kind of a fitting end to the exchanges we've had so far. I want to start by thanking the organizers and the participants. I think the discussion that we've had to this point in the day has just been truly outstanding, very illuminating, very engaging, and I think I don't say that only because I'm one of those TSCA mavens of yore. I thought it was really excellent. My name is Charlie Auer. The other panelists are listed up there, so I'll let you read that. I'm very pleased to be joined by a truly distinguished panel of TSCA experts representing varying perspectives, hoping to get a very good discussion going. As have the other panels, we will start with short introductory remarks. I've underlined 3 to 5, so we'll see how well that works. And then after that, we'll have a guided discussion. They've seen the questions. We'll work our way through that. And we will have opportunities for audience engagement as we go through that. And getting on with the afternoon's festivities, I'll begin remarks by looking to Dr. Jeff Morris. Director of Office of Pollution Prevention and Toxics.
Well, thank you, Charlie, and thank you to the Environmental Law Institute for hosting this outstanding event. And I don't think that we can remind ourselves often enough of the tremendous gift that not only my office and my agency, but the American public received a year ago with the enactment and signing of the Lautenberg Act. And a lot has happened in 1 year. And I wanted to just touch on those things and their implications for going forward. So within a year's time, the 326 people in my office drafted, put out the proposal, took comment on, revised, and then finalized 3 rules that set up the framework for the program on the TSCA inventory, identifying the active portion of that inventory, setting up the procedures for prioritizing the thousands of chemicals in commerce, and then laying out the procedures for evaluating the risks of those chemicals that were identified as high priorities for risk evaluation, while at the same time identifying the first 10 chemical substances for evaluation and issuing, as required by the statute, scope documents that outline the parameters of those evaluations, and then issuing guidance for external submitters of risk evaluations, doing this all at the same time that day one of enactment of the law, the new chemicals provisions, which require the agency to make an affirmative determination for every one of the some 1,000 new chemical notices that come into my office every year. All that within 1 year's time, I think, was quite an accomplishment. But this is really where it all starts. Now, in the existing chemical space, we need to begin doing those first 10 risk evaluations and setting up the approach we're going to take to going through those thousands of other chemicals and identifying the next set of chemicals for risk evaluation. So that we have a program in a couple years where we're doing 20 evaluations at any given time, and as we complete them, moving the next ones into place. And all of this is going to require continued engagement by stakeholders, the public, and I would say continued cooperation among all of us in our shared interest in making this amended TSCA a success. And as was said by Senator Udall, it took a tremendous group of people across stakeholder spectra to make this law happen, and it's going to take that same collaboration to make it successfully implemented. And my office stands ready to work with the stakeholder community to do risk evaluations that are scientifically sound and where risks are identified, identifying practical protective ways to address those risks, and to make sure that the new substances that enter into commerce have the public's full confidence in their safety. So all of these things, we're just getting started now, and we've blessed with a shared interest and energy in bringing this law to fruition, and I hope we can keep that going as we move into to full implementation. And I know that we want to keep things going, Charlie. So,
okay, well, I think that's an unexpected pleasure in the length of your intervention. But we've had a nice introduction to the rules, so I think that's apropos. Next, I'll look to Ben Dunham.
Thank you, Charlie. It's great to see everybody. I walked in here 30 minutes ago and felt like I was at a family reunion. The ones I wanted to see and the ones I didn't want to see. I wanted to talk about two things that I bring to the table I think are a little bit different from everything we've heard today, because we've covered a lot of ground, and these folks are going to do a great job digging into a lot of the details of what's going on in implementation. Two things that are kind of unique about me. One, I was Senator Frank Lautenberg's legislative director and chief counsel, and was with him for the final 5 years of his life, first in charge of TSCA and then in charge of the entire legislative portfolio. So I wanted to make a couple of comments about that. The other thing I'll mention is since I left the Senate, I've been working at law firms. Right now I'm at Holland & Knight, where I'm a senior policy advisor, and I represent mostly consumer product companies. And I think they kind of have a unique role in the conversation around TSCA reform and now implementation because of the unique position that they're in the value chain. So I'll make a couple of quick comments about that. So going back to my time with Senator Lautenberg, the reason I wanted to address this is I heard Bonnie Lautenberg's really great talk at lunch, and then was happy to hear Senator Udall kind of hear him asked about his role and how he came to play a part in that. I felt like they were very consistent. A lot of times in Washington, especially when there's something good to take credit for, you hear a lot of versions of that story with a lot of different people at the center of the story. So I was really glad to hear the way that both of them told the story of how that happened. And Senator Lautenberg first introduced legislation in 2005. I joined him at the very beginning of the Obama administration in 2009. I've been working at Earth Justice on TSCA and other issues. And he had just been named chairman of the subcommittee on Superfund Toxics and Environmental Health, so we needed to hire somebody to direct that subcommittee. And in my job interview, we spent a lot of time talking about TSCA and what the strategy would be and how we would reform TSCA. And Senator Lautenberg was a couple of things that Bonnie didn't mention about his background. One, he was a World War II veteran. He was the very last World War II veteran to serve in the Congress. He went on to graduate school in the GI Bill, founded A.D.P, the payroll company, which now employs 50,000 people worldwide, was CEO for an entire career, 30 years, retired from that very full life at around age 60, and then decided to run for Senate and served in the Senate for almost 30 years. So he was just an amazing guy, and that first day sitting in there with him, he started telling me about some of his legislative victories and how he achieved them. He's most famous for banning smoking on airplanes, but he also twice defeated the NRA. Bonnie mentioned the domestic abuser gun ban, but he also beat them right after the Columbine shootings in the late 90s to close the gun show loophole. That bill never passed the House, but in the Senate, that was the last time the NRA lost a legislative fight, and it was going against Senator Lautenberg. So we talked about those things as a potential model for what we're going to do on TSCA reform. And I was a little worried right off the bat because the years leading up to that, when I had been working at Earth Justice, the Senate had become kind of a different body than it had been that when he last beat the NRA and when he last done the Veterans GI Bill reforms that he had been involved with a couple of years earlier, where the use of the filibuster was making the legislative environment one where you had to have bipartisan cooperation on banning smoking on airplanes, on the gun safety issues. He was essentially, his approach was to use public opinion as a weapon against his opposition. He would say, let's make this public, let's make them stand up and say, we're okay with people who beat their wives, possessing firearms. Tell them you're okay with giving flight attendants and kids riding on airplanes cancer. Let's make them have that fight. And so that was his approach on TSCA reform from day one. And there was a few months there where we had 60 Democratic votes in the Senate during the 5 years I was with him, and that was used up on healthcare, on the Affordable Care Act, and so it was really not an option to do it that way. But we spent the next 5 years holding hearings, making a case for TSCA reform, really trying to going down to the Senate floor, holding up products that companies manufacture, really trying to put pressure on the industry to come to the table. And at the end of the day, as you've heard, we only had Democrats and we only had NGOs. And so we turned over every rock we could. We used every weapon we had at our disposal. And eventually, when we tried to bring the bill to the Senate floor, we didn't have the vote. So Senator Lautenberg we sat down with Senator Vitter for about 6 weeks and rolled out a bill that was the political breakthrough that laid the groundwork for Senator Udall to do the very, very hard work of getting all the details right over those years. So So yeah, so that was kind of my experience with Senator Lautenberg and kind of the reason for some of the decisions that we made there. But I know, you know, Bonnie had a couple moments where she choked up when she was giving her talk. And one that really got to me was when I got the call saying, we're going to name this. Senator Lautenberg had passed away a year and a half earlier when Senator Udall and Vitter really got up and going again, and it was becoming clear it was going to move, and they had to reintroduce a new bill in the new Congress. They said, we're going to name it the Frank R. Lautenberg Chemical Safety Act. And you know, again, in Washington, it's easy to want to put your name on the bill. It's easy to want to, you know, not have it forever be known after, you know, named after somebody else. And so it was a very selfless gesture from all the senators and members of the House that were involved. It's a Senate origination thing. It was very selfless of them and humble to do that. And I'll always appreciate that. So yeah, so that's all I'll say about that. One just quick point on the consumer product side of things. And the reason I bring it up is I'm optimistic that this is going to work, that implementation is going to be successful. And I think the reason for that is everybody has a vested interest in its success. You know, people want the, you know, specific decisions and some rules to kind of go their way or go the opposite way. And there'll be self-interest in those specific things. But overall, this has to be a credible program. And that's always front and center for me, representing consumer product companies, because they are consumer-facing companies. And if the folks that are walking down the aisles buying products off the shelves aren't confident that somebody is doing a fair, science-based evaluation of the safety of these products and has the ability to restrict uses that are unsafe, then it's just not going to work, and we're going to see proliferation of the same kinds of problems that we had before. So I'm hoping that we've heard a lot of disagreements about the details today, but I think overall everybody has a vested interest in this, including a lot of the folks, you know, in other parts of industry, the American Chemistry Council and others, who they put their necks on the line to say we should empower the federal government, we should empower EPA. And so this needs to work. This needs to inspire consumer confidence, and this needs to have a credible system that allows innovation, but also lets folks know that products are safe when they bring them into their homes.
Good. Thanks, Ben. Appreciate your perspective on some of what transpired to bring us here. And also appreciate your optimism, and I share your optimism even as we go forward. Next, Dan Newton.
All right. Well, thank you, and thanks to the Environmental Law Institute and the Milken School of Public Health for having me. So I definitely share the same optimism as you all. You know, I believe we can make this work. We're only 1 year in, so you know, it's going to take some time. There's certainly been some speed bumps along the way, but that, you know, that comes as no surprise. You know, it's a complicated law that we put a lot of time, you know, into crafting, and you know, really, you know, I'll just highlight some major points, you know, and what the new law fixes. I mean, it really fixes the fundamental flaws that have plagued TSCA, you know, for 40 years, and, you know, addresses existing chemicals, and, you know, requires, you know, prioritization process with deadlines. You know, the deadlines part's huge, and we applaud EPA for meeting its first deadline, a major deadline, getting these rules out. It was a monumental task, and you know, the law explicitly separates cost considerations with safety. You know, that's a really big deal. Enhanced testing authority for existing chemicals. That's huge. It clarifies trade secret protection, and you know, requires periodic resubstantiation of CBI. So, you know, it's no longer a check the box exercise. You know, and companies are doing their part. They're paying a lot more. I know our members are paying a lot more attention now to what they claim CBI. You know, there was a voluntary program during the last administration that EPA had, a CBI challenge, and I think that was a success from, you know, from all accounts. You know, so now it's in the law. Also, you know, it sets up a fee structure, you know, to supplement appropriations. You know, so resources that, you know, that's been a big issue, and, you know, we see EPA's put more, has more resources dedicated now, you know, to the new chemicals program, which we're happy about. So, you know, I think one big thing that, you know, I'll be interested to hear some perspectives on is how it affects innovation. You know, we've talked about how it gives EPA more authority and, how it strengthens the old TSCA, but, how much is it going to promote innovation? Because, success, I think, will not only depend on EPA's ability to review existing chemicals, because that's really what the problem was, the review of existing chemicals. But also, is it promoting innovation? Is it promoting safer chemicals? Is it incentivizing that? So, I think that's something to be seen. I'm optimistic. I think EPA is off to a great start. We've, looked at the rules. We still have a lot to dive into. This kind of cut into my vacation, but maybe
many vacations.
But we'll be digesting we'll be digesting the rules, and I think they look good from what we've seen. So
very good.
Those are my opening remarks.
Thanks for that overview of some of the key regulatory and policy changes and aspects in the new TSCA. And now I turn it over to Bob Sussman.
Yeah, thanks, Charlie. Great to be here. And I did want to start off extending my appreciation to the EPA staff for all the hard work and the midnight hours that they've put in over the last year to get this new program off to a start. I did want to temper the mood of optimism around the table here. I think, in fact, the jury is out on whether we are heading for success under this program or whether this program will disappoint the expectations of Congress and the public. You've heard from Richard Denison and others the concerns about the initial framework rules, and we certainly share those concerns. But I want to emphasize that those rules are merely the beginning. They're the first step in implementing the new program under the law. And I think the big question is whether these rules are positioning us for successful outcomes 3 to 5 years down the line. And that's where I think we do need to be looking over the horizon at what comes next and ask ourselves whether we are on a good trajectory or not. And I think there's substantial reason for doubt and concern in that regard. The first question is, will EPA complete the first 10 risk evaluations on time, and will they be comprehensive, thoughtful, science-based documents in which the public can have confidence in, which provide a strong basis for determining the risks posed by the 10 chemicals and their individual uses. And I am concerned that the risk evaluations will not be completed on time. EPA is now embarking on a problem formulation process which will extend at least for the next 6 months and maybe longer. This is a process that is not well defined, and it will necessarily delay work on the risk evaluations themselves. I'm also concerned that we don't at this point have confidence that those initial risk evaluations will address the full suite of uses on the 10 chemicals that were identified in the scoping document. I think we all need to be worried that, based on the selective approach to risk evaluation announced in the preamble to the final risk evaluation rule, we're going to see uses drop off the table that in fact need to be addressed to provide the comprehensive look at risk that Congress is expecting of the agency. We also have 20 chemicals that have to be designated high priority within 2.5 years, and that means that the agency needs to begin the prioritization process and review on candidates for those listings. And the big question that I have, and I think a lot of other folks in the NGO community have, is whether we are going to have a robust information base on those prioritization candidates. In other words, whether the agency will move ahead to require testing to fill data gaps, to develop exposure information, and to put in place the foundation that it will need to conduct good risk evaluations on those next 20 chemicals. And in that regard, I am concerned by the decision to kick the can down the road on the pre-prioritization process, because I think what that comes close to saying is that there won't really be the effort to use EPA's new information collection authority to fill data gaps and develop a robust information base that we will need for those next 20 risk evaluations. The third issue I wanted to flag involves the fate of the three 6A risk management rules that EPA proposed right before the change in administrations. We think the agency did a great job on those proposals. We think that they make a compelling case that the three chemicals involved have widespread and extensive exposure, have significant hazards, and pose significant risks, including risks to millions of consumers in the country. And yet, we don't know at this point whether those rules will be finalized or whether they will be rolled into the ongoing risk evaluations on the first 10 chemicals. So let me close by saying, yes, nice to have these rules in place, but the hard work is only beginning, and the challenges that loom ahead are significant.
Thanks, Bob. I told Bobby I had a little bit more time, so I'm very happy to be this far along. You did great. You did great, Bob. Thank you. You know, I thank you for the cautionary points that you offered, as well as your effort to point out some of the legitimate tensions that are before us in the rules, as well as in the other work that is before EPA. And I think those are very important points for us all to remain alert to. And now, Larry Colleen.
Thank you. I will not focus on the rules, since I understand we'll probably still have a chance to address those. So I'll mention a couple of things that are not in the most recently issued rules. I'm always reminded at events like these that I started my legal career, if that's the right word, working at EPA as a law clerk, I guess, and a law student in the new chemicals program. And then I arrived here today, and Charlie described the panel as distinguished, and I think it was more of a snide reference to my gray hair. And then he puts me next to Ben, and I feel strangely like a before and after picture. So my comments may reflect some perspective of time, let's say. One of the things that I'm intrigued about the statute and its development, and I think we still suffer from, and I don't think any of the rulemakings will cure it, unfortunately, is that I think the program, as it relates to new chemicals, has suffered over its entirety with a lack of capacity to identify and select risk substitution and risk reduction and relative risk as concepts under the statute as it was initially enacted. And I think that's perhaps made even more difficult under the statute as it was amended. And it kind of baffles me that I can't blame anybody. I'm saying it's sort of surprising nobody kind of thought of that in the process to allow some sort of, let's say subsection 5I that would say, and if the new substance is dramatically less risky or provides for a reduction in overall use or something than an existing chemical, it may be authorized without restriction or with appropriate restrictions. Just a sentence, and I defy us to find a way to amend it without opening up the entire statute for discourse. The other two things I just want to mention very, very briefly is I think one of the gorillas in the room is the fees rule. I think it may challenge both people who are seeking to come on to the market, at least in the new chemical space, who may be small innovators who may not sort of have the resources to afford fees for new chemical submissions, but may indeed be some of the proponents of innovative chemistries that are opportunities for risk reduction. The third thing I'll mention, and again, I fear it's going to get lost in the sauce as all of us focus on the laws and the rule and ways in which, legal issues will come to the fore. And it's kind of this overarching policy issue where I wonder whether the statute and its complexity and the thoroughness with which it's written might truncate the opportunity for voluntary risk reduction exercises. And I'm reminded of Charlie's efforts and others with respect to flame retardants and PFAS, PFOA type reductions, which arguably were voluntarily undertaken, may have dramatically reduced exposures and risks to levels which are, starting to be measurable in the environment and I hope in human tissues. But the statute may not enable that because there might not be a vehicle for people to come to the table and use the good offices of the agency to reach negotiated resolutions to truly reduce risk in a very expedited fashion. And I appreciate how we kind of got here, but it's one of the things that I'm struggling with in light of my delving into all the rules and learning where all the widgets are.
Thanks, Larry. I appreciate you bringing to our attention a couple of aspects that have not gotten a lot of discussion so far. I'm going to take advantage of the opportunity to offer a couple of brief opening remarks as well. And in this, I may sound a bit like Bob and maybe even somewhat like Larry in my comments. But I've been in this TSCA game for over 40 years. And in my view, Section 4 was the biggest problem in old TSCA. I believe it was the central failing in the law, the inability of EPA to generate the understanding needed to inform and allow its risk assessments and its risk management actions, I think was the fundamental flaw in TSCA. Richard brought it all rushing back with his reference to toxics ignorance and the HPV challenge and the efforts made in that regard, which ultimately were not successful. At least they did not succeed in all of their goals and objectives. Very pleased that new TSCA made important changes to Section 4. They expanded EPA's authority to include the ability to issue orders, which I think is remarkable. It also includes explicit references to exposure testing. How are we going to understand exposure unless we can generate the data needed to inform that understanding? Talks about tiered testing and also very importantly speaks to reducing the use of vertebrate animal testing, which I think is something we have to do for societal as well as scientific reasons. So I very much applaud that. And looking back over the past year, I regret that no attempt has been taken to use the new Section 4 provisions to require testing. Like it or not, testing takes time to conduct and complete, and then you still have to evaluate it. In EPA's defense, they had a few other things they were working on, so maybe that's understandable. At the same time, the long-term success of new TSCA meeting its goals and objectives is going to turn squarely on Section 4 and the ability to generate that understanding. We got a bunch of chemicals that we know we need to assess now. There are tens of thousands of other chemicals, as others have said, about which we know next to nothing. We need to crack this nut. And I am hopeful that in the not too distant future, we'll see that first action under Section 4, hopefully an order-based action, and that it occurs with increasing regularity thereafter to enable all of us to understand these issues in the ways that are contemplated under the new law. Step off the soapbox, and now let's go to the Q's and A's for the regulatory panel. All of the panelists got these questions in advance, so I'm looking for well-formulated and thoughtful responses. Let's do a lightning round on the newly issued rules. I am looking for concise initial actions and comments on the three rules. Let me start with one of the rules that didn't get as much discussion. This is the so-called industry reset, whereby EPA will determine the active versus the inactive chemicals in commerce. As Dr. Goldman indicated, this is a question that we've wondered about for eons. How many of these 60-some thousand, now 80-some thousand, are actually in commerce? This will provide us with that understanding. Once again, quick responses, and I look to Larry first.
Inventory reset. I was intrigued to look at the tentative list, the interim list, and find that there's 10,000 substances roughly in the aggregate. Jeff, correct me if I'm wrong. And only about 1,000 of them seem to have accession numbers indicating CBI claims. And I found that startling. I would have expected that there was a greater percentage of substances on the inventory in commerce for which CBI claims had been asserted.
Yeah, I will note in that regard that it's mainly the new chemicals. It's surprisingly how few existing chemicals had CBI claims, recollecting back. Next up, you look to Bob.
Yeah, on the framework rules, I don't want to be subtle about this. We are very disappointed in the framework rules. They represent a big step back from the proposal and a step back that we think is going to undermine the rigor and the value of the risk evaluation process. I think all the details have been described by others. On the inventory reset rule, this is not an activity that our community places a lot of value on. I think the impetus for this mainly came from industry during the legislative process. It is a bit disappointing that having asked for this mechanism, industry lobbied EPA to make the reporting process as narrowly focused as possible. And we think that perhaps EPA has gone a little too far in attempting to minimize reporting burdens, and therefore this rule may be a missed opportunity.
And let me go to Dan next.
All right, thank you. For you TSCA nerds, I remember this was EPA had proposed a rule, I think way back when, to actually do this pre-TSCA reform.
It was,
and it was something
yes.
we supported. So, we're happy with the rule. A couple things that we like is, one and done reporting. We wanted it to be a very simple process. And, we believe it's fairly straightforward. Another thing that we're pleased with is date range reporting was removed. We advocated for like I said, a straightforward process that simply provides EPA with what has been manufactured over the past 10 years. It's as simple as that. And I think with
what the thinking was there.
This is why I kept my opening remarks short, because there's no three-word answer to any of these questions.
Right.
But so this is, I mean, so this gets to Dan's point about wanting a one and done inventory, where if one company reported, then that would be information to be available, so others who may produce the same chemical wouldn't have to report, so you wouldn't have duplicate reporting. Well, that may be difficult for us to achieve just from a systems perspective and a timing perspective. So what we tried to do to get at an aspect of this was to, if one company, let's say company A is producing a substance and knows that company B has already reported, then company A would need to report. But how would could the agency be assured that company A actually knows that company B is actually reported? So our solution in the rule was to say, okay, well, if company A can obtain a CDX receipt, and there's a receipt from the database showing that company B is already reported, then that would be evidence that company A wouldn't have to report. The question that raises for people is, well, how does company A get this receipt from company B? And the way we've laid it out in the preamble and the way we think it would occur is that it would be up to the companies to find an arrangement whereby they'd be able to share this piece of information. But again, it was done in the realization that just from a systems perspective, we might not be able to get real-time information out there as people report. And this was a way to help, again, minimize the burden so there wouldn't be, so that we could somehow minimize duplicate reporting.
Thanks for that. You know, I have some ideas that there could be a private sector solution here. So if anyone would like to talk about that, just get in touch with me later on. Let's now go to prioritization, and I'll begin with Bob.
Not exactly sure what the issue is, but if the question is the prioritization rule, and as I mentioned before, the omission of pre-prioritization is a very I think it's a very troubling development. EPA's stated rationale is that comments on pre-prioritization were mixed, that perhaps there were some flaws in the way it was presented in the proposal, but I think none of that justifies a whole-scale retreat from the concept and a deferral of pre-prioritization to some future stakeholder process and some future rulemaking. And my concern, which I think Charlie articulated very well, is that pre-prioritization is a recognition that for most of the chemicals that we're going to be evaluating under this law, we don't have adequate data. And to get adequate data, we need to start down that road sufficiently early in the process so that when we actually sit down to do the risk evaluation, the risk assessors have the hazard and exposure information that they need. And I worry that if we don't begin to do that soon, when we get to the next group of chemicals on which EPA is required to conduct evaluation, we're going to be in the same pickle that we're in on the first 10. We won't really have the data that we need to do a good job.
Dan?
Yeah, so you know, the pre-prioritization idea was something that initially we weren't big fans of, unless, you know, EPA had a stakeholder process. So, you know, I think what's most important, you know, is that, you know, EPA, you know, stick to its deadlines, you know, and without, you know, with this pre-prioritization idea, you know, I think, you know, that would have, you know, had an impact on the time frames, you know, so, you know, we support the idea of, you know, a transparent, you know, public process to, you know, establish, you know, pre-prioritization phase, and understand that's that's what we're going to have in the fall. I guess another point, the low priority designations. I think the rule has an ongoing process. So EPA will not just stop at 20. I believe was the initial. They'll continue to make low priority designations. As well as high priority designations. So those are two important points that I wanted to point out.
Ben.
Yeah, I mean, to the extent that the lack of a pre-prioritization process could impair consumer confidence, we're always going to be in favor of more transparency early in the process, both for companies and for the public. So companies can develop information and EPA can meet its deadlines. Kind of a side note on the low priority issue, there's been some discussion about using the skill list to populate some of the low priority chemicals, and I want to take just a moment to make a quick plug for the Safer Choice program at EPA, which has not been mentioned much today. We view this as, the consumer product industry views this as a complementary part of EPA's chemical management program overall. And there's some real questions about whether this will continue. President Obama's budget request zeroed out the Pollution Prevention Office, which is where Safer Choice is housed. So, we have our own reasons for thinking the program should continue. And I personally think I've seen a lot of a shift in innovation towards safer chemistries in order to get that carrot, to get the Safer Choice logo on products. So I think it's good policy to have that program, but it also fits into the TSCA program as well. That might actually be a good home for it if pollution prevention goes away. But I did want to bring up that aspect of the low priority designations.
Thanks. Larry, you're up.
I'll echo Dan's remark that I thought EPA remarking in the preamble that low priority designations could continue was, I thought, a wise move. I thought the prior statements were somewhat antagonistic, and I just thought invited ire where it wasn't necessary. The notion of excluding the pre-prioritization phase, I think, for what it's worth, and I don't want to misquote him, but I think Jim Jones's remarks were appropriate earlier. We're going to do it anyway, or the agency's going to need to do it anyway, and not having a defined process may be the better way to do it, because then the agency's not subject to sort of the whipsaw events that can occur through the public comment process and the inevitable lobbying process that occurs when you say, here's what we're going to do and here's who's next, and then everybody jumps on board and says, not me, not them. So I think it may be a clever move at the end of the day.
Very good. Jeff, comments, reactions?
Yeah, one of the main messages I wanted to communicate in my opening remarks was the extent to which we value and treasure the broad stakeholder support that exists for this law. And we don't want to jeopardize that by rushing into something without robust discussion. And we think this whole pre-prioritization area deserves that, merits it, and it'll be better for it. And as far as the concern, which I take very much to heart, that having a discussion over, say, 6 months on this could jeopardize our timeframes, I'll point out that the law requires us to work the TSCA work plan, which for those who don't know is a pool of 90 chemicals, which we took the first 10, but 80 remain, from which we must draw at least 50% to go into the risk evaluation prioritization process. So we've actually got a pool of chemicals with, generally speaking, quite robust data sets that we will draw from that will help us, we believe, keep this program moving forward. And I think that if we both work that work plan and set up a robust process for identifying the next sets of chemicals that would be brought into prioritization, that will not only meet our deadlines, but we'll have a process that will continue to have broad support and credibility.
Okay, I appreciated the skill references and the Section 4 references in these rules, but I know Bob has a point he would love to make.
Jeff, I would disagree with your premise that the work plan chemicals all have robust databases. I think that when you work your way through that list of chemicals and see what data is available, you're going to find some major endpoints that don't have that can't be characterized now because there hasn't been testing. And I would actually submit that a very valuable exercise that the agency can conduct would be to go through the work plan list, look for the data gaps on those chemicals, and then undertake a process under Section 4 to fill those data gaps. And I believe that would be effort well spent for precisely the reason that you mentioned, which is for the foreseeable future, a significant portion of the high priority chemicals are going to come from the work plan list. And so we know that those chemicals are going to be the subject of EPA attention sooner rather than later.
Okay. I think the next topic that I take up, I mean, a lesson I take from today's discussion is that I think the correct answer to this question is seen in the exchanges that we've had today. And that concerns the concept of a FACA committee. There is the Science Committee for Chemical Assessment that the statute established. Toxics, when I was there, had the National Pollution Prevention and Toxics Advisory Committee available to provide input on regulatory implementation, policy kinds of things. I'd like to ask the panel, what are your thoughts on whether forming a second complementary FACA committee focusing on regulatory policy implementation issues would be, all things considered, a good idea? Larry, let me start with you.
The opportunity certainly arises in the dialogue that Jeff and Wendy have also suggested could occur in the fall on pre-prioritization. So that certainly presents an opportunity to get public input, maybe a balanced set of thoughts on it. So if you were to say to me, Larry, if the agency were to set one up, where should we do it? I would say that would be an opportune place to do so.
Yeah, and let me note that I congratulate EPA on the public meetings and the opportunities that they've had, but at the same time I get frustrated because it seems like a lot of it is talking points that are reiterated as opposed to an informed group of experts, policy, regulatory, who can exchange on these issues and hopefully come to some common understandings, illuminate the disagreements. But let me continue nonetheless. Ben.
I'll pass. I'm interested to hear what Jeff has to say.
Dan.
Yeah, I'm not really sure. I can say that I'm something that I'll have to take back to the shop and evaluate. I mean, I think you have to reach consensus, right?
In a fact,
so, I mean, it might be a little harder than
but that's
I can say that the public meetings EPA has held so far have been pretty good. And the last one on unique identifiers, I think the roundtable format, I think was pretty good. So in events like this, so I think the process has been pretty good so far.
Bob.
I certainly think that in inclusiveness and regular and effective outreach to stakeholders is very important, and I do think by and large EPA has done that. We've certainly felt pleased by the opportunity that we have had to bring our views to the table. My concern is that if you create a formal process, first that puts a resource burden on the agency, which you may want to avoid, and secondly, by bringing people together for a structured dialogue and discussion, there's really no assurance that the differences of opinion that exist within the stakeholder community are going to disappear. And so you may find that you've expended effort without the type of payoff that you're looking for.
You know, clarity and understanding is useful, even if you don't get to discussion. And I note that I think the PPDC has proven to be invaluable in the FIFRA sphere as a forum for discussing and bringing clarity and in some cases coming to consensus. I don't know if you can speak at all to this, Jeff.
Well, just that, yeah, Charlie, I mean, you rightly noted that the Pesticide Program Dialogue Committee that provides policy input into the pesticides program plays a valuable role. And you can imagine a lot of similar policy issues coming up in the implementation of this program, whether it's in the risk management area and how we do that. If you look at how we ensure that a new chemicals program is both protective, practical, well, I guess I would add, and helps the engine of innovation in our nation. All of these areas, I think, are ripe for, and will continue to be ripe for stakeholder engagement. So I think this is an idea that's certainly worth further discussions for that.
I guess I didn't read the panel so well in asking the question, but that's good. We want a good exchange here. All right, this is your turn to ask those questions you've been hanging on to all day, recognizing this is not the science panel, this is the reg and policy panel. Yes, please.
In the context of pollution prevention, I'm wondering how some other EPA policies fit into the discussion today. For example, in Maryland, stormwater management is a hot button issue, but the research shows more pollution, including toxic chemicals, come from lawns and yards, not from agriculture other than maybe the CAFOs. Yet no local, state, or federal stormwater management regulations include lawns and yards. And when I attended 2 EPA hearings and asked how they could say there is no more low-hanging fruit when the lowest hanging fruit are the yards that were essentially lavishing glyphosate and greenhouse gas emissions from the blowers and leaf blowers and trimmers. EPA said to me, the inclusion of lawns and yards in stormwater management regulations at every level, and EPA has to approve the state MS4 stormwater permit regulations. They said that's not going to happen. So until some of the worst polluting sites, such as lawns and yards, are included in regulations, what happens to that huge amount of chemicals in addition to the greenhouse gas carbon footprint? How does that fit in, or does it fit in?
Jeff, do you have any thoughts to offer here? I mean, a lot of the issues you raised are really outside the scope of TSCA, because TSCA does not cover pesticides and permits and stuff like that. But
if we talk about the broader issue of how the Lautenberg Act amendments can reduce our environmental footprint, I think it's important to look at both the new and existing programs together to see how they can mutually reinforce one another. If we can identify new chemistries that have environmental benefits that can lower footprint at the same time that we're identifying from a life cycle perspective those chemicals that are contributing to water pollution, then I think we're moving in the true spirit of the law of ensuring health and environmental safety, through advancing smart chemistry. So I think you have to look at both of those together, really, and look at where the innovation opportunities are for reducing environmental footprint while you're targeting those areas where you need to find ways to reduce releases, and I think they can work together.
Okay. Could we get another question?
Thanks. So I've been looking at the determinations that EPA has made and published, and as far as I can tell, any substance for which EPA has identified any hazard whatsoever, EPA is regulating in some way with a consent order and SNR. And I'm wondering if I'm interested in the panel's views on whether something as simple as skin irritation is a hazard that requires a regulatory response under TSCA.
The issue is, it sounds like new chemical determinations and the statement that seemingly hazard alone seemed to be a basis for requiring an action. And the specific question was whether skin and eye irritation is a sufficient issue to prompt EPA action. Maybe I'll go right to Jeff on that one. As the OD, you get these goodies.
So the question surrounds the Lautenberg Act's requirement that for all new chemical pre-manufacturer notices that we make an affirmative determination as to whether the chemical may present an unreasonable risk, whether it's not likely to present an unreasonable risk to humans or the environment. And it's a risk-based standard, so our evaluations look at both hazard and exposure. Often we have some hazard information in the chemical. Often we don't have a whole lot of exposure information, and that becomes an issue there in terms of taking exposure into account when we're making those determinations. And I will say that in a response to this need to make these affirmative determinations, one of my priorities, my office's priorities, is to work toward, with companies, getting information into those new chemical submissions that allows us to make more robust determinations. I mean, most of you probably know that there's no requirement that a company generate new data to support a new chemical application. So, but if we can get to a place where expectations are clear among companies about what level of information will allow us to be able to make determinations within the 9-day review period, we'll all be in a better place. Now, there's was a clear intent in the development of the law to avoid setting up a minimum data set of information. But that said, I think if we all have a clear understanding of what it takes to do an effective new chemicals evaluation, then we'll be in a place, I think, where we are making risk-based determinations that are grounded in the realistic ways in which that chemical is anticipated to be used.
One more question, and Dr. Goldman.
Hi, yeah, I just have a follow-up to that, because one of the things that it seems to me, and as a former regulator, but I'd like to say, the 12-step program, once you're one, you're always one, so a lot of people in this room fit that. But, when it's not sometimes, what you're doing, as how you're doing it. And one of the things that seems to me that's a major shift, especially for new chemicals, is that the proportion of them that have some kind of regulation, if you may, a SNR, is going up, 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 up. Why? Because that was the intent of Congress, because Congress asks EPA to now make a finding on each one. And so it's a big change in that universe. And, we're going from a time, we're very, like turning on a dime, where very, very little information ever came out about them. The public was really unaware that there was even a PM in process. And EPA had no information officer around PMNs that, regularly communicated with the public about them. Yes, the companies, the people regulated, but the public didn't even know really what was going on inside of that black box, called the PMN program. And now there's a lot going on, the public's aware of it, and there's a lot of them that have, even for not huge risk, but smaller ones like eye irritation or skin irritation, some kind of a restriction. And I think over time, people will get used to that and it'll be a new normal. But what is EPA doing in terms of the communications and is EPA able to expand its effort to talk to the public and to make information available to the public about these things?
Sounds like you, Jeff.
Yeah, it does, and it's really a priority of ours because it's really important, as you say, and it's a challenge that we're really going to have to focus on this summer going forward, because what happened was the new chemicals provisions kicked in day one, and we get about 100 of these submissions a month. Well, that kept going, and so trying to figure out how to make these new determinations, I think we feel like we're in a pretty good place there, but now getting that communication out on the program is where we really need to spend a lot of focus. And one of the things we're working on right now is a document that will be a public document that we're calling working title Points to Consider document that lays out our expectations for what a good review of a chemical substance would look like. And I think that if we can, that's a good starting point for getting out there. This is what EPA expects when it does a review, and that I think will add some transparency. That I said in my previous comment will help us do better reviews, but I think generally also it will begin a robust public dialogue on what the expectations are for new substance reviews. So it's a starting point and it's a priority.
Have at it, Bob.
Yeah, Lynn, you raise a very important point, and the history of the new chemical program has been that there is little public understanding and little transparency to a lay audience about what happens in the program, and that's understandable to some degree because there are so many PMNs filed and so many chemicals going through the system that it's hard to provide the public with a picture of what's happening. Having said that, our groups have recommended that EPA make available the results of its assessments of all new chemicals. Right now, in accordance with the statute, EPA is posting its reviews of those chemicals which are determined not to present an unreasonable risk. But I think what would be equally important and perhaps more valuable is to understand which chemicals are being restricted, on what basis they're being restricted, what the nature of those restrictions are, and in cases where testing is being done on new chemicals, what the studies are that are being conducted, so that the public has some sense of the way the body of information on new chemicals is expanding as a result of EPA's new approach to review. So I do recognize that this is difficult, but I don't think we want to be in a position 4 years from now where none of us outside the agency can say with any certainty what the new chemical program has accomplished, what its assessments have been, and how much data has been generated.
Okay. One might even be able to find that in 5D if you read it carefully and creatively. Well, thanks for, I don't know, I'm in the hands of the organizers here. All right, one more.
Thank you very much. I'm very curious about the need for exposure data. Has never been so clear in the chemicals world as it is under amended TSCA. But the one word exposure means the world. It means exposure in air, water, soil, products, different ages, 4 different populations with different lifestyles. So would love to hear from the panel members, what challenges does this need for exposure data raise for industry and for EPA, and getting EPA the quality data it needs to make decisions, and what's the path forward?
Jeff, have a crack. I'm trying to speed us along here.
Others have opinions, but I think there are at least 2 issues that come to my mind immediately. One is because we, for any given chemical evaluation, are likely to have lots of uses associated with that evaluation. We need to construct exposure scenarios in some way where we can bring different uses together so that a given scenario can cover a number of situations in a way that's practical, or we'll never get a risk evaluation done in 3 years. I think that's one. And then 2, the law is very clear that we need to consider exposures as they relate to susceptible and highly exposed populations. Somehow we need to do that in a way that's both protective and practical as well, and that we're very transparent when we talk about what we mean by susceptibilities and highly exposed populations, and where those highly exposed populations like workers cross jurisdictions, that we're consulting with other entities that have equities for those groups like workers. So I think those are 2 main challenges that I think we're going to need to address to make sure that we have a workable risk evaluation program.
Okay. I think the way that the new TSCA speaks to exposure in many ways is a bit of a brave new world. The word never appeared in old TSCA, and the ability to require testing as well as potentially exposed and vulnerable subpopulations. There are a whole bunch of key issues if in fact you're going to get to a risk assessment. Having said that, it's been a very illuminating and an informative discussion. I appreciate the panelists working so well with me and the audience, and let's give ourselves a round of applause. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Charlie. If the panel wants to take their seats, we'll be wrapping up shortly. Before I go to our closing remarks, I want to again take this opportunity to thank everyone who made this day happen. First to George Washington University's Milken Institute School of Public Health, Dean Goldman and your staff, you've been so gracious for hosting us today. It's been really wonderful to be here. Let's have a round of applause for GW, the Public Health School, Dean Goldman, Kat, Leah, Jill, and everyone else who's helped us out in the facility. From my own team, John Hargrog came in maybe a week ago. He had no idea what he was getting himself into, but he's been working on this tirelessly for a while and put in a lot of help behind the scenes and made sure that things were running smoothly today. And then, of course, my hero, Colin, who comes with me to these things and makes sure that I look like I know what I'm doing. We loop people in from Europe and Colorado and everywhere else. So thank you. Also our intern, Allison, and the interns from Bergeson and Campbell, Emily and Ryan. Thank all of you for your support today. They deserve a round of applause too. And then our partner organizations, our sponsors, Bergeson and Campbell, Lynn and Heidi with Bergeson and Campbell and Charlie, as well as EDF and Richard Denison, the financial and time support of these folks made sure that your program today was as enlightening and as forward-thinking and as on the money as it was. So we've come to the time, our closing remarks. I'd like to invite ELI President Scott Fulton. I'll do a brief introduction. Most of you probably know Scott. Many of you may have worked with him in the past. Scott has a long career in public service, both at EPA and the Department of Justice. He's served as acting EPA Deputy Administrator, the head of EPA's Office of International Affairs. He was a judge on the Environmental Appeals Board and head of the agency's enforcement program. He also was Assistant Chief of the Environmental Enforcement Section of DOJ's
ENRD. He is an international law expert and expert on the rule of law, serves as a member of the UN Advisory Council on Environmental Justice, and teaches, is an adjunct professor here at GW's Law School. Scott, right before joining ELI, he was the general counsel at EPA, and then was at Beveridge and Diamond for a couple years before becoming ELI's 5th president in 2015. Scott, thanks so much for being here and for closing us out today.
Well, thank you. Thanks very much, Brett. And that was a lot of descriptors. You know, I was realizing earlier today that I started my career at the Justice Department the same year that Frank Lautenberg became a senator. So that gives you some sense of history and length of time. Good afternoon, everybody. I consider it a generous gesture that the panel that just left the front of the room took their seats on the floor rather than just filing out the door. I'll try not to abuse you in the time that remains. I'll be closing us out. I'll be brief. Just let me say it's great to see so many friends and colleagues and former colleagues and great contributors to effective chemical regulation in the United States here in the room. As I was watching the last panel, I was thinking about Jeff being on the hot seat a bit, recalling what that's like, thinking that the EPA people who are in the room are probably thinking, gee, I'm glad Jeff's up there, not me. The former EPA people are thinking, gee, you know, it's a lot more fun to ask questions than to answer them. And those of us who had the opportunity and privilege to be part of the enterprise that is the Environmental Protection Agency and the call to service that represents. I think all of us who've gone on to do other things look back at that work as a high point, both in terms of the opportunity to serve and the good things that we were able to work on and do, but also the peak of difficulty in our work. It is a darn hard job. So for those who are there at EPA doing it now, please stand strong, EPA. It's been our pleasure to be part of this wonderful gathering, an opportunity to both reflect on the challenges and difficulties that are emerging in the implementation process, which are, of course, to be expected, but also to re-celebrate, in a sense, the accomplishment of the Lautenberg Act. And we should re-celebrate this as often as we can, as this piece of legislation stands as the most significant national environmental legislative accomplishment of this millennium. And the way we're going, it may forever stand as such. No, I'm not nearly so fatalistic as that. We should learn from it and build on it. And the Lautenberg Act serves as a reminder of the kind of alignment of interests that are needed to modernize and improve our aging legal infrastructure, and that it's to reassure us that it's still possible. And while this outcome and the process and dynamics that produced it were somewhat unique, it does speak to what is possible, and it raises the question whether we might find similar alignment if we work at it real hard. With respect to some of our other laws that are a little bit long in the tooth at this point. And make no mistake, it does take work, hard and persevering work. And we've been privileged at ELI to have been part of the work relating to the Lautenberg Act. Those of you who know us know that one of our essential functions at the Institute is to convene groups of stakeholders to work towards consensus on solutions to complex environmental issues. We're also keenly focused on making law work in practice and on ensuring that environmental professionals have the tools and information they need to follow the law and help ensure that its spirit is fulfilled. These points of focus gave us the opportunity to be part of this remarkable chapter that promises to usher in a new era of toxics regulation in the United States. Our engagements relative to the Lautenberg Act really picked up in 2011 when ELI organized a series of teleconferences that highlighted key issues, including information confidentiality, the desirable standard of safety, and risk management. The conversations featured speakers from the chemical industry, consumer safety advocacy groups, the research sector, as well as the environmental bar. In 2012, we published an updated TSCA desk book that was intended to, in part, to facilitate understanding of the scientific advances that had occurred since the enactment of TSCA. And in January 2015, we convened a seminar to look at the issue of potential preemption of state and local statutes and regulations. And the following month, the issues concerning financing of TSCA reform implementation. And then after the passage of the act, that wonderful moment, we celebrated with the program examining its bipartisan political journey and held another event on implementation. So it's been an interesting and gratifying ride for all those at the Institute and in the ELI community that have been involved. The diversity of viewpoints shared today reflects the complexity of regulating toxic substances, but it also should increase our collective sense of accomplishment for the Lautenberg Act. And all sectors are to be credited. We've seen leaders from the Congress, including Senator Udall and Congressman Shimkus, who didn't let go and instead exemplified the leadership of the law's namesake, Frank Lautenberg, certainly a towering figure in environmental law. We've seen a business community well represented here that is propelled forward increasingly by non-governmental drivers, a strong sense of internal imperative, shareholder demands, customer requirements, and the need to normalize regulatory standards to enable commerce both here and abroad, and looking less to avoid regulation than for ways to reconcile regulation with facts and behavior on the ground. And we've seen leaders in the NGO community willing to think openly and creatively about what environmental protection can look like in the modern age. We've seen academics shining a light on challenges and solutions, and we've of course seen leaders in government dealing frankly with the challenges of aging legal infrastructure and staying the course in terms of framing up the future. So this is the kind of leadership that led to consensus and the kind of leadership that we need to tap into if we hope to transfer this accomplishment to other settings. Now, of course, our attention is towards the future and the more difficult work still of implementing the statute. This is an area where we can fall short just as readily as if the law itself is inadequate. And to this end, we at ELI are eager to facilitate a continuing dialogue on implementation challenges and the progress that we're making between EPA, the regulated industry, and consumer advocates by hosting in-person and web-based conferences. We also look forward to bringing environmental law practitioners the resources they need to do their jobs well, to understand and apply the new law by featuring discussion and commentary on these subjects in our periodicals, especially the Environmental Law Reporter, as well as other publications and desk reference materials. And I'm sure that our panelists today and others in the room will be among those lending their perspectives and insights to those publications and efforts. I'll just mention that this work, in our view, connects up with our private environmental governance initiative that we started up at ELI that's being run by Cassie Phillips from Weyerhaeuser. that's intended to help us understand better, help normalize and integrate these powerful currents in the private sector that are driving environmental performance without the intervening hand of government, so that government intervention can be more effectively and efficiently calibrated. Thinking beyond TSCA, we're also keen on seeing what we can take away from the TSCA reform experience and do other statutory reform efforts. Despite the Lautenberg Act, the environmental law ship is still a bit creaky at this point, sort of like the Black Pearl in some of its more difficult moments. We can do something about that if we choose to work together. If you want to be part of these efforts at ELI, rest assured that your participation will be welcomed. I'm confident that the Institute and our work can only benefit from a deeper relationship with you. I want to thank our distinguished speakers for their insights today, as well as all of those in the room who played a role in the birthing of the statute and this important new chapter in environmental protection. My thanks as well to my friend and former colleague, Dean Goldman, and a hearty thank you to all of you who joined us for the program, both here at GW and on the web. So thanks to you all, and for all you've done to help bring us to this moment and all that you're doing and are about to do to guarantee success going forward. And with that, we are adjourned.